You need to remove them too, right? Because we're not starting with them.
Oh, let them know we're not starting with them. It's half an hour.
Mark and Carla, you bring me in.
Okay. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome. How's everybody doing on their last day?
Yes, it's the grand finale today.
Oh,
very exciting day.
Yes, it is. Very exciting. So you are looking live from good old Salt Lake City, Utah again, and it's Mark here with the Grace Company.
And Karla.
And we are super excited to have this last day with we're very packed. And probably for that, let's bring Nathan in for a little bit of what's probably going to happen. And there he is right there. And today is a very special day for Nathan. We'll let him maybe say why.
Happy birthday,
Nathan.
His
birthday. It's Nathan's birthday today. So everybody's looking and watching. It's his birthday.
Yeah. Maybe with that really quick.
Thought I'd show everybody. My daughter, she always loves to get me. You saw my awesome mullet, my glasses here a few weeks back. I guess that was last week with Halloween, as we were doing a few things last week. But today, yes, I'm under disguise with my Spider-Man. And then she said I couldn't get my watch, which I was looking to order yet. So she also hooked me up with my Spider-Man watch. So welcome and thank you, everybody. So my disguise. And yes, I do wear this around the office. I have this morning, and I get a couple eyes and some laughs, and luckily there's some pumpkin bread that my wife baked for part of my birthday here. So thank you for everybody bringing that up. We can move past that. Welcome and thank you everybody who is visiting and streaming with us today. It is an exciting day. It's been an exciting few weeks as we've moved through this event. Again, what I'd like to do as we move into this is thank all of our viewers and our audience. Thank you to our customers. This is something that we have been able to reach out, and we've had participants from around the world. So thank you those who might be streaming us from another continent, another country, and then here within the United States. Again, thank you everybody for all your participation. I'd like Karla maybe and Mark just to briefly just touch base here with some other things I'd like to get behind the scenes. Everybody knows there's a big team that it takes to bring this all together. So I thought I'd like to start as well outside of those people and thank those who participated as far as the educators and those others that have helped us with the Fall Festival itself. But behind the scenes, we have a couple great teams internally, our marketing team, and we have an external marketing team, Dev Simplify. And there's been a lot of effort, a lot of work, both from the programming on the website, the structure and what that means in general management and updating it, helping pull. We did a wonderful treasure hunt last week, which was a fun event to be able to put on as well. And again, so I would like to just thank everybody who has been behind the scenes and helping us execute and pull this together in order to have such a wonderful event. Thanks again for the viewers and taking time to watch some of these other videos as we've reposted them. And thank you for joining us live today. We're seeing that the numbers continuously increasing, and I'm thinking that we're going to continue to build our viewership here today as well. So thank you from our side, from Grace Company. And Karla, maybe Mark and Karla, I'll turn it back over to you to maybe share some of your thoughts as far as the thanks as well to the group that's now participating with us today.
Wow, it's been very exciting. It's new territory for us, and I'm sure all of you because of the situation at hand. But it's just been amazing, the participation from such talented, wonderful teachers to you as quilters, participating by submitting your quilts and sharing your thoughts, your feelings. Thank you. Thank you so much. It really, truly means a lot to us here at the Grace Company. And if my mom were here, she would truly be amazed and so happy to see where the company's gone and what we're doing and just the love and the support of all of you. So thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
How can I go after that, Karla? You're absolutely right. And not only your mom, but even your brother.
Right.
I think everybody is happy, and we're happy too. We had a lot of great comments, viewership, orders, everything from day one to day now has been fantastic, and And I also want to thank everybody for their time. I know as we do this all day, you're taking time out of your schedules to watch and to participate. So thank you, because they're gonna be more of these opportunities.
Yes, there are.
So continue to have that time available throughout the remaining
Just
now.
Stay tuned.
Yes. Yeah. So thank you for everybody. I know we have a lot of people coming in, and so it'll just be a quick and fast to say thank you and welcome for everybody who is already on live right now. There's a lot of returning customers and a lot of new viewers. So thank you and welcome to this live event.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that quite a bit. And Karla, thank you for your comments as well. Again, coming back to and saying thank you and welcome to everybody. We're seeing a lot of people logging on, saying hello. Again, we're recognizing that and we're excited. We're excited about what this means as the day goes on. I did want to just briefly walk through today's agenda so that we can kind of understand what this is going to look like as we move. And thank you for the patience for those who are out there. I know a lot of people had pre-selected some of those things to be on your calendar. We had a couple of quick slight changes that ended up coming out a little bit earlier this week. But what we're looking to do is we're going to talk briefly about entering Still to Win, because we're giving our big prize and there is still time. So I wanted just to show people briefly what that is. I wanted to talk a little bit about Mark, your team here as our account executives, and then where some of the viewers can also see and have a chance to know where they can call in if they have questions. What we have found as we go throughout this type of an event, there are several questions that come up that we can't really get to as part of this event, and we're going to encourage you to email or to call in to have some of those questions answered. So I'd like to talk about part of what this agenda is as we go through this day. I'm going to start. We're going to be having an amazing panel, a live panel this morning, and we have a couple guest speakers that are going to be participating. One is sitting here with us today in the room. That would be Karla Gerome. We also have Sue Pelland and Leah that will be joining us, and we're going to have and ask them several different questions that we'll have a chance to spend some time with them on. We're going to continue, and we have a really fun short trunk show from Lizzy Allen out of Australia, one of our ambassadors, and so we'll have a chance to hear a little bit more from her and see some of the works that she's done. We had a great opportunity here on Tuesday with Karla, and again, thank you, Karla, for your trunk show. That was a wonderful experience that we all had as a chance to go through and see part of your history and some of the experiences that you had regarding quilting. We're going to go past that. We're going to start moving into right around probably between our 12:30 and our 1 o'clock hour, some of our giveaways, and we're going to be talking about what that means, and we're going to talk a little bit about, we have a visitor here hopefully, and we're going to talk about the Founders Award that we have scheduled, and we're going to talk a little bit about some of the quilts, and then have a chance to hear her side of the story, and this would be our owner's wife too, and as the couple and as they continue to help us to strive and build this business, we're going to have a chance to have some of those wonderful discussions. We're going to have a class by Karla. She'll be doing a demonstration, and she'll share with us a few things regarding her strip tees. It's a wonderful spin on how to quilt on the frame with some strips and some other pattern types. And so that'll be an exciting thing we'll do here around 2 o'clock. Moving into the 2:30 hour, this is the big hour. So this is the hour that we will be giving away. I just did a quick addition this morning and came up with the value of this prize to make sure I was really looking at this correctly. We're looking at the package with this 19 in the frame, automated system and luminous light bar. It's an over $17,000 package that we will be giving away. And we're going to be doing a couple other live spins as we do this. In that same hour, we're going to announce all of the category winners from the quilting. So we're going to spend an hour having a great time looking at the quilts, recognizing those winners, and then choosing and selecting the prizes. And so maybe if I were to go back, and then one of the great things we'll also end up with today on is we're going to end up with a class by Janet George. Been a long time user of Grace Company products, and she has a really great detailed class that she's going to share with us again on quilters creative touch and some of her experience with that and what we do from beginnings, what that means as a beginner, how you can interact and engage with that product. So with it, it's a pretty exciting day, full packed. Again, thank you those who've been able to join us. What I thought maybe I could do really quickly, Mark, with this is that it looks like I know you have a wheel next to you. And what I'd like to do is, if we're okay, here for the next few minutes, is do a couple live award winners. Mark, you can maybe just briefly tell me, I know that you've been entering like crazy. Your fingers have been on fire working on getting award winners for that treasure hunt, some of their goods out, right?
Correct. My fingers are on fire. Yes, my eyes are burning from looking at the computer screen, but it is all fun because these are the winners. These are the treasure hunt winners. And so with that said, to those who are viewing, we are getting those. Well, yeah, I'm right now currently getting those in, and the rest of my team will get those in a little later today, but we are getting those in and they will be shipping out. So you should be seeing your free gift soon.
All right.
Let me go ahead and just bring this up really quick. I just wanted to touch base. This is for the way to enter for your chance still to win today on the big drawing that we're going to be pulling. It's going to be a completely randomized selection. So if you have not, go to graceframe.com. That's www.graceframe.com. And with that, we were going to have you, and we recommend, you can see up here on this top right, there's this button that says enter to win. And this is still available. So if you have not done this yet today, or if you haven't done this over the last few weeks as you've been watching this fantastic fall festival, we're going to encourage you, go ahead and get your name in that hat for that drawing that we'll be doing here later on in the 2:30 hour as we move between that 2:30 and the 3:30 hour time. So we will be doing that later. So again, going to encourage you to go in, have a chance to enter to win. Also, as part of what that's concerned is the Quilt Festival. We are looking at bringing that to an end here because we'll be selecting these drawings. I thought maybe I could just share with you a couple statistics as we move forward with part of this, Mark, as well. It's been really exciting to have such a wonderful participation regarding this. And let me pull up the numbers. I asked this morning for a couple key details, and they were pretty darn impressive. Just really quick, high level, we have had over 1,200 individuals submit quilts. So thank you for your quilt submissions. And with it, I think we've had a total here. Let me take a look of over 2,200, so over 2,200 quilts as a total submitted to that category. So a lot of fun quilts to go browse and to look at and to select your, continue to put some votes in as we're looking at tallying those here before our again 2:30 hours. So thank you again for everybody and your participation with that. Karla, I'm going to put you on the spot really quick. What we want to do is I want to spin the wheel for a couple individuals, but with this really quick, this will be for the lower 48 states is what we're going to do. So these are for those who are live streaming right now, and your chances are looking pretty good at a chance to win. But I want to have a question that we can start off with that I'd like to throw out to everybody as part of this is concerned, and then we can have Mark spin the wheel, and we'll choose a lucky winner from Facebook and a lucky streamer from YouTube as well.
Again. Okay, so if you can name one of the two other people that are going to be on the panel today, other than me, yes, you'll win a prize. So the first person, or whatever Nathan picks, one of the two other guests that we have for our panel today.
That's a great question. And he is a good person to have on the panel. So, no.
All right. We've got several people pulling in names here. I'm scrolling to the top of that list here. We're going to go ahead and come on down.
You guys are just on top of it.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and pull this one. This is correct. This is one of the individuals, and maybe what I want to look at is let's do 4 winners, if that's okay. Karla, you're on this panel, but as I select this one here, this is correct. Leah Day is visiting. I'm curious because we have another guest who's externally who's going to be visiting. So what I'm looking to do is we'll do the first person who's mentioned either one of these, and so we have a Lorette Crowell. Congratulations. Congratulations. We're going to go ahead and Mark spin the wheel to see what the gift is or the prizes. So let's go ahead and do this, Mark, so that we can get them, get her up here. So let's spin the wheel and go ahead and talk to us what her giveaway is going to be.
Finesse Thread. That is a good one.
Congratulations.
This is the variegated one, and I'm hoping I grabbed the right button. Oh, that's solid. It doesn't matter because they're all the same. But so variegated thread. It comes in this nice box. It is 50 weight, 100% polyester. It is 1,500 yards, and it is perfect for really any machine out there. So variegated, and it's our most popular, top 4 popular variegated threads. But again, 1,500 yards, 100% polyester, and it's 50 weight. So congratulations on that fantastic win. And some of the thread we have out here is out of the box right now. Here's one right there. Let's get it up. There it goes. Yeah. So wonderful. And this is the variegated one.
It feels like cotton, but it's
Yes.
actually a polyester, and it's low lint, so you'll love it. It's just fabulous.
Yes, absolutely. All right. So that's a winner on that one. Congratulations. Let's spin the wheel again, right? I'm all ready to spin.
Well, all right, let's go ahead and look at the second winner here. So that was the first one from the YouTube. I'm going to go ahead. This is the first winner with the correct answer from Facebook here. So I'm going to go ahead and put this winner up there. So here we have a Shelly Wiltz Clark. So Shelly Wiltz Clark is a winner here. So congratulations. Mark, let's go ahead and spin the wheel for her.
Ooh,
The Quilters
nice.
combo. That is a great one. It's like I'm Santa Claus and I'm reaching out of my bag of goodies over here without.
Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, ho, ho, ho. It's coming up, right? So the Quilters combo, Shelly, is great. It has 3 cutter tools in here. So we have our comfort cutter, which we talked about last week. You can watch that. We have our true grips, which are grips that go on the back of your ruler. And then we have our 6.5 by 24.5 ruler. All 3 of these are the most popular items. We decided to kit it a while ago. But you have your comfort cutter, your true grips, and your ruler on one Quilters combo. So fantastic.
Great gift.
Yes, great gift.
All right, with that, Mark, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to just quickly select the first answer for the second panelist that was there is Sue Pelland. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. This is from Facebook. So we do have a Dina Yates. Dina Yates is our winner. So Mark, let's go ahead and spin the wheel.
Congratulations. Oh,
The square rulers,
yeah,
or ruler, I should say.
yeah, just
So the square ruler is our 12.5 by 12.5 square. It has the track on the side to interlock with our comfort cutter. The holes on here are great for marking, good for holding down, and easy to line up your fabric throughout your quilting process, or your cutting process, I should say. But 12.5 by 12.5 square, Nathan, is that one. What are your... I know, Nathan, you're drumming up something in your mind about this.
Up the ante on that for us. What else can we do, Mark?
Let's give them all the square rulers.
Awesome.
Our entire square set, Nathan, which is our 9.5 and our 6.5 square. So she would also get our 9.5 and our 6.5 to go with her 12.5 square ruler. So let's give all 3.
good.
All right, we're going to move over to our first winner on the YouTube side of this regarding Sue Pelland. So the winner is Jean and Coleman Harris. Congratulations, and Mark, let's spin the wheel for Jean and Coleman Harris.
Ooh,
The linear
nice
sharpener. So that's another, geez, this is great. It's great that we got all 4 different prizes too.
Yeah. Nice job, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. So this is our linear sharpener. It has rubber feet at the bottom. It is designed to really stay on your cutting table. So as you go from cutting your fabric to sharpen your blades. We all know what dull blades can do as we continue to use dull blades. So let's get that blade sharp. So this is our very popular linear sharpener. It uses a diamond stone, which is the key ingredient as to why this works, Karla. But it's perfect to keep on your cutting table. So linear sharpener on that one. So that's great.
Nice job.
All right, what I thought I could bring in here really quick is one last thing for those who've just won. we're going to ask that you email sales, S-A-L-E-S, at graceframe.com. Again, email sales at graceframe.com in order to redeem those prizes with those current winners. So we're excited about that. Again, thank you. Again, these are for the people currently in the lower 48 states is what we're doing for these live prizes. The bigger prizes, we are shipping those internationally if we by chance pull an international winner. So again, remember, I'm just going to kind of go back to our main site here. Let me bring that back in so that everyone can see one last time here as we continue. As we're looking at our main computer screen here, make sure come back and go to graceframe.com. With graceframe.com being there, you can just go and click on the Fantastic Fall Festival. Click on this Enter to Win. This Enter to Win is going to give you a chance for that drawing that we're going to be doing here later on at the 2:30 hour here Mountain Standard Time in Salt Lake City, Utah. So we're excited about that chance. I'm going to quickly just pull this up. A couple things is there's been a lot of fun in the giveaways that we've presented here over the period of time. So we've been really excited. This is part of that prize that is going to be drawn. This is the big get together today on that, which is the Master Cutting Combo Collection, which is really a set of all of our rulers. Mark talked about the linear sharpener. We also have an electric sharpener. We're giving that electric sharpener away as part of this, a full set of true grips for all those rulers, plus anything you have, some additional cutting tools, which are the true cutting tools, and a circle cutter along with some extra blades. And so that is a very large kit we're doing as the Master Cutting Collection. And then the 19-inch machine, the Continuum frame, and that would be available at your choice between 8, 10, or 12 feet, along with a luminous light bar, so the light station that goes over that, and we're adding our professional automated system as well. So those are all part of what we're going to be doing as we give those away. So that's an exciting thing to have as part of that process. So again, really excited to have that with what we're doing. As we're looking at a few last things up here, we also have the, quickly here, let me just pull this up so everybody can see. We're going to encourage you to also look at the sales. So we have some amazing promotions going on. There have been some demonstrations on some of these throughout the event, but you'll see here what those normal values are and what those sales values are. So we're going to encourage you to browse that. Don't want to spend a lot of time. That's not what this is about. But again, there have been some amazing prices we have. Buy a machine, get a free frame. That's really big. If you are a domestic sewer or quilter and you're not quite sure what the best tool is in order to hold or manage your fabric, you'll notice that we also have wonderful tools. These have been two of our most popular selling items. They're frames that let you use your domestic machine, and that domestic machine simply sits on the trolley. So if you have any other questions, you can see some of our previous videos we put together on that. So again, great to have that here. Mark and Karla, any last thoughts here? I would like to kind of look at maybe moving into our panel and introducing who we have on that. But before we do that, any other last questions or thoughts you have before we move over into that process?
Oh, let's get that panel started.
No, just thank you for tuning in with us and participating. We really appreciate it.
Let me go ahead, and here we go. We are going to welcome in Sue Pelland. Welcome, Sue.
Nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
Wonderful. We're excited. We're going to talk a little bit more here and give each one in. And we also have here joining us today is Leah Day.
Hey, Leah.
Hi, Leah.
Feel like the Brady Bunch here.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's okay. Pretty exciting with what we've got going on here. With this, Mark, you're more than welcome to stay and hang out. We're going to probably spend about an hour here and digging into Karla, Leah, and Sue's kind of personal lives. So we're excited to start with part of that. So welcome. Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful opportunity. I'm excited about this. I might put you on the spot with a couple questions, and maybe not. What we're going to do is we're going to offer this out there also for all of our live streaming audience today. If you have a couple questions as they kind of move through, we're looking at integrating some of the live audience here and some of their questions along with some questions that we have here that we thought would be of value for our audience to hear as well. So just so everybody knows, that's kind of where we're going with this one. And it's a pretty exciting one. And thanks again for all those who are joining us. So again, I'm just going to put this out there. If you're viewing and watching, in front of us again, we have Karla Gerome up there on our top left. Down below her, we have Leah Dan. On the bottom right, we have Sue Pelland, all with very different backgrounds and different experiences. And so what we're going to look to do is ask some questions between the three of them to get some insights. And again, what we'd like to ask is those that are streaming and viewing with us, please put your comments and put your questions out there. We're going to see if we can get to some of those along with some of the questions that we have here that we're going to be asking them. So we're excited to hear all those. And I have someone right here saying her name is Sue Pelland.
Pelland.
Pelland. Sorry, thank you, Pelland. Pelland. So that's a correction for me. I've always just called you Sue Pelland. I don't know. Thanks for sharing that. That's good to know now. So Pelland. I don't know why. I always throw in the A in there, even though there's not. So, and then Leah, did I mess your name up, Leah? We good to go? No. Okay, that's an easy one. And then Karla, we've got Karla's down.
We got me.
With that, I'm going to go ahead and just start one of our first questions that I'd like to go ahead and throw out to the group as a whole. And I'm going to kind of probably take this, and I thought maybe I'll direct this one to Sue, you first. Well, I'm trying to decide because I'm not sure if everybody knows everybody on this panel. And this, well, let's just do this one, Sue. I would like you to share with us just how did you get started quilting? Let's go ahead and have you share that with us.
That's a great question. I started quilting when I was 12 years old. And my mom and I went to a community education course at our local high school. And so many of my followers started the same way. It's a great way to learn. But what was really fun is we went to this community education course, and the teacher didn't know what she was doing. She had us making a sampler quilt, and we had a little 3-inch bow tie block, and we had a great big applique sunflower block that was about 20 inches. And she sent us off with all of these blocks made and said, now just put them all together and you've got your quilt. You're just going to hand quilt that and you'll be done. So she gave us a great introduction to quilting. We were really hooked, but we really had no idea what we were doing. So my mom and I went to the local library. We took out a couple of books on quilting. We taught ourselves how to quilt. And then a year later, we opened up our own quilt shop. And that's how I got started quilting.
Wonderful. Pretty interesting beginning process there. With that, maybe I can ask this question to Leah. As part of a getting started process, how long have you been quilting, Leah?
I got started when I was 21. I wanted to quilt my whole life. And I got started when I was getting married to Josh, my husband and business partner. And so I have been quilting now for 15 years. And so I can always remember how long have I been married? And that's how long I've been quilting, which is really nice. Yeah, it's been a journey. And when I got started, of course, I started with all the wrong things. Tried to make a double wedding ring as my very first quilt, realized that was just absolutely not going to happen. And certainly not with dressmaker satins and like leftover material from my wedding dress and stuff like that. Just an epic fail. So I joined a guild, and access to the guild and speakers and teachers and lecturers and then monthly workshops is what got me into quilting and understanding all of those fine details. Because, you know, a quilt is so much more complicated than just sew some fabric together. And that's really where I was coming from mentally, because I had known how to sew. Getting into quilting, you realize that there's the cutting and then the piecing. And then if you get into applique, and then there's the layering and then quilting. So there's so many facets to it. And joining that guild was really the key. And that got me into it, started making quilts, and it's here and going strong 15 years later.
Wonderful. And it sounds like you kind of answered some of those things that potentially were some of the struggles. And then Sue, I know you mentioned that, but Karla, maybe you can share with us, what struggles did you face when you started learning quilting, and maybe what was the biggest struggle you had and encountered?
One of the things that you have to let go is that you're not going to be perfect right out of the gate. And I think a lot of us think, oh, we're going to start machine quilting or hand quilting and our stitches are going to be perfect and great and wonderful, or our piecing of our quilts just going to be exact and awesome. And I think you have to let go of that perfection to learn, and then as time goes on, you start getting in the groove and understanding the processes of quilting, and you become better at what you're doing. So it's just letting go of that, being the perfectionist. Allow yourself to make the mistakes and then learn from them and grow from them. And that's what I struggled with. Is I wanted to be perfect right out of the gate, and I wasn't. And it gets a little frustrating if you don't allow yourself to just learn and to progress forward.
I really appreciate that, and thanks everybody for your comments on part of what this is. I'm curious. I'm going to reach out to the audience, and I know that we're probably not going to get back to a lot of these, but I just know right now, and hearing the differences between our different panelists, my questions would be to you. You know, what was one of your biggest struggles? Can you relate with one of our panelists? Did what Karla maybe mentioned right now? Did you have a hard time letting go of this need to feel like there needs to be this perfection? Curious to get what your comments might be in there, and feel free to share those on the side. I'm seeing right now several people coming back as part of this thing. Yes, that was part of it. You know, another individual talking about what that means as part of the mistakes they might make, and then looking at that you accept that as part of the character of what that quilt is. And I'm pretty sure everybody here on the panel would agree that that is part of one of those things that makes that an individual unique quilt to not only you or whoever you might give that to as a gift. So wonderful. Please continue to put your comments in there. We're going to love to see what we can do to share those. I'm going to bring back and move into another question I'd like to present. And as the panelists, I want you to kind of open your mind a little bit. This question, I think you might have a hard time with a specific answer, but I want you to kind of step back and think of what and who are you doing now? And if it's not what it is, it might be how you go about doing this. And the question is pertaining to what you would consider your style of quilting to be. And again, that's a loaded question because you might do multiples, but I'm curious to hear what you might respond back to me with an answer. So with this, Sue, I'm gonna go ahead and have you maybe share with us an answer on that. Again, what would you consider your quilting style to be?
Okay, so I hate to see that, Leah, that you've been quilting for such a short time, or you're so young. I feel like an old lady next to you because I've been quilting for over 40 years. So my tradition in quilting goes way back to real traditional quilts. There really was no modern quilt movement when I started quilting. So my foundation is in traditional quilts. But because I started quilting when I was just a preteen, I didn't want to take the time to do all of the handwork, the hand applique and hand quilting. That's how I started out. But I was an impatient teenager and I wanted to get things done quickly. So before, when I started quilting, we didn't have one of these. We cut everything out with scissors. Well, as soon as these wonderful new tools, new back then, were invented, and the rotary cutters and the rulers, well, I wanted everything to do with what's fast and what's fun in quilting. So where my mom handled all of our customers at the quilt shop that were hand quilters and hand appliqueurs, I went off and found faster, easier, more fun ways to do things as a typical teenager might do. So I went from real traditional background to bringing traditional quilts into a much more modern way of making those quilts. So you'll see a lot of tradition in my patterns, but what I do is I'm appliquing quilts and I'm cutting them all out with a rotary cutter. So that's what I bring to the quilting world, is a new way to applique that's faster and easier and more fun. And you can make these gorgeous traditional applique quilts in a modern, new, fun way. But I also go towards more modern things, more just geometric patterns. And all of these patterns are so easy to do. And my customers, my students, when I ask, do you love applique? It's kind of a tough subject because applique seems hard. So what I bring to the table is I bring a new, fast, and fun way to applique. So my style is more traditional, but I really do get into all types of different styles of quilts. The one thing that ties all of my quilts together they are rotary cut applique quilts. So whether they're traditional, like the quilts that you see around me, or my more modern style quilts, they're all cut with a rotary cutter. They're all fused. They're all sewn on the sewing machine. And all of my quilts are machine quilted. So I hope that helps you understand a little bit more of where I came from and what I do.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
With that,
maybe one thing that I can quickly do as well is I'd like to put this, we've got so many viewers, and I know we're going to have more questions that we're probably not going to be able to answer. So maybe really quick. So I'm going to put this one on the screen. And then what I'd like to do with both you and Leah is also add a link so that they can know where they can come for additional questions and comments. So maybe I'm just going to quickly start here. This is one that I thought maybe you can just quickly answer. The question is, Sue, what is the name of the quilt with the purples and the blue flowers behind you is what they're asking.
Okay, so I'm thinking they mean this one. This one is My Magical Garden, and it is a block of the month that is still available on my website. And what I do is I record videos on how to use my rotary cutting tools. You'll see the beautiful Grace True Grips on the back of my tools. So I use my rotary cutting tools and that 28 millimeter rotary cutter to cut out all of these applique shapes. So I teach that in the form of videos. So this is My Magical Garden, and it's a video course on my website.
I'm going to go ahead and put this up. So everybody that's with us now, please know that they can go to Sue, your website. So maybe you can share that verbally with us. What is that? I put that up on the screen.
Yep. To keep in touch with me, go to SuePellandDesigns.com. There you're going to see all different ways to learn about applique, and you can sign up for my newsletter, get a free pattern, and every month I do a free mini workshop. In fact, the free mini workshop is tonight for the month of November. So get on the website, sign up, and actually I think tonight's is closed, but you can get in on the free workshop next month.
With that, thank you very much, Sue. With that, Leah, how do people get in contact with you really quick? Because I know they're going to have a lot of questions as well on behalf of the things that you're doing and you're bringing to the table.
Yeah, so leahday.com is my website, and that's where I have products and workshops. I've been sharing online videos for 11 years now, and I share it on the Free Motion Quilting Project, but you can even link to there from leahday.com. So that's really where you're going to find all of the videos that I've shared, as well as all of the products that we carry now. And that includes Grace Company products too, since I am a dealer, and I absolutely love that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So what I'll look to do here as we go through it, I was going to look at pulling up your website so that I can, here we go. I'm going to pull up, we have Sue, we have yours here. Let me kind of bring that up with the audience so that everybody can kind of see this here briefly. This is where Sue's site is. And so we're going to encourage you to go through here. And then again, if you haven't had a chance, it sounds like she has events that you're doing, both live and recorded videos they can participate in. So make sure to go to her site, find what that is, and then sign up for those. And then we're going to bring up Leah Day here. And again, for those that might not have had a chance to visit Leah Day, you can go ahead and let's go to the leahday.com. So know that as we're going throughout this is the case. Now, Karla, I will also bring out, and we're going to share a little bit again from your perspective, is we do have, and I know there's been a lot of questions potentially also for Karla, and I'm going to go ahead and we'll just put ours here at the top, but you can always contact or call, and potentially if there are questions that you'd want to know, she might have some available, you can leave her a message. But outside of that, you also have our general website, which is graceframe.com, and that's www.graceframe.com to find some more information. And then you can always email info, I-N-F-O, at graceframe.com as well in order to get in contact with her regarding some of the things that are going on with that. So I thought we'd share this. So again, sorry, I know that kind of broke part of our things, but I started seeing so many questions come through, and I thought it would be great to get that kind of out of the way here at the beginning. And we'll bring that back up as we go through this a little bit more. So, Sue, we heard a lot about your style and what that meant, and it was very vast, and I think it's continued to evolve. You've looked at creating tools to help you with part of what you really have a passion for, so we really appreciate that. I want to kind of bring this out and throw this over to you, Leah. What has inspired what you might consider your style, or what is that?
Well, I have kind of a range. You know, when I got started quilting, I would grown up with quilts, and they were mostly traditional quilts. So really got started, 9-patch and a double wedding ring, and wanting to make those traditional quilts that I had recognized from childhood. So behind me, you can see this is Flower Festival. That is a very traditional quilt, traditionally pieced, and also Dresden plates. So I definitely kind of will do the traditional style. And that is especially what I found teaching wise. Whenever I became an online teacher, I found the most interest in traditional piecing, blocks that people recognize and remember the names for, that kind of thing. So that is really what I focused on teaching wise. My style, what I like to make for myself kind of to hang on the wall is very artistic, but I don't consider myself just an art quilter. So this is one of my goddess quilts. So it's a pregnant goddess. This is the last one I made. I think this was last year. And I do a focus on very intense free motion quilting. And this was made with Dupioni silk. And hand applique. So when I'm making something really special to hang on the wall, then, kind of pull out all the stops and play with some weird materials and weird techniques. And then I also have gotten into quilting with panels. So did a Dream Big quilt along, really enjoyed quilting the Dream Big panel, and now I'm designing my own. The panel back here is the one that we did together for basket weave with QCT. And the reason I've started getting into panels a lot in the last year is because it just takes so much time to prep fabric and cut and piece. And I've done so many piecing videos. I've been quilting along now for about the last 5 years that I reached a point where if I have to cut out one more block, I think I'm going to go crazy. So I'm really leaning more into panels now, where I can design something cool, design something that might even look like a traditional quilt, but so much easier because it's already all done, already pretty, and we can get straight to the quilting, which is really the thing that I focus on the most, where I feel like my teaching is the most necessary and needed. So I'm now moving into this style of mostly focusing on panels and getting away from even really doing any fabric preparation at all, other than just getting a top ready to put on my frame. And, that being said, though, I'm also playing with some more sewing in a different way. This is a doll that I am working on. This is Mally. And this is a pattern that I'm working on right now. And not only the doll, but she has pants with real working pockets. And so I kind of geek out on this whole other tangent. Now that I have kind of stepped away from traditional quilt piecing, I'm now stepping into really kind of elaborate sewing. So, I kind of say everything is my style. I don't have anything in particular that I say is off limits or that is, that perfectly identifies as me. I kind of just do a little bit of everything, and I just allow that freedom to do whatever I feel like doing. And I really like that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And those comments and those experiences. I'll just make this quick comment. One of my wife's biggest frustrations with her pants is that usually they don't have pockets. So true on the ladies' pants. Why? I don't know, but that's the case. And it's good to know that there's some working pockets on it. Karla, I'm going to ask you to share a little bit. And I know maybe this can be a question I'd like you to kind of think about. We kind of talked about, with Sue, part of what her style might be, or what the evolution of part of that was, and Leah, maybe part of some of the inspirations. Karla, where would you say you're at now regarding your style of quilting? What is that, and where are you at with your journey?
I just think I'm trying to constantly evolve with my quilting and constantly trying to, come up with new ideas. I loved both of their stories, Sue's and Leah's. I could totally relate with both of them. And where you're coming from, Sue, when you talked about the rotary cutter, when I started quilting, it didn't exist either. So it's like brought a big smile to my face that you just went rogue and found easier ways of doing things. I love to find easier ways of quilting and making it easier on me. And Leah, the part about the piecing, you get tired of the piecing. It just brings a smile to my face because I could so relate with that as well. well. And so I'm just trying to evolve as a quilter. And I appreciate every quilter out there, because no matter if you're a beginning quilter or a more advanced quilter, you're bringing something to the table. Everybody has something to offer, and that's just what makes quilting so much fun, is that we have all these different personalities, all these different types of quilters, and we're coming together because it's something that we love and we're passionate about. And so that's kind of my area. I just love to reach outside of myself and try something new.
Thank you very much. Just so everybody, the three panelists know, as I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about this, I just really want to say thanks to you three and the creativity. I think that because you in your minds know that there has been these different challenges, and then you have this inspiration and this creativity, it really is what helps, I believe, inspire the people that are out there. And I know that's a big part of what you're doing is this creative process. So I'm just going to just quickly say thanks, because I'm thinking in my mind, like, and I know other individuals are doing this as well, but I appreciate you three being champions for what is, and I don't want to necessarily just even call it quilting, because I think quilting is expanding as to part of what that is as well, but it is part of this art and this experience that people have. And so again, I just wanted to say thanks really quick to you on that. With that, we're seeing several things coming through as well on the side with the comments for everybody and the things that are going up. I thought maybe I could kind of just put a few of these things really quick right now. This is one, Leah, based on your panel question, talk about those. Several people were mentioning they're working on some panels and they're doing this, and obviously potentially it could be a domestic, but they're here with a long arm. I had one question I thought maybe I could pose really quick, Sue, to you, that came through, that was regarding your general style when it came to applique. And give me a minute here. They were asking about the type of stitching that you're using as far as finishing. So I'm hoping I can find it. Sorry if I'm moving here past it. Sue, maybe this is one right here. I'm going to put this one on here. This is one that they posed. And so maybe, Sue, you can kind of answer this one briefly for the audience. I'll read it to you. It says, Sue, when you machine stitch your applique on, do you use a straight stitch around the edge or a fancier stitch?
Deb, that's a great question. And the answer is all of the above. It really depends on the end use of the quilt and where it's going. If it's going into a competition, or it's for myself, if it's an heirloom quilt, or if it's just a quick project that I want to get finished really quickly and easily. So one of the methods that I use is quilting and applique at the same time with a straight stitch around the edges. And that's one of the reasons that I want to become a long arm quilter, and I'm not right now. I quilt on my domestic machine. So I do free motion applique through all three layers to get projects done quickly and still beautifully. When I want a really fancy stitch around the edge, you can use a feather stitch, you can use a buttonhole stitch, which is probably my favorite. A blanket or a buttonhole stitch is the same thing. I'm looking at a little sample I have in front of me. We have zigzag stitch, satin stitch. So I really go through all of the stitches on my sewing machine. I do use all of them, but quite honestly, my favorite is the buttonhole stitch, because I'm good at it. I can get that done really beautifully. And I love the way it finishes the edge of the applique, so that applique is not going to fray when you wash it. It's very, very durable. So the answer is all of the above. I love doing all different types of stitching, and I'm going to pick the stitch depending on the end use of the quilt. So I hope that answers your question.
No, it was a great answer. And I think that's just one of those things that continues to show the diversity that can come into part of what is a way to finish. I'm going to put this question in there, and I'm going to throw this one to you, Leah. This is going to be an interesting one. I can't find out where it was, but one of the questions that came up is they were mentioning that they're an older individual. Are you ever too old to begin quilting? And I'm going to throw that to the young one of the group. So Leah, what is your answer to that one?
No, I don't think that there's an age limit or being too young either. I do demonstrations and stuff to show hand quilting, in a pioneer setting. And a lot of times I'm trying to appeal to kids to say, hey, you can get into this, you can do this too, just with a needle and thread, because that's obviously something that a kid might have access to. On the opposite side of it, age, if you're feeling older, don't feel like that you can't do this. I think the biggest key is having the right mentality, and that is that you are up for the challenge and that you are open-minded and you have room to grow. I did a lecture for Grace Company at the very beginning of our Fall Fantastic with that topic, just being open and ready to take on that challenge and ready to do the troubleshooting that needs to happen. Sometimes your stitches are not going to be perfect. Sometimes you're going to have tension issues. Sometimes you didn't insert the needle right, and it's going to be a process to figure out, okay, what's going on? Why is the machine suddenly not liking me so much? And, you just have to walk through those steps and not get frustrated. I think that's the biggest thing is sometimes, and, just having taught free motion quilting for so long, I know from so many emails and so many comments from quilters that piecing is easy. Applique is easy. We're using the feed dogs. We're using the machine in a way it's designed to be used. And whenever that goes out the window, whenever we're pushing, big bulky quilt through the machine, or we're on a frame and we're doing something very different and it feels unfamiliar, then that's scary, number one. And then also when things start going wrong, it can be very easy to just get so agitated and so frustrated to just say, oh, I can't do it. It's not for me. I'm going to, ship all my quilts and have somebody else quilt them for me. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that, the right attitude to have is so important because it's going to determine whether you're successful or not. When I'm starting to feel agitated with my machine, when something's going wrong, I have to remind myself, okay, am I in the right frame of mind, or do I need to take a break and walk away from this? And I only come back when I'm in that right frame of mind to get back started again. Because oftentimes if I'm trying to do something when I'm mad, then I'm going to end up making more mistakes. I'm going to end up missing that guide on my machine and misthreading it. And this is true for whole machines and long arms, I got to say, guys, because this kind of thing happens. We get frustrated and things kind of start messing up no matter what. So I think mentality, focus, and then set your expectations in a realistic way. I think we oftentimes have this idea that we don't want to make a beginner looking quilt, even though we are beginners. And it's okay to make that first 9-patch quilt. It's okay to make that first rail fence quilt. That's why those patterns exist. They are very simplistic. They are very, very basic, and they will help you gain the skills that you need. And with every quilt that you piece, if you quilt it yourself, you'll keep those skills at the same level, and then you'll progress with one quilt at a time. And then pretty soon you're going to be making some pretty incredible, amazing quilts and quilting them yourself with some pretty incredible designs. So that's really where I think it's at. You just have to don't let your age be your limitation. Instead, look at it as, okay, well, I'm gonna have to work a little harder, but I'm ready to rise to that challenge.
Thank you very much. And I'm pretty sure if I were to look at all of our panelists, everybody wants to answer that, because I'm pretty sure everybody has their own 2 cents. Maybe what I'll do is briefly stating on that, let me kind of flip that question. And I do love one of the comments. Let me just kind of throw this up here. I think this is a good statement for everybody. I'm not too old. I started at 60 plus, learned to ride a Harley at 50 plus too, right? Age is not as an issue. I love that. Karla, however, let me bring this to you. Are you too young to start quilting?
No, I say start them out young. In fact, I feel like I love to see that younger generation embracing it. And we have some new young employees here, and I love to see their personality in everything we make and everything we do. And they bring a new perspective to quilting, which is young and fresh. And we want to expand the life of quilting for generations and generations. So yeah, if we can get them involved young, let's do it. So I say no, and teach them the stories about quilting. Let them experience it through your eyes, through stories, and appreciating those wonderful quilts of generations past and the quilts that you're making as grandmas and mothers, and sharing those stories. I think the stories are a real connection with so many people and kids of all ages. I mean, even us older people, we love a good story, and a good story about quilts is awesome, and it's engaging, and it helps them to appreciate the quilts even more. And so, yeah, start them out young and keep it going right up until you can't quilt any longer.
Thanks on that. Sue, I'm going to come and ask you a question that pertains kind of to the same balance here. And maybe I just ask, what would you share with the audience as a whole regarding experience in quilting, either from someone just beginning or maybe even somebody who is thinking that they want to be this with a period of time? Age or skill, youth or not? What are your thoughts, again, maybe wrapping this up, this question up for everybody?
I love working with kids in quilting, and I've always volunteered at my schools, and we did some really fabulous projects with the kids in school using fusible applique. You can give kids a palette of fabrics and ask them to recreate a drawing, and they can take those fabrics. I've already fused them and gotten them ready. They can take those fabrics and cut out shapes and just play with those on a background and design their own picture. It's just like going to art class using any other medium of paint or charcoal pencils or colored pencils, but instead we're giving them their fabric as their medium. It takes all the fear out of working with fabric when you start them young. And I've always worked with Girl Scouts and Cub Scouts and different school groups. And we bring sewing machines into the school and we get them started while they're really young, and there is no fear. Boys and girls go crazy on those machines. They love putting the pedal to the metal and really having fun with the sewing too. So I've always started them young. I love to start them with applique because it's just cut and paste, and then they can use their machine. I teach them how to free motion quilt. We quilt right through. We do like postcards, so it's a nice stiff background, and we let them do the free motion quilting, stitching around the shapes, and it just comes naturally for them. It's just art. So we really have a great time starting our kids young. Now, as far as age, my mom's 84. I went to visit her this week. She's out in Texas. And while we were there, she shared with me her latest creations. Now, she's still quilting, hand applique. I love that. She's been quilting with me my whole life. So it is a really wonderful bond to have with our parents and our grandparents, and I'm hoping someday I'll have grandkids to sew with. But there is no age limit. Creativity is ageless, and everybody can do it, and everybody can learn at any stage of your life. I am a firm believer that if there's something that you want to do, you go for it and have fun with it.
Thank you again. I appreciate you helping everybody, sharing your comments, our panelists with everybody else who's here participating. And again, thanks for those who are just joining us in the participation. Here's, we're live streaming this. We have three wonderful panelists with us today. We have Karla Gerome, Leah Day, and Sue Pelland here with us, sharing their advice and their knowledge. Maybe I know if somebody just joined us, they might not have heard some of the comments that came from them, but I thought I'll bring up just a couple pieces that one kind of made me laugh, and there are a few things. So each one of you, as we were going through, there were several different comments that came through. Leah, I know there were a couple that came through regarding the frustration. They said, once told my husband, this is from Linda Yates, the first rule of Quilt Club is that you don't quilt mad. So, you know, they're hearing you. In fact, right below that is another person that just mentioned, I just left my room because I've been a little frustrated.
Man, to both of you. So.
A lot of people talking about great advice. Again, they're just really, really appreciative of all the advice that everybody is presenting and sharing. So again, thanks for those who are participating, putting comments in. We're going to encourage you to continue to do so as we look through and share some more time with the panelists. Maybe I'd like to kind of just bring this back up. As we are talking with them, each one of them has a place for you to go to ask more questions, to see a little bit more about what they do. Let me bring this up from Sue. This would be her website. We'll just quickly put that in front of it. So maybe take note of this. You can go ahead and view and go to her site here a little later. Sue, again, maybe just quickly share. I know that you do classes and a few other things. Maybe just share that with the audience one more time, what you had coming up or what they maybe could expect when they come to visit your site here briefly.
Absolutely. So my favorite thing in the world is to teach, and I love teaching applique. Applique is anyone can do it. You can start with applique, you can start with piecing, you can start with quilting. And I love what Leah said is if you make your own quilts from the beginning and follow it through the piecing, the applique, and the quilting, then everything stays together. You become good at every step of the way. So you can learn how to applique at SuePellandDesigns.com. There's a bunch of different ways to learn, but one of the ways is to join our membership, where we do classes for you. We do step-by-step instructions. We have a membership community where people can get together and applique together and talk about applique together on our Facebook group. So there's lots of different ways to learn. You're going to go to my website, SuePellandDesigns.com, sign up for my newsletter, because that's really the best way to keep in touch. And then I can tell you what's coming up. And I put out a newsletter once a week just to let you know what I've got going as far as classes, workshops, and programs where you can learn to applique. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to share that. I would love to have you all come over and stop being afraid of applique. It's so much fun.
Appreciate that, Sue. Thank you. What I'd like to do is, Leah, give you a chance here to share a little bit more regarding your website and what they can expect to experience when they come visit leahday.com.
So leahday.com is the hub of where I try and link everything up. I've been sharing videos for 11 years and went from sharing daily videos on the 365 free motion quilting designs. That was what got me started, just focusing on new free motion quilting designs every day. And then went into quilt-alongs. We've done quilt-alongs for 5 years. And then now I am largely focusing on build videos for our frames, for our Grace Company frames. So like just this week, I shared a build video on how to upgrade a Q-Zone hoop frame to a Hoop Frame Pro. I took mine apart. I put in the new dual track back table and screwed in all the bolts and shared that video on YouTube. So you can find that linked up at leahday.com. And that's really where my focus is in now. I'm finding that the machines are constantly changing. The frames are constantly changing. In fact, actually, I am getting a Continuum 2, and that is coming hopefully next week. And I will start sharing the videos on building that and loading that and the whole 9 yards of that. And I just enjoy breaking that down from a quilter perspective and really, getting in those cameras angles and stuff like that. Having done this for 11 years, I know how to shoot video, and I spend a lot of time on editing just so it's really clear. And this is the reason why I do this, is because I find it inevitably that these questions come up via email. Like I get a question from a customer, like, hey, how do I attach my channel locks? How do I attach the sure stitch? And I shared a video on that 2 weeks ago. So I'm finding that this has been really, really helpful. I love it because it's more of a technical side of things, getting those parts and pieces all in the right place. I love that challenge. And then I also love being able to see, okay, well, here's the difference between this, and this is how it affects your quilting. And I'm kind of a gearhead anyway. So it's really kind of helped me with all of that, kind of tying all those things together. And really where my focus is moving is into the digitized quilting, the, either embroidery or into QCT, our computerized quilting systems. And I'm planning on adding that to my hoop frame very soon. So I love the gear side of things. And that's really where I see us growing and moving in the next coming years. And you can find all of those videos linked up at leahday.com.
Great. With that, Leah, I'm going to quickly here bring your side up too. I selected one of these screens. I know that, again, like Sue, there's a lot of educational opportunities for people to participate. And so here is part of Leah's. I just kind of went to this one free motion quilting tutorial. And you mentioned one of the things that got you started was different styles of patterns and whatnot. And again, so much more on both their sites. Karla, maybe I can just ask you here quickly to maybe give a shout out about part of what you're experiencing and what you're trying to do on behalf of Grace Company as well, and what people can expect as they continue to come back and visit the Grace Frame site also.
Well, we've got a lot of catching up to do, Leah, as you well know. What I'm working on right now is the help files for the automation. I've been writing them since COVID, studiously in my office, trying to compile those, and they're coming along really well. So, yeah, that's been really fun and a challenge to me. And it's also helped me understand the automation and the frustrations and things that you're going to get it through my perspective as a quilter. And that's really important, that the quilter's perspective comes out, and I'm not a professional or anything. I just know that I want the questions answered so I can understand them. And I want to teach so that you can understand the process and not only show you why it's supposed to work the way it is, but have you understand how it's supposed to work. Then I'm also working on classes, and we're making videos. And we have a lot of new exciting products coming out. I do a lot of testing on the products to make sure that they're good to go. And so I just have a lot of work and so little time to get things done, but I love my job, and I hope that it comes across how much I love quilting and how much I love the company and how much I appreciate all the employees that work here and the talent that is out there with Sue and Leah. I just appreciate their talent and them being able to share with me their knowledge, and thank you.
Thank you. So nice to be here.
Great.
I'm a huge fan of Leah's as well. I just wanted to point that out. When I didn't learn how to machine quilt until much later in life. About 10 years ago, I started with your videos, Leah, and that 365 patterns. So I'm looking at one right now of my very first quilts, and I tried different patterns on every section of that quilt, and you helped me do that. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks. Appreciate that. Again, thank you everybody for your, our panelists for your participation, and thanks for sharing some of that information. And I wanted to bring that up again so that they could have a reference to where to get a hold of you, where to find out more information, because I think we're going to go into this next section. I'm going to start to ask, and I think the big question that most people are going to want to find out is, again, I'm going to need more information, and so where to go. So that's why I wanted to kind of preface that before we move in and kind of shift phases here a little bit. What I want to talk about next are techniques. And I think there's a very big, vast difference between the individuals that we have here in our panelists and what that means from techniques. And so what I'd like to come back to, and I think what I want to pose here to Sue is, we'll pose a question to you, is what techniques do you use? And I'm going to kind of leave it pretty vague like that to see what you would like to share with our audience today.
Okay, so you already know that I love to do applique, but the technique that I use is rotary cut applique. So I use my tools to cut out the applique shapes, and I do that 4 layers of fabric at a time. Just like you're going to cut squares, rectangles, or triangles, you're going to be able to cut your applique shapes 4 layers at a time, and you're able to make 4, 8, 12, or even 16 shapes at once. So the speed at which you can cut your applique is just tremendous. Then I love the machine part. So I love stitching on the sewing machine. So cutting is the easy part. Designing with those cut pieces is so much fun, as you can see from the sampler quilts. They're repetitive shapes. They're the same shapes over and over again, but what you can make with those shapes is just amazing. So with my Leaves Galore tools, you can make 5 different shapes in 6 different sizes. With my Hearts and More tools, you're going to be able to make 9 additional applique shapes. So the technique is rotary cut applique using the tools. But my quilts don't necessarily look like applique quilts. So you're going to see the clamshell behind me. That is traditionally done with either curve piecing or English paper piecing, but I do that all with fusible applique. Then I have quilts like this one right here, which looks like a curved piece design. And I do orange peel quilts and all different styles of quilts, even a drunkard's path quilt, which is a traditional curved piece design. But this quilt is all done with fusible rotary cut applique. So there are so many different techniques that you can learn for applique. And it doesn't have to be this traditional type of thing that we're doing. The shapes that you can make with the Hearts and More, There are all of these different applique shapes, and these are just an example of what you can do. The Leaves Galore shapes are all of these different shapes that these are shapes that I use over and over and over again in my quilts. And the way that I make them is so easy. So somebody said in her comments, she would never call applique easy. Well, that's because I don't do applique in a traditional way. The techniques that I use are really different. They're really a little maybe hard to understand when you've never seen it before. But once you see how I do this applique and how I can cut out these leaf shapes a dozen or 16 at a time, that's what makes it easy. There's no tricky tracing, cutting with scissors, making plastic templates, none of that. That's the hard part to applique and the hand stitching. This is all fast, fusible, fun. And then you really get to take your time doing the stitching, whether it's straight stitching the edges, zigzag stitching, buttonhole stitching the edges, whatever you like to do. And then you have this beautiful design that you can really focus in on the machine quilting. And I know a lot of you are machine quilters, so you can see some of the beautiful work that my machine quilters have done. Now, up until this point, I really haven't been quilting my own quilts, but that's something I'm really excited about getting into as well, because I want to take complete control over the design of my quilts. And I want to quilt them in a way that I think complements the applique. So I'm excited about joining all of you machine quilters. And that is what I see as the next phase or the next evolution of my style and the techniques that I'm going to bring together. So the technique that I specialize in is rotary cut applique. But I bring it in so many different ways, different types of quilts, different styles of quilts.
Thank you. Sue, one thing I thought about, and I'm just going to ask everybody that has more interest behind some of these. I loved a lot of those quilts that you presented, and I'm just thinking in my mind, if you have and would like to see more of those, I'm not sure if again, go ahead and go to Sue Pelland, her website to find out more. And I'm guessing you have classes and more information on a lot of that, but absolutely beautiful. I love the last statement you made that I thought that stood out was fun, fusible, and I want to say there was, what else did you say? There you go. I love that. Fun, fast, and fusible. So wonderful. Thank you very much. Leah, I'm going to bring a question to you, and then Karl, I'm going to have you kind of finish with the last question regarding techniques. But Leah, what I'd like to ask you is, do you have a favorite technique?
That's the hard thing. No, not really. Almost all of my artistic style quilts, every single one of them is different. So some of them I've quilted and then painted. Some of them I've appliqued. Some of them I machine applique. Some of them I hand applique. I guess, if you consider free motion quilting a technique, then I like free motion quilting. That would be a favorite. But I have gotten into ruler quilting, and I really, really like that. So I don't have a favorite, but there is one thing that I do all of my quilts. So I guess this would be a favorite. It's in my mind, though, more of a requirement. I pre-wash all of my fabric. So I put it in the washer. I wash it until it stops bleeding. So I use a lot of batiks and they tend to bleed. So I put them in the washer. I wash it until it stops bleeding, put it in the dryer. And then I only starch and press my fabric when I'm about to use it. So I might leave fabric kind of wrinkly on the shelf for years. And then I pull it out, starch, press, and get it nice and super, super stiff, almost as stiff as paper before I go to cut it out. And that is every single quilt that I piece, or applique. So it's not really a favorite because it's a pain in the butt, but it's how I make my quilts. So that's every single one of them. That's how I prep it up. So I guess that's my favorite.
And I appreciate you being fair. That's a really tough question for me to throw out, and I knew that would be the case, but I had to ask it. So thanks for taking that one. And again, I think everybody would fall into that position at some time, is that there's something you're learning and you're wanting to evolve and you're wanting to move, which is kind of where my next question goes for Karla, is what advice do you have for someone who wants to learn a new technique?
Oh, jump in and do it. Just try it. And if you don't succeed the first try it again. Maybe walk away and then come back with fresh eyes and try it again. However, try it. You don't know if you're going to like that technique or not unless you jump in and do it. Don't prejudge a technique until you have honestly tried it. It's not fair to the person who's come up with it, and it's not fair to you because you may really learn a way to do something easier and better. So try it and jump in with your heart and soul and give it a whirl. That's how you grow as a quilter, by trying new things. Reach inside yourself and try something a little harder every time. That's what I try to do, is challenge myself to one quilt a year. That's my challenge quilt. And I have a couple challenge quilts that aren't even finished yet. So I need to go back and finish them. But that's what I would say, is jump in and try something new all the time. That's how you grow, and that's how we learn.
Thank you very much, Karla. I think, as I'm hearing some of that, I think that's probably one thing that every one of our panelists would share is, you need to get started. And the thought that came to my mind is, here we have 3 wonderful examples of individuals that are resources to you as well. My mind goes to the different methods and the ways of learning today. I think we're in a spot that we didn't have 20 or 30 years ago, as far as the access to technology, the access to videos, the access to whether that's written or buying and purchasing part of these kits with these instructions. So our viewers that are out there, again, just encourage you to, again, come back and connect with Sue, connect with Leah, connect with Karla. And then I would encourage you to go find somebody to connect with out there too, if you're not quite sure where your next technique comes from or where your path might lead you. There's a lot of inspiration out there. So thank you, panelists, for answering those questions. I'm going to turn this a little bit in moving from part of the techniques or part of the process of quilting. Both, kind of all 3, Karla, you're involved in the Grace Company, Sue with your business, Leah with yours. This next question I have, I'd like to maybe bring this back to Sue on this one. Regarding a business, did you start off in thinking there was a business? Really, the question is what made you want to start the business side of this?
Oh, great question. So I was in business with my mom when I was just a young teenager. Through my high school and my college years, I worked in my mom's quilt shop and I taught there. So that was always a big part of my life growing up. Then I went to textile school. I became a textile chemist and I worked for Cranston Printworks Company, which was one of the oldest textile printers in the US. They are located close by to me. Unfortunately, all of their printing has now gone overseas. So I got married, had kids, and my job was no longer there for me to go back and work in the textile industry in an easy way, a close by location without having to move my whole family. So I was looking for something to come back to, and quilting. I was always quilting, even in the time that I was working for Cranston Print, I was always quilting. Well, I started experimenting more with fusible applique when my kids were little, and I just didn't have the time to do applique at that time. I had little kids running around and there just wasn't any time to do all of that handwork. So I switched to fusible applique when my kids were little. And when I wanted to make a quilt that had hundreds of leaves on it, I said, this is silly. I know I can cut these leaves with my rotary cutter because they're such gentle, easy curves. But there weren't any tools out there to guide that rotary cutter to make a leaf shape. And that's where it all started. I wanted to make one shape. I wanted that leaf shape so I could make a beautiful border for an applique quilt. And so I developed the design for the tools with all of these curves stacked one on top of the other so I could cut that leaf shape with a rotary cutter. So I went and bought every curve tool out there on the market and nothing could do what I wanted it to do. So I went to a good friend, Deb Wendt, who also makes templates. And I said, Deb, can I get a prototype made of this tool? Because I want to cut leaves the easier way. And so she gave me the name of her template manufacturer. I went and got a prototype made. It was for me. I wanted to quilt. I wanted to applique in an easier way. And Leah, I agree. You got to belong to a guild. When my guild saw this tool that I was using at a retreat, they all wanted to figure out what it was. So they came over for me to demonstrate for them, and they all wanted one. So I ordered 100 of these tools so my quilt guild could have them. And that's what started my business. So I've been selling the tools ever since. That was 11 years ago. And my ideas just kept growing. Well, what I found out is that you don't just cut leaf shapes with these tools. When I actually got them at home and started playing with them, you could make all of these different shapes. You can make the leaves and the vines and these beautiful S curves and lemon leaves. There's just so many shapes that you can make with this tool that's where the business grew from. Now, once I got kind of bored after 5 or 6 years with this tool, I knew there were more shapes I wanted to cut, circles and hearts and ovals and teardrops. And that's where I went, was how do I do this in an easier way? So I developed the second tool. So I have my leaves galore originally, the hearts and more came next. And I've just been dreaming of what other shapes do I want? What other quilts do I want to make? And how can I do them my way instead of the old-fashioned way? So my business has just grown out of necessity and of other people wanting to share in that fun way to do applique. So that's my story. That's how I got started in this business. And I truly love teaching. So my business has really morphed into much more teaching than designing quilts, designing patterns, designing the tools. I do all of those things simultaneously, but my real passion is for teaching.
Wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks for sharing with us part of that story. What that also brings up in my mind here is you kind of finish, you talk about moving into part of the teaching. And I'm thinking, you know, as our viewers are out here watching as well, and we've talked about how this kind of migrated into a business. Leah, I want to kind of bring a question over to you, and I might use the wrong term in this, because as I think about this question, what I'm looking at, is there a downside to turning your hobby into a business? And I don't know if it ever was a hobby or a start. So tell me a little bit about that, because that might change part of the way you see what you do and you love. So maybe answer the question, is there a downside in turning your hobby into a business?
Yeah, there definitely is. And sewing was really what I got into first. And I started, I was actually sewing with a company kind of on demand. So I would go and pick up garments and I would sew them and I'd drop them off. And that's really where I got started. And I knew quitting that job that I wanted to do something different, but I really, really wanted to run a business where I was working with my hands, where I was, doing something creative. That had always been my goal. And in my spare time, when I wasn't sewing, I was quilting. So getting into quilting, it was an evolution to figure out how to start that business. And I love Sue's story about, she wanted that leaf shape and she made that template in order to make that leaf shape. And I love that because where I was is I wanted more free motion quilting designs. So I knew stippling and I knew McTavishing, and that was it. And so while I was working on a really big quilt, tons and tons of space, stitching at super, super tiny scale, I was like, I'm so bored. I am going to drive myself crazy if I don't get another design, and came up with another design called Flame Stitch. And that started the Free Motion Quilting Project. That was the launch of the Free Motion Quilting Project, gave me the idea that started my blog. And then initially I had this idea that I was going to travel and teach. And I miscalculated that I had a 2-year-old at the time, and there was absolutely no way I was going to travel and teach. And so when I started sharing videos online, it was like, wait a minute, this is perfect. I can just share and be home, and I can continue being a mom and a wife, and this can be, I can do it all, right? And I did it all for 10 years. And this year has been kind of the crucible of figuring out that no, I really can't do it all, and I can't work all the time. And I've had to really, turn that around and to say, what is the most important thing that I need to do today, and to set very clear limits on my working time. Because when you take a hobby and you turn it into a job, what you can do is end up working all the time, so that you're, working, answering customer email and updating your website and making a video. And then in the evening, setting and stitching and sewing and spending lots of time with your sewing machine or your long arm. And that's where I was. And I didn't realize, though, that all that time was actually work, and it all counted as work. And I really needed to have time to step away. And so starting back in May, my work time became a solid, from 9 a.m. to when my son comes home from school, and that's it, and no work on the weekend. And that means that I'm not quilting as much as I once was. And on that side of it, it is unfortunate, and I do miss it. But it's forcing me to be very restrictive and very clear on what I need to get done. I need to, get a video on this spray made today by the end of the day. And I need to be clear about that. So I'm not spending the whole weekend working and actually in that mentality of work, that I'm able to relax with my family and spend time with them. And it's also the challenge of working from home too. And that is, separating the home and personal side from the work. And we do that by having our working space downstairs. And having that clear, like if we're downstairs, we're working, if we're upstairs, we're not. And we try and keep that separated. But truthfully, the downside of running a successful business with your hobby is that it's no longer your hobby. And so now my hobby is wood turning, and I'm going to get a laser cutter and maybe a 3D printer and kind of playing with kind of some geeky stuff that's very different. That is not work. And I can enjoy those new hobbies and be creative in different ways, and still have business be quilting. And it's hard to think of it in that term, especially if you're a hobby quilter and you love the hobby side of it. But there needs to be some limits on time, and there needs to be downtime too. So I can say burnout can happen, and it can all come crashing down. So be careful with that, and always keep that in mind. Just that you need to have some downtime and some time off and away from the sewing machine and away from sewing.
Thank you. I think that's been an interesting piece to hear a little bit coming from Sue, part of what got you into part of this process, and then how that expands, and for the need for tools, and you're learning, you understand, and then you share that. And Leah, to your same point, everybody, and I like the expanse that we all potentially have a path that we go down, and those paths might have a fork, it might be a couple at a time. And so I just think that's some really great advice. And then also for those, as you're hearing part of this, hopefully there's some inspiration on, hey, if you have a passion about something, that passion can continue to grow and develop, and it might be able to grow and to develop into part of what might be a business opportunity. And Leah, even with those things, once you get into that, there's still opportunities to not only be part of what is a business on something you love, but then continue to learn as an individual and finding other hobbies and other great things of passion. Karla, a question I'd like to have you kind of finish up with, and then what I'd like to do after Karla's question is come back one more time, let the audience know how they can get in contact with everybody, and then maybe do a last shout out on anything new that they can expect to be seeing that might be coming up. But Karla, as we kind of ask this question to you, I'd like you to share in it. You've heard a little bit from Sue, and we've heard about a little bit from Leah. You work in the Grace Company, and yet you do also an amazing amount of quilting. What do you find is your biggest challenges in keeping part of what is quilting and then part of what is work for us?
Time management. I agree with you, Leah. You can become burned out because I was standing at my quilting frame last night, and I was thinking, oh, this is so much fun. And you can become so engrossed in it that you forget about the time with your family because you just love it so much, and the time with your spouse and how to manage your time. It's important for me to learn that. I haven't learned it yet, but I plan on doing it. But I just love it so much, and I love this company so much, and I love the opportunities to find and help develop new products and all the thoughts and ideas that come out of working in this company. Everybody's trying to come up with new ideas and new ways of quilting. It makes it hard for me to shut my brain down because I enjoy it so much and take time out. But it is so much fun, and I do enjoy quilting, and the process is is a learning and it's evolving all the time. So just know that us as quilters, we're constantly have our time and our season. And it may not be your time and season right now, but you may be preparing for that time and season for whatever it is that is your next step in life. And that's kind of my words of advice. Just take it with your time and your season.
Thank you, everybody, for Karla, for that for your participation, your answers, your questions regarding that. We're going to ask our panelists one more time to do part of a shout out, just really quick, as those who are streaming, our streaming audience continues to grow as we're doing this live. Again, welcome if you've joined us partly through this event. We have Karla Gerome, Leah Day, and Sue Pelland here with us. Wonderful, different experiences. We've been able to hear some of their history, some of their passions, some of their desires, frustrations, concerns, and thank you for everybody in your comments. We love hearing those comments and everybody's participation. We're going to encourage those. With that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go Sue to you first. We'll go to Leah and then we'll finish with Karla. But if we could, Sue, anything new that they can be looking forward to as far as what to be expecting in the near future, and then we'll go ahead and I'll put up on the screen again how they can contact you to find out more information about that.
Absolutely. Sorry, my dog just came to visit for a second. I had my daughter shoo him out. You can reach me at SuePellandDesigns.com. You can follow me on Facebook. I have a group called Rotary Cut Applique with Sue Pelland. That's a great group to join because you hear all about what I'm doing, and I get in there and I answer questions and all of that. So that's the best way to keep in touch with me. I kind of missed part of your question because I was dealing with the dog. Did you ask what's coming new? What's coming next?
Absolutely. Yeah. Anything new or next coming up that you can give us a glimpse of?
I love the opportunity to talk about that. With Grace this year, we worked on some new true grips, and they are hearts and leaves true grips. They're heart shape and leaf shape true grips that go on the back of my tools, but really they are the best to go on the back of any tools. What I love about the true grips is they prevent your tools from slipping. So the heart-shaped true grips are directional and you can point at the important points on your tools. So what's new for me, now that we've got these great true grips, because we worked on that this year, that was new. But what's really new for me, and I would have been introducing these at Quilt Market and Festival this week, but my newest templates are rings and things. So the rings and things tools, they look just like those leaves, hearts and more tools, but they are jumbo size. They're really huge. So Nathan, I love that quilt that's hanging behind you. And Karla said she made that quilt. Well, I can cut out circles, 9-inch circles, 7-inch circles, 5-inch circles. I have 12 different sizes of circles between the hearts and more and the leaves galore, and the hearts and more and the rings and things tools. So why are they called rings and things? Because you can cut circles inside circles, hearts inside hearts. You can make rings out of all of these shapes because of the different sizes of the tools. And the jumbo tools are going to be so much fun to do some really modern quilt designs, some big, huge clamshells. That's the first quilt that I made with these. And so that's what's new. Right now, my customers helped me launch these because we didn't go to Quilt Market, because we didn't go to Quilt Festival. Last week, we did a 3-day Facebook Live for my customers, and we did all about rings and things, all about rotary cut applique, and they were able to pre-order the rings and things so that I could get these made. So that's happening right now. The pre-order's already in. You can still pre-order these tools, and they're going to come in 4 to 6 weeks. So that's pretty exciting. I can't wait to get these jumbo tools so I can kind of get out of that more traditional vibe that I've got going on behind me. I do a lot of modern quilts already. You don't see them here, but I'm kind of into that already. And these jumbo tools are going to be so much fun to play with for just a new style of quilt. And Karla, that quilt is so sweet. I love it. I love circles. But it's not just for circles. There's so many other things that you can do. So that's what's coming up. And I also have a whole education series that's coming up. It's a membership, so you join monthly. And in that monthly membership, you get tutorials every couple of weeks. There's going to be video tutorials going out. You have access to a video library of all those quilts that I was showing. Those are samples from the workshops that I give. So the video library is going to be the live workshops. So at any time you can pick up on one of they were live. When they're in the library, you're going to be able to just join in the workshop as if you were there live. And so that membership is something that's brand new to us, and it's pretty exciting. We started it right when COVID hit, which was so wonderful for my students that they could come take a workshop with me every month. They had access to all the educational materials, and we have a very active Facebook group just for members, so that we've really grown in that community. We've really gotten to know each other so well through this pandemic. And quite honestly, it's one of those silver linings of COVID. There just have been so many blessings that have come out of this for me. And Leah, to your point, I was traveling and teaching all the time. I was never home. And you just get caught up in that whirlwind. And I've been doing it for 10 years. And now all of a sudden I'm home. I'm loving it. I'm bringing my customers and my students into my sewing room every week. And we are having so much fun together that I'm never going to go back to that life I had before. So this is one of the blessings of COVID. Here we are. We're doing quilting in a whole new way and engaging our customers. Look at everybody out there in a whole new way and able to answer their questions and get to know each other. We've met one time, Leah, at Quilt Market, and over all of these years, we've been parallel lives for the last 11 years, and we've only met once. And here, by the power of technology, here we are together, and this has been so much fun. So I want to say thank you to Grace for having me come out here today. And anybody out there that wants to know more about me, my techniques, my tools, you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, but SuePellandDesigns.com, that's really where everything comes together, and you can get to any of those other resources through the website. So thank you so much for letting me share that today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sue. With that, we're going to go ahead and Leah, maybe you can share some of your last thoughts and comments and what people can look forward to here in the near future.
So leahday.com is my site, and I have thousands of videos for you to watch if you are just needing maybe a free motion quilting design inspiration, something like that. You can just go and browse through our library. I think we're upwards over 500 designs of just different tutorials that you can watch there. And then we have years of quilt-alongs. So 5 major quilt-alongs, and these are all quilt as you go. So each block is quilted separately, pieced or appliqued, and then quilted separately. That makes it much smaller and easier to do if you are still quilting on a home machine. And that's how all of these videos were shared. I only recently got into long arm quilting, guys. In 2017 was when I moved my long arm to a frame. And so this has been, very much a learning experience as I've gotten into frame quilting. I've been sharing videos on that as well. And like I said, I kind of had a big turning point in May this year and decided to change my focus to really turn from specifically being an online teacher and kind of a wide range of focus, like piecing and applique and traditional piecing and free motion quilting and ruler quilting, like just such a broad focus, to focusing down on how do I help my customers get the best out of their frames, the best out of their Qnique long arms, the best out of QCT, our computerized quilting system. And so now I'm sharing weekly videos on YouTube. I also update leahday.com. Usually it might be like a product page. So this past week it was sharing a video to the Hoop Frame Pro page, just on how to add that attachment. And so every week I'm coming out with a new video, whether it's demonstrating how to quilt on a frame with a home sewing machine or on a long arm, or it's how to build something. It's the step-by-step of, okay, here's how this is going to go together. And, oh, I made that mistake. I didn't put that on right. And I kind of laugh at myself. Sometimes I make those little mistakes, and you might make those mistakes too. And that's how we learn together. And so I'm sharing one video a week now. That is the perfect amount that for me, and most of my day is spent answering customer email, managing orders. I'm taking being a dealer very, very seriously. And my husband is my business partner, and he works with me on this as well. So like today we spent half the day updating the site for the new Continuum 2. And that is, like I said, it's a continually changing, continually evolving process. And I am always learning something new. And I love that challenge. So I'm now focusing more on panels. I'm designing panels for Honest Fabric. And I'm going to be adding more. I only have the one basket weave. That's the orange, the orange quilt there. That's the only one that I have up right this second, but I am going to be adding more. And then what I'm actively working on is this Mally doll pattern. It will include her t-shirt, the doll itself, t-shirt, and then nice pair of pants. And this is an intermediate sewing pattern. It's kind of, in a way, this is kind of a tangent. It's a little geek fest for me. Mally is a character in a fiction quilt fantasy story that I wrote a couple years ago. And so I've had another doll for the book as well, Miss Bunny. And so adding Mally is kind of a fun thing. So she will be out hopefully by Christmas as a digital sewing pattern. And I'll be sharing some videos on YouTube to go along with that. So you'll actually see how everything goes together. Because I find, I can follow a pattern, I can write a pattern. I put a lot of photos in it. I put a lot of time in it to it, but really a video, like you just need to be able to see it, and that's really what I focus on the most. So every week, one video a week, and it's always going to be posted, linked up at leahday.com. So that's where you can come and find me. And then, of course, if you have bought your machine, your Qnique, or your frame from me, always get in touch if you need any help or assistance, or you have any questions or need help troubleshooting.
Thanks. And Karla, I'm going to ask for a quick shout out from you as well. I know we don't have too many things we can share on the what's up and what's new, but I am curious to have you to share with the group what they maybe can be expecting here as we move into the last couple months. We're in November and into December for part of the holiday season. Any other thoughts you'd like to share with the group here as we kind of conclude?
I just want to share one thing. Leah Day was saying RQCT, and Sue Pelland introduced the True Grips, her True Grips, and it is so much fun to be able to embrace both of you as part of our Grace family, because I told you my mom has a lot of kids, and so it's so much fun to have you bring your perspective, your personalities, your ideas to the table, and we at the Grace Company appreciate it so much. And thank you from the bottom of our hearts and what you have contributed to quilting and to education and to, helping all of us out here. And thank you very much. And that's my shout out. We have lots of things going. We're doing webinars. We're doing videos. We're expanding the education big time. So just watch for what's coming at the Grace Company, because there's a lot of exciting things.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to go ahead and we're going to continue streaming. But with that, I would like to say thank you, Sue Pelland. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, Leah Day. And thank you, Karla Gerome, for being part of this event. Thank you, streamers, for being able to be a part of this as well. We're excited about that. And with that, we're going to go ahead and we'll let Sue go and we'll let Leah go. And Karla, we'll let you go for just a minute and then we'll get you back. So with that, thank you, everybody else. Appreciate your participation in this.
With all of you. Thanks for having us.
Goodbye, my quilting friends.
All right, Karla, I'm going to go ahead and just take a minute. I'm going to introduce our next guest that we have. So with that, we'll go ahead and let you go for a minute too as well. So we're really excited to bring on Lizzy Allen. I'm going to go ahead and quickly pull this up again. I know we're running a little late, but I thought I can go ahead and share with my screen a little bit about what to expect right now. So let me go ahead and bring this up and put this on the screen with me here on the side. Lizzy Allen is joining us, and this is now, we're a little bit late for this, but quickly I'm excited to introduce this video that she shared with us. This is her, Lizzy Allen with Thimble and Thread, as she opens up her quilt trunk to display her 5 favorite quilts that she is going to discuss, and she's going to share and take us on part of that journey. So with that, we'd like to turn some time over to Lizzy and let us be able to look into all of that she has regarding her trunk show for us here at Grace Company.
Hi, I'm Lizzy Allen. I'm a long arm quilter. I am a Grace Ambassador who works with No House Sewing Essential here in Australia, who is the Grace Distributor. And today I'm going to show you 5 of my favourite quilts. So the first quilt I'd like to show you is called Cameo Rose. I love all things vintage. This was based on an original quilt that came out in 1940, 1950 called American Beauty. You bought it as a kit and then you had a choice of how you put it together. I called mine Cameo Rose because I put this big cameo around the centre of the rose. It's one of my favourite quilts. It's all hand-turned needle applique, and I absolutely adore long arm quilting, hand guided. So the whole quilt was hand guided quilting. I was very, very proud to have won 5 ribbons for this quilt. I won Best Traditional Applique, Best Hand Guided Long Arm. I got Judge's Choice, Runner Up Best of Show, and it really was a joy. It took me about 2 years to do, which was fine, and I hand dyed all the fabrics. And I love it. So this is the one I'm proudest of. Okay, so a little bit how I got into patchwork and quilting was I had a great aunt named Auntie Olga, and she had a son who was studying in the United States. So she had the most amazing collection of magazines. And when she passed, she sent me a box, and in that box was all her treasured patchwork and quilting magazines. So this one I decided to make, and it was called Sedona in the Trees. And I decided to give it a little bit of a modern take and to start doing some very modern style quilting on it. Lots of in the ditch work, free motion pebbles, do it in brights. The really amazing thing was, after I finished the quilt, I decided I'd like to put it in the quilt show. But as it was not my original design, I wanted to get permission to display the quilt. And using the Facebook patchwork groups in Sacramento, I contacted a few of the groups, and it was amazing. One of the girls responded, and the original lady was in a nursing home in San Francisco now, and she sent me a beautiful letter saying that I was more than welcome to display and show the quilt. So I won a couple of ribbons, which I always believe were hers, and to think that it was 45 years old, the pattern, and to think it got to live another day. And as you can see, I love to put decorative bindings on quilts. I think it's the last thing that we do to our quilts, and we're so relieved to finally finish them. So this one is a 3D prairie point with a peeper here, and I love it. I just think it frames our quilts. Okay, so this is one of my favourites. I've always been inspired by other quilters. I did a fabulous class with Cindy Needham about quilting vintage tablecloths. So I was given a box by my mother with a heap of vintage tablecloths that belonged to my grandmother. So I have lovingly done 3 of these for all the girls in our family so that we all have a piece of history. And being inspired by Cindy, I did choose to do the Victorian feathers and the plumes. I backed the quilt onto some silk, and it's lovely to think that these are being lovingly used now instead of just being popped back in the cupboard, never to be seen again. So this is my Cindy Needham inspired quilt. Okay, so this quilt is called La Marie. It means bride in French. There's a little story behind this. My daughter became engaged in Paris in France. So, of course, I needed an excuse to make another quilt. So this is her wedding quilt. So it's French General Fabric by Moda. It is needle turned. It's all hand guided custom quilting. This is one of my favourites. My daughter does take a little bit after her mum, where she does like vintage. So I quilted it again in a vintage style theme. And the centre medallion with the basket of flowers is really to represent her bridal bouquet. And once again, of course, I put a curved piece binding on it with a handmade little red lace just to set it off, frame it. Okay, so the next quilt I want to show you is my double wedding rings quilt, which I actually think is on most quilters' bucket lists. It's the to-do. We always want to have a go at that. I was given the Liberty fabric as a Christmas present, and fortunately I had just enough to do it. And this for me was a fabulous challenge because I quilted the entire quilt using the QCT5, and it was amazing. I had so much fun by being able to use the marking tool to place the designs perfectly. I used the fabric comp to be able to do all these borders on the quilt because I added a 10-inch border, and I wanted to bring the designs out from the center of the quilt out into the border. And, you know, it really, really was fabulous. I used to roll it on and think, oh, wow, this is just looking better and better all the time. So I did this on my original Qnique 21, and I'm very fortunate now I have a Pro. So I adore this quilt. It's one of my favourites. My daughter did decide that she would take La Marie as an engagement present and this one as a wedding present. I hope this inspires you to continue quilting and that you get joy. One of the things I would like to share is not every quilt is an award-winning quilt, but every quilt does give warmth, comfort, and joy. So thanks for watching.
Very, very special guest here with me today. I'm so excited to introduce to you my beautiful sister-in-law, my brother's wife, Lori. And welcome. I just wanted you to meet Lori and know the wonderful lady behind the man who got started, because their story in quilting and their journey through to today has been a long and sometimes very exhausting, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Journey. And so I'm just going to introduce Lori Bagley, and she's going to tell you a little bit about her family and her story. So, Lori.
Okay. So Jim got started with making quilting frames because he listened to his mother. She worked at a place called Mormon Handicraft uptown in Salt Lake City, Utah, where people would bring items to sell, like a kind of like consignment, but
Yes.
it wasn't really called that. A lot of handicrafts and a lot of really creative things. Well, she said to him, "Oh my goodness, we need someone that will design a quilting frame that can work. That will have different ideas." And she told him a lot of her own ideas about that, and he listened to her. And he actually graduated from Brigham Young University in communications, but I think what he was born as is an inventor and a designer and someone who's always learning. So he started by designing a quilting frame. And his mother told him some things about it. He redesigned it. He got one ready and put it out on the market. And it was a 2-pole rolling quilting frame. And then from that sprang a 3-pole when they talked and people gave him ideas, and still you were having a lot of trouble with a 2-pole rolling quilting frame. So he and she developed the 3-pole. I can't remember the year. It's all a blur. Anyway, that was probably the first time that he really saw he had hit on something that was a little different. And from there, he just kept designing, started learning how to use computer-aided drafting and computer engineering. He did that on his own till he's just become proficient. I don't know, amazingly proficient at what he does with designing, and he's always researching. They're always giving him feedback here at the company, and it's a great organization of people now that not only is he a designer, he has other people that design, other people that have ideas, and it works together in an amazing way. And yeah, we love the Grace Company, and we love Grace. She's not here anymore. But yeah, her heart and her soul is here. So yeah, and many family members like her sweet daughter Karla. That's yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, and you know, most of you don't know that actually Jim got his start in his father-in-law's garage. That's where he set up his first wood shop making quilting frames. And his sweet wife, Lori, and all their beautiful kids have stood by his side helping them. And I remember their kids, they would answer the phone when somebody would call the Grace Company to order a frame. And they've all just been such a big part of helping the company grow. It's been evolving into such a fantastic place to work and a fantastic place for new innovative ideas in quilting. And I'm just going to let my mask fall down so I could talk. Just Lori, quickly, just tell them a little bit about your sweet family and your kids and where Jim is at right now.
Well, we have 10 children. And when our third daughter, Bonnie, was a baby, she got to go with us to the first Houston Quilt Show we ever attended. So that was quite an experience because none of us, and it was Jim and his mother and me and Bonnie, we had never been to a quilt show. So it was quite an experience, an eye-opening experience, and an education, and really exciting to see what quilting meant in the whole, in the whole nation. Yeah, we have 10 children, and 6 of them are girls, and 4 of them are boys. And Jim works out. He's in China right now, kind of stuck there, but his main responsibility is to make sure that the Grace Company can flow smoothly. And it's a little bit hard to get in and out of China right now okay, it's impossible to get in and out. So he's chosen to stay in for those type of items that need to be watched over in China. So that's where he is. Yeah.
Yeah, and we appreciate the sacrifice because it is a huge sacrifice for my sweet sister and for her to be home alone with dealing with all her kids and this company. And she is amazing. If you don't know it, she's right up there at the top of the angelic sainthood category.
No.
And so I just wanted you to meet her. And are we ready to jump into the quilts? Because
Yeah, give me
all right.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we could keep talking, Nathan. Okay. And Lori has a couple of frames at home. Were you able to get them set up yet?
I've got one completely set up,
Okay.
and then we've got another one. I'm going to be learning about the computer with the help of my children because computer is not something I'm easy with. So I want to learn how to do the computer generated quilting process. So that's going to be really exciting. The kids are really excited about that because that interests them more than the free moving one. I'm more comfortable with the free moving one. So
although they're very talented and they're very artistic, and so I have a feeling that when they get a free motion one set up as well, that they'll be very excited about that. And what did you think about all the wonderful quilts?
Oh, was it
amazing?
Yeah, it was too amazing. I had to split them up and just look at a few every night.
Did you?
And then I would just jot down ideas because Karla just said, just pick out the ones that jump out at you the most because this is just a fun prize that you're going to give. Just, something that just, pops out and your mind can think about it even though you're looking at all these other ones too. And that was that was impossible. There was it was just amazing. It's amazing. And I'm just say thank you for sharing your talents. And beautiful artists are out there making beautiful quilts, and fun ideas are out there. If you want to be a very serious artist to just a fun, just let's do the free flow machine on some fabric that we love. There were some of those too. And wow, I'm just, I love it.
It was pretty amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah.
And some submitted more than one quilt, and thank you for that. Also, just the broad variety. No two quilts were exactly alike. They each had their own personality, their own spin, their own take. It may have been a 9-patch, but it was a different 9-patch every time you saw one. Or it was a different applique every time you saw one. It just wasn't the same. And so the 2,000 quilts, so better than Houston because you had so much fun, and you could scroll through them, read the stories inside the comfort of your own home, and that was really nice as well.
Oh yes.
So what jumped out at you the most? Which category did you really appreciate as you were scrolling through them?
That's too hard of a question. Yeah. Each category was in
they were fun categories, weren't they?
Yeah. The one I chose though was out of the Hall of Shame.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what drew you to that category?
It was just really fun to see how people were attempting or not finishing, or they brought out an item that's 15 years ago that they had almost finished and now they wanted to finish it. And some of them were finished and they had that story attached, like, 10 years ago I started this. And I'm just, putting it in here because, it was 10 years old. But that was really fun because I'm not proficient in quilting like everybody else is.
Oh, yeah.
It's just fun. It's just fun for me. So maybe that was the area that caught my eye the most because it inspired me to see people that just were okay. 5 years ago, I put it away and now I'm getting it back out again. That sounds like me. Yeah. So there were those, and that was inspiring. That's where I picked it out from. It's just, yes, that's the area that I picked out. The one
all right. Well, it looks like Nathan is ready to go, and so we'll turn the time over to Nathan really quick.
I can't see that note, don't you?
Huh?
She just was showing me a note, and
we're here. We're excited. So thank you, Lori and Karla for joining with us. We're excited to talk about part of what we're going to be discussing here over the next about an hour with everybody who's here. So Lori, it's great and wonderful to hear your story. You know, Lori in with her life and everything else that's going on, we don't get to see her too often, so it's wonderful to be able to see you. Thanks for being able to come in and join us today. Thank you, Karla. Those were some great questions to help us kind of get to understand a little bit more about some of the history with Grace Company. And again, we would encourage you, if you know, you're looking to find out more about that, we have our history and some more of those details on our website at graceframe.com. So we're going to encourage you to go there as well. One thing I thought we would do before we kind of get in, we're in this exciting hour. So those people who are joining us, we are going to be announcing the winners of the Quilt Festival contest with the quilts and the votes that are behind those. And so we're really excited to announce those. And one of the reasons we also wanted to have Lori here is our Founders Award. We're doing an additional award that we'll announce at the end with that winner as well. So we're just really excited to, again, to have her here. We're excited to review the quilts. What we're looking to do, again, is to have participation from the audience and everybody who's joining in with us regarding what that is. So again, we're excited to be a part of this. What I would ask and invite those people who are streaming, please feel free. We're going to hopefully be able to grab some of the comments that you will be making in conjunction of us going down through this piece here. So we're, again, wanting to encourage you, make a comment, post a question. We have some other individuals here at Grace Company online to help answer some of those other random questions that come out. And I'm seeing a lot of people, I see people saying fingers crossed, because this is the time where we're going to be, again, announcing. So what I thought we would do is kind of bring this back to the beginning and let you know, one is some stats. We're super excited to have had all of the participation earlier on today. You might have missed it, and I think it would be wise for me to share again with everybody what's going on. So let me pull up my stats that we had from earlier on today regarding how wonderful the participation is, and then I'll share some of those details with everybody here online. Give me just a minute here. Here we go. So again, thank you for your participation. We have enjoyed looking. I know that you mentioned and you heard Karla sharing a little bit about her story, Lori sharing a little bit about her story and looking and viewing these quilts. I'm pretty sure if we were to ask you right now, any of you have a favorite quilt, you're going to have a comment you're going to love to share with us, and we're going to encourage you to do so. But with that, we have had the amount of quilts that have been submitted. We've had just over 2,200 quilts that had been submitted by you, the participants. So thank you very much for that submission. That's an amazing, that's an overwhelming amount of quilts that we've had as far as a participant on that. So that's been a wonderful thing to see. And I think we've had that from just over 1,100 different individuals. So it looks like they're about an average of 2 per individual. So a lot of different people from a lot of different places submitting their quilts, looking for a chance to win with what that is. And so how this was done, and I think if you go to the site here when we're done with part of the streaming today, you'll see that we've locked the votes, and so they're visible, I believe, on the site as well, so that you can actually see who is and what those votes have been for your quilts. You have been able to see the comments all along, so I'm going to encourage you to continue to provide comments if you have those for the group. And then what we did is we really just took by votes are how these winners are going to be presented. So with that, I also, Lori, I know that this is a little bit different from you. If you look to your left, there's a wheel there, right there to your left. And I think I want to start this off. Now, normally Mark's there, and we have Mark help us give us a spin. And what I would like to do is we're going to go to Karla here for a second. And Karla, to start off part of the giving that we have for the live viewers are for those people in the lower 48 states, the contiguous 48, for the live presentation, meaning what we're going to give away. I would like to choose a couple winners to send out some gifts and a few things with. Oh, okay. So no,
Okay.
So I think we're going to be good. So I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to do some of these awards. But what I'd like to do with part of what this is, and maybe Karla and Lori over there, one of the questions that's happening is some of our viewers are mentioning that the masks are potentially making that a little hard of hearing. I guess I don't know if you want to scoot a little bit farther away. I'm not saying that we need to take them off, so I don't think if you feel comfortable, I don't feel like we ought to do that. It is for you to choose. So I'm thinking you can leave them on. And I apologize for that. I know these are interesting times. I know Karla is an open individual who is open to her own safety rules. So please understand that. I'm going to ask if there is, and Lori, if you would like to leave that on, please do so with what that would be. We'll just ask you to both speak up a little bit for some clarity as we review some of these things. But Karla, I'm going to ask you a question. Not ask you a question. I want you to come up with a question. That's what I'm looking for, so that we can do some spin the wheels. And what we'll do is I'll kind of put my mic down here a little bit so that we can hear your question to the audience. And what would be the question we would pose to the audience here?
Whose birthday it is today? If you have been watching, you will know whose birthday it is today. And I'm hoping everybody remembers. He's kind of in front of the circle quilt.
So,
Karla, I'll come back really quick and I'll say, who in this room's birthday
Okay,
is
who
it
in
today?
this room?
Because I'm guessing if I were to do a Google search, there's a ridiculous amount of birthdays happening today. So,
All right.
so we'll bring that back. And we're going to go again. We're going to look at Facebook and YouTube here.
Who is live on stream? Whose birthday is it today?
And there are all sorts of them. By the way, thank you. The answers are correct. It is my my birthday today. Here you go from my daughter. Now, by the way, my daughter is not 10. She's not 7. She turned 19 yesterday. She has a day before me, and this is her gift to me, by the way.
He's got his spidey senses going.
And my Spider-Man watch, by the way. Oh, by the way, it is touch sensitive. Beep, beep. There we go. So thank you, my daughter LJ, for my wonderful presents and my gifts to the entire world here with my streaming bits on my my disguise. And everybody was saying it was matching. My shirt looks a little washed out. It's just the same color as Karla's. So it is red in my costume with my glasses. So it is my birthday today. So I'm going to go stream back up here. And we're going to poll winner 1 and winner 2, and that came through like 100 miles an hour. So thank you, everybody. We love that so many people are streaming with us today. Okay.
Not yet. Just
nice.
a second.
Going here. Here we go. Up to the line. Up to the top.
We
We're
can't
coming
see
down.
it on the screen.
So can you see this? Can you see this winner here?
Oh yeah, we can. Okay.
So first winner we have is Sally Quiroz, is what I want to say. Quiroz is the way I would like to pronounce it. So I'm going to say congratulations.
Yay!
Now the question is what is she going to win? Lori, we're going to ask you to spin the wheel and then read to us what is the prize that Sally's going to get.
Triangle ruler.
Which one does it say? You said triangle ruler? All right, we're going to up the ante as Mark is here with us. Normally what we like to do, Lori, just so you know, is we're going to take it from just a triangle. We're going to give her 2 of our most popular triangle rulers, which is our 24.5 by 6.5, our long ruler, which is the most common and popular for quilters out there. And then we're going to give her our 12.5 by 6.5. So we're going to up that to a 2 ruler combo. Sally, with that, it's part of the True Cut line, making cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. We don't have a whole lot. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, so I want to get into quilts, but they have a raised edge. They're incredibly durable, special holes for holding. There's a wonderful bit of what those quilting rulers do that make cutting an easier, safer, more accurate experience. So we'll go ahead and take note of that. Sally, what I will ask is, as a person who's participating with this, you'll need to email sales, S-A-L-E-S. Again, that's sales at graceframe.com in order to receive and get us some details about how we can get that shipped out to you. So Sally was the first, and here is the first, that was the first YouTuber. This is the first Facebook that also had this. We had Stacy Laird Sundgren as a winner. So congratulations, Stacy, with what this is.
You're going to spin it for her.
Spin it again.
Go ahead and spin it for her. And then read off what that says.
Square ruler. Square ruler.
okay.
So what we're going to do on this is we're going to up the ante to a set of 3 of our squared rulers, and that's a 12.5 by 12.5, a 9.5 by 9.5, and a 6.5 by 6.5. And so, Stacy, with that, we're going to encourage you again to email sales@graceframe.com to be able to receive your reward again as a winner here. So again, thank you for participating. It looks like we're continuously increasing the amount of people that are streaming with us. If you're joining us now, thank you very much. I will do a last shout out, Karla. Let me go ahead and kind of bring up my my screen here so everybody can see. We are going to be drying the large one here probably, let me look at my calendar. We're going to be doing that around the 3 o'clock hour today. So if you have not entered your name, please do so by going to graceframe.com. You can click on the Fall Festival banner that shows right up top. Right on that top right corner, there is an opportunity for you to click the enter to win. So that is an easy way for you to go and still get your name in if you have not already registered to win this big prize that we're going to be giving away during the 2:30 to 3:30 hour. So I wanted to bring that out for everybody as well. One last thing I thought I would kind of share again as we look at giving away a few and recognizing the award winners for quilts is what I wanted to let you know is, again, that this was done by selection of you, the audience, those who have submitted. You have had a chance to send links to invite them. Viewers who have had a chance to come to the site. You've had a chance to click vote, and we really looked at just a tally of votes, and those votes are the winners. We did also have, we have 2 other grand prize winners. One, Lori here with us, Lori Bagley is here, and we're doing one called the Founders Award. We'll announce towards the end. That is a $500 cash award that we're going to be presenting that person. We also had just a random, anybody who entered a quilt had a chance. And so just quickly, how that one was selected, literally we have all those total list of people who have submitted them in a randomizer, and we had a chance, just it randomly selects an individual. We'll announce that $500 award winner as well. So anybody who had a chance to submit a quilt. So I thought I'd kind of share with you how some of those things came to be as we go through and as we look part of this. So with that, I am going to go ahead and Lori and Karla, as you can see this, what I'd like to do is bring up a winner. We'll just talk briefly about what that is and some of the thoughts that you have. And I'm going to kind of do this in category. We'll look at the category. We're going to talk about the 3rd place, the 2nd place, and the 1st place winner. As we do that, I also will just mention and talk about what the votes were, the total number of votes for those people. So we're excited. We're getting ready here. I'm going to bring up our screen. So I have the 2 of you on the side, and we're going to bring this up so that we can see that. There we go. And let me go ahead and pull up our first winner. And this first winner is in the blood, sweats, and tears category. And this is our 3rd place winner. So let me go ahead and bring that up.
One. Oh, wow. Beautiful.
That's beautiful.
She did a wonderful job.
Karla, what I would ask is, I'm not sure, can you, by chance, are those comments large enough at all for you to see? I know they're on the screen. Maybe you can go ahead and I'm not sure if you can see those to read through any of those for us.
I agree. It is gorgeous. It is beautiful, and you are very talented. Absolutely wonderful. It is beautiful work, and also comments amazing, stunning. Looks like beautiful painting. That's a real compliment. Gorgeous, beautiful, very talented, breathtaking. That's a really good. It is. You did an absolutely beautiful job, and your quilting is fantastic. It really makes that panel pop. The quilting just enhances it so much. So it's Judy. Is that her name?
Yeah, that's correct. It's Judy DeLay.
Yeah,
is what I'd say.
It's a big panel, and how she quilted it, it is absolutely beautiful work.
Wonderful. With that,
let me come back quickly here and just say again, as a recap, as part of these award winners, what I'd like to do is let me just show you this as part of the Quilt Festival. So this is the 3rd prize in this category. Here's what we're giving away. The 3rd prize winner is getting a $25 cash award. 2nd prize is $50. 1st prize is that $100 piece. And then again, we just did a randomizer for an overall winner. So this is what we're doing. So again, we're going to go ahead and we'll bring up congratulations to Judy DeLay. She's winning the 3rd place. Underneath the category Blood, Sweat, and Tears. We're going to go ahead and announce winner number 2, what we have in the same category, and that is Every Bloom, created by Sharon Wagner. And then Karla, again, maybe you can go ahead. Again, Sharon Wagner, congratulations.
At the top, they say it's a gorgeous quilt. I agree, and it's stunning, beautiful. This is absolutely stunning in person. Somebody's actually seen it. It's gorgeous. Very pretty. Just wow. All the time that you took to applique each of these, and love the colors. I love how the black makes the colors pop. It is beautiful. Says, I had to do something with my hands. Oh, well, you did a good job. While waiting in the doctor's offices, hospitals, traveling to and from the doctors. This took a year and was finished finally when husband was better. So it sounds like her husband was going through some complications, and I agree that applique is a good thing to work on when you're waiting in the doctor's offices. So thank you for sharing your talent. It is beautiful. And congratulations. And that was from Sharon Wagner.
Great, wonderful. What we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead. Give me just a minute. I want to close out this last one so we don't get too far. I have a million quilts out here as far as the winners are concerned. So thanks for being patient with us. Again, please throw in your comments on the side if you are wanting to bring those up. Again, a lot of the same of you are saying same thing. Wow, congratulations, beautifully done. Again, congratulations, Sharon, on this. So now we have our main winner in this category. And here we go. In this particular category, it was Quilt for My Mom is the #1 first place here in this blood, sweat, and tear category. So Karla, maybe you can read a few of those comments.
This is incredible. Don't go too fast. Oh, I missed that.
Oh, sorry, there you go.
There's the top one. This is incredible. If I ever get to see this quilt in person, I would certainly be impressed. It's amazing. It's absolutely beautiful. She will always treasure it. And it's called a Quilt for Mom. It's a king-size quilt that she made for her mother. And it has the beautiful colors. And I was working full-time. She gave birth to her 2 children during this time, and she earned her master's degree. So not only is she talented in quilting, but she is talented as well in the education. So, wow. A very busy woman and very, very talented. It is beautiful. Love the colors. And who made this, Nathan? Can you scroll down just a little bit? And it's Courtney, is it Beckett? Yeah, beautiful. Nice job and congratulations, first place.
Again, congratulations, Courtney Beckett. We appreciate your willingness to submit your beautiful quilt, and thank you to those people who participated in the voting for part of what this is. So it's been fun to see all of that in there. Laura, any thoughts in general as you've kind of seen part of what this was? This is our category we're looking at, which was blood, sweat, and tears as they went through this.
It just beautiful. Yeah, that was one of the most amazing sections that I got to look at for the quilting. Wow. And then the stories make me even go, it's almost too much to take into my brain. Wow, these people have a talent. And
wonderful. Well, great. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to go into our next section, our next category of winners. The next category I have coming up is the Hall of Shame. And we're going to look at the 3 winners. We're going to look at the 3rd place, then the 2nd, then the 1st place winner in the Hall of Shame. So with that, going to go ahead and introduce 3rd place. 3rd place in the Hall of Shame is a hand sewn by my Cherokee. My Cherokee says great grandmother. So it looks like a hand sewn quilt by my Cherokee grandmother by Ella Bly. And with this one, congratulations, 3rd place in this category. Again, this is the category of Hall of Shames. With that, Karla, maybe you can go ahead and read and share a little bit more on the bottom with us there.
Okay, she says that this quilt top is completely hand stitched and pieced. Wow, love that. Together by my Cherokee great-grandmother. I have wanted to finish it, sorry, we're a little far away, for many years, but I do not have the fabric from that same time to do it justice. I think it belongs in a museum, and you're probably right. That is just a wonderful story. And thank you for sharing it with us, because the stories, you know, I love a good story, and this is a great one, means a lot. And that it was hand pieced and quilted by your great grandmother, that is fantastic.
So congratulations again, Ella Bly. And what I would say is we would wish you a good journey and trying to find a fabric if you thought you could find something to match that back if you decide to get to that spot. So I know that always can be a little bit of a challenge, but maybe you can do something from that traditional with that hand, and there might be a way for you to look at what might go on the back of that to finish that out. So again, congratulations, Ella Bly, from the votes that came through on this one. I forgot, let me quickly, before I get through this, before I get too far into these other sections, I neglected to share with you on the first, the second, and the third place on the blood, sweat, and tear category. So let me come back to that really quick. We had a first place winner. The total votes were 191, and that was for Courtney Beckett again. So I apologize for not talking about the total votes. Again, we'll look at making sure those are unlocked so everybody can see. We had 163 as a second place previously for that every blooming with Sharon Wagner, and we had a third place with 154 votes on that previous category, blood, sweat, and tears, with Judy Delay, or Delay is what I think we would say on that one. Again, we're moving into this category now, which is the Hall of Shame, and we just had a hand sewn by my Cherokee grandmother. Ella Bly is the winner, and we have 105 on this one, Karla. I'll go ahead and pull up the next quilt. Second place, we have 110. So this looks like it was pretty close between second and third place, third and second. So here's our second place, and I'll go ahead and let you share a little bit about this one with us, Karla.
Ooh, a feathered star, one of my ones way back when. Love it. It's awesome, so pretty, beautiful. Love the colors. They love the colors. They think it's gorgeous, it's exquisite, and it's an 1800s replica fabric. So, wow. And look at it. That is not an easy one to piece. I have to say, I have tried. I have succeeded finally, but it was when I started quilting, that was one of those designs that I really wanted to jump in and try, and I was not successful when I was younger. So congratulations, Susie. Is it Banfield?
Banfield, yep, Susie Banfield.
Yeah, congratulations, so, gorgeous.
Congratulations on that one, Susie Banfield. So wonderful. We'll be getting in contact with these winners again. We do have your contact, so know to be looking for that here. It'll probably happening first part of next week, as we're streaming live all day today. But again, these were close again. This is the second and third. We only had a 5-vote difference on this one. So congratulations. Second place, Feathered Star by Susie Banfield with that 1800s replica. All right, time for first place. This one had by a long shot, quite a difference in the total votes. The quilt we're going to look at next had 437 votes.
Wow.
And by the way, I'm looking at all of the quilts. This one, I think, had the most out of all quilts that were submitted as far as people voting for this one. So this one's going to be first place. Remember, Hall of Shame, partially unfinished projects. And so this one, I'm going to go ahead and bring up our winner. So give me a minute here as we bring them up. So again, this was the previous. This is spot number 2, and this is first place in this category.
I love this one too. So this is awesome. They love this. It's awesome. Just exactly what I said. They say her name is Lori Shepherd. So they say, Lori, that is awesome. Love this. Wow, looks amazing. Love it. A gadget quilt is what somebody called it. And then she says she's using her husband's official uniform shirts. I made the quilt top to keep me warm when he was traveling to the races. Next best thing to having him beside me is being wrapped in his old shirts. Oh, I love this story. It's so great. Congratulations, Lori. Well deserved. Well deserved.
Yeah, with that, again, thanks again, everybody, for participating in this one. I'm wanting to say maybe this is because obviously there's this personal story behind this. It's her husband's shirts, which is amazing. That's pretty cool and very unique. But I'm just wondering, maybe we're saying that we have a really high percentage of NASCAR fans in the quilting series. I don't know. That's a lot of votes for that. So I'm going to say there's something to say with that. So I've never been to a live one. I've been to a couple here in Utah. We don't have a big track, and I know it's pretty darn exciting. So congratulations, first place, Lori Shepherd, on winning this with the NASCAR on the final lap. So wonderful. Let's go ahead and look at our next category here as I prep to bring that up. And our next category we're going to look at is the Wild Imagination. And here we go. This will be for third place in Wild Imagination is Diagonal Delight by Ella Bly. So Ella Bly's had a second submission, and congratulations with the votes on this one. Go ahead, Karla.
Wow, that's fantastic. It is really, really cute. And I love the imagination that goes into it. It's probably one of my favorite categories. It says, this diagonal minky, which I can appreciate, was made using the Quilt As You Go batting. I felt it needed more of the blue, so I added the strip and made it a double border. I think it turned out great and so soft. I agree. You could kind of see a little handprint in it, because with the minky, you love to take your hand and slide it across because it's so nice and so soft.
Did she quilt around the handprint, or just someone touched it?
I don't know. It just looks like there's a little handprint in there.
With it, I'll tell my quick story. And it has to deal with shag minky. And I know, Karla, you have a project you're going to share with us a little bit with minky. So my wife a few years back was like, hey, what do you want for your birthday? And I am thinking like, I'm feeling like, yeah, I want to make this big blanket that we can use for chilling when we have a kind of an area, a lounge where we have and watch videos and our movies. And so she bought me this brown, thick, like shag long minky. And it's the size of like a large king size, and it actually drapes about 1.5 feet down, and it covers the full thing. So this is an enormous quilt. And I used flannel, so it has a brown shag minky on the back, and on the top it has an orange, brown, and kind of a vanilla flannel on the top. And I call it my man quilt because I went and I created the design of one of my favorite cars, which is a current ZL1 Chevy Camaro, and I did that through an automation, and they're about 50 inches wide by about 20 inches tall, and I quilted 6 of those down the front of it, and then I did stippling in between it. So that's my man quilt I made, and that thing weighs like 500 pounds with all that minky and everything. So
they do get heavy. It's a therapy quilt now, Nathan.
Yeah, my therapy when I don't want to move it at night, with the stick neck. So, but again, love having that minky. It's a fun fabric to be working with. A little bit more challenging to try to quilt on a frame though. So congratulations on quilting this one. However you're doing it, it's not an easy fabric to quilt with. So, we're going to go ahead and look at. Let me quickly talk about it. So this one, she had a total of 90 votes. We're going to move to second place with 113 votes for this next winner up. Let's go ahead and pull this up as winner up number 2. And then Karla, if I can have you read the winner's name and then tell us a little bit about that when I pull it up.
Okay. Oh, it says, stand tall and wear a crown. It's created by Becky D. Jones, and it's pineapples. I love a good pineapple. This is very nice. Some fine work right there. It looks great, girl. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful, good work, beautiful. And she said she made this 10 years ago for her 10-year-old niece, who loves pineapples. So it's absolutely adorable. Love it. So much fun. I love the personality involved as well.
So she made it for her 10-year-old granddaughter?
Her 10-year-old niece.
10-year-old niece, not 10 years ago.
No, not 10 years ago.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, she made it
for a
10-year-old niece who loves pineapples.
Yeah.
Very cute. And
With
congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations again, Becky D. Jones, winning second place again with 113 votes on this one. Stand tall and wear a crown. That's an interesting title, I think, for part of what that is. And Karla, I'm just going to say, if you haven't seen Karla's trunk show, I would encourage you to go and rewatch it again. And Karla, you do love some pineapples. She had a couple just beautiful quilts that she had done with some different sizes in a fun way and some fun spins on part of what that is. So again, I'm going to give everybody a challenge here as they're watching part of this award ceremony here with some of these winners to go back and also look at some of the other things that have transpired here earlier in our streaming events. It's been a lot of fun seeing all those. So congratulations. We're going to move into the first place. This first place winner had 148 votes on this one in this category. Still, again, we're in the area in the category of wild imaginations. And let me go ahead, Karla, and pull up the first place. And if you'd mind doing the same thing, that works fantastic. Okay. So.
Oh, I only have eyes for you. Very cute. And it's by Tracy Vaughn. Very creative and excellent quilting. The comments is one of the comments. Great quilt, great imagination and skill. Most fun quilt ever. It's amazing. And she says, this quilt was made for my friend's grandson. My friend's son is an optimist. Is that what it is? So when I found this pattern an optometrist. He might be a very optimistic optometrist. Sorry. You're probably saying, oh, she needs to go see one right away.
It's just too far away.
That is right. Well, I do. So when I found this pattern with glasses, it seemed appropriate. The glasses on each of the animal are made with metallic thread, and we all know that metallic thread is a challenge, is what she says. So you have to zoom in to see the texture on it, but it is so adorable, and it is very, very cute and very imaginative. So thank you. I only have eyes for you. Very cute.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Tracy Vaughn, again.
Forward.
And part of our category, Wild Imagination. So wonderful, and congratulations on the win with this one. So fun, great with this particular category. We're going to be moving next into part of the holiday quilts. We have Made from Scrap. We also have our surprise and our oops here that we'll kind of finish off part of this with. With that, Karla, I'm going to take another minute or two here if you're okay. I want to kind of make sure that these are all lined up correctly. Maybe if I could kind of bring this back to you and Lori with a quick bit of information and have you share on the other side. Lori, I know that there's probably several things that happen that come back into the home when your husband's running 100 miles an hour. You talked about how he moved into this, he has this amazing engineering mind. Maybe you can share some of the pluses and then some of the challenges of having a guy that his mind is all over the place all the time. I'm curious to hear that a little bit. So
yes, tell us, Lori.
Well, it's fun actually, because life is never boring when he's around. And he always sees what's possible. And it's good that there's some people here at the company that can give him the feedback he needs to keep him grounded. So that's what's fun, is seeing the teamwork. And it's also fun when someone gives him an idea and says, what can we do? What can we do with this idea that I've had? And then it's the opposite way. He can use his creativity and bring those things about. And there's a lot of feedback that goes on here between designers and utilitarian type of ideas too, because it's got to work. It's got to be able to be used.
Yes.
So that's fun. That's an exciting part about it. It's not fun when he's not here for long periods of time. Like
Tell him
now,
how long he's been gone. He's been gone a long time.
He's been gone almost 10 months.
Yeah.
No, 9 months. Yeah, 9 months. He got there just before Corona. So then Corona happened in China. Yeah, and it was an experience for him to see. Then it came here. So it's been a worldwide problem. But a great thing about quilting is you can sew. You can create, and you can do it from your home.
And it's been a curse for part of the business, but it has also been a little bit of a blessing, because it has helped maintain the business and keep us going. And my sweet brother in China has been able to keep things going over there, and we just appreciate the love and the sacrifice.
Well, he loves the Grace Company.
Well,
yeah.
We love Lori.
He loves that it's a creative place that he can do things like
but he has a sweet, very patient wife. And like I said, she is very, very patient. And right now she's doing a lot of running here and there with the kids. And she's got grandkids, and she's just like Superwoman. And
no, but thank you. No. But it's been nice that we can run around a little bit more now, though.
Yes, it has.
That's been nice.
Getting out and running around, it has made it a lot nicer. So,
yeah.
And are we almost ready, Nathan?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, great. I'm sitting forward so I can read better.
Thank you, Karla. And I probably should tell everybody who's watching this, we always have to have strategies on the best way to help facilitate for those people who are here in the studio. And obviously, earlier we had the panel, and so people who are visiting. And so we have a screen, and I'm asking her to read off of a fairly small screen. So thank you very much with that. So with that being the case, I'm going to go ahead and bring up again my screen here. And let me go ahead and get off this one so we can announce this winner here. We're going to go ahead and add this back to the stream. So again, the next category we're going to look at here is going to be the holiday quilts. And let me just bring in some quick statistics again, some of the things regarding the holiday quilts. We had several people again voting for several of the quilts within here. We have a third place winner with 90 votes on the frame, on the quilt we're going to show you. Then we had 113, and then we had our first place in our in our holiday section. We have a 68 for our lowest voting. We had an 89, then 173. So it looks like there was a fairly big difference between that second and our first place. But with that, we're going to go ahead and bring up our winner, our third place winner under our holiday quilts. And we have that winner is a winner called Patriotic Lone Star by Nell Summerline. So Karla, maybe you can go ahead and share a little bit regarding that with us as well.
Okay, can you take off, Chris, the sole? I can't read it. It says it's beautiful, very patriotic, so beautiful, very beautiful. And then if you will just take away her comment, then I can read about
Her name and
there.
You go.
Thank you. Love it. And then Nell Summerlin is her name. Love the colors. It does look very patriotic. And if you scroll down just a little bit, we can read it. It says, Patriotic Lone Star while hanging quilted on my unique 15R. It's fantastic. With free motion and ruler work. You did an awesome job. Absolutely
stitched.
Beautiful.
I could tell the stitching on this one. I remember it too. Because
Yeah.
sometimes the photograph, I'd have to try to bring it up and
Right.
see if I could catch it. But yeah,
It's nice to zoom in and see the stitching.
Yeah, just because it's fun to see the design of the back stitching.
Your colors are great. Love how you did your stripes in the star.
Yeah.
Makes it really pop.
Yes.
Nice job.
So again, congratulations, Nell Summerline. We'll be getting in contact with you again. This is third place in this category. We're going to go ahead and move over to our second place winner in this category. And that one is Sugar Skulls and Halloween, created by Ella Bly. And we can go ahead and share a little bit more on that.
Oh, you're rocking it. This fun ultra soft cuddle fabric quilt is great to use during Halloween and Sugar Skulls setting with its festive mood. And Skulls setting the festive mood. Sorry, that was kind of a tongue twister for me. Nice job. And it's made, it looks like it's made with the minky fabrics again, so it's very cute, very sweet.
Wonderful. Congratulations again, Ella Bly. With this one, again, this one had in our holiday section 89 votes. We're now going to move to first place. First place had 173 in this category. Again, holiday quilts. And we're going to go ahead and show the winner here. And our congratulations to our winner in holiday quilts is called Stonehenge Stained Glass by Rose Chauvinik, I believe would be how we would pronounce her name. So again, congratulations again, Stonehenge Stained Glass by Rose Chauvinik.
Wow, I saw it. What's my word? Wow, that's amazing. It's beautiful and beautiful craftsmanship. It does look like stained glass, simply beautiful. So beautiful, breathtaking, amazing, such talent, gorgeous, stunning, gorgeous. Wow was my word. And it says my nephew was diagnosed with leukemia earlier this year, so I made this quilt for him for Christmas 2019. Wow, absolutely beautiful.
And I'm going to continue scrolling. If we look this one, there's been a lot of comments on this one. So I'm just going to, a lot of the same, a lot of wows and amazings, brilliance. Looks like a painting, beautiful, beautiful. Love the colors. the design, what talent to see, in your mind, and then until, it says in your mind, and so until we see it again. Amazing, again, unbelievable. May he be blessed with healings as he is blessed by your beautiful gift. And Carl, that makes me think of Luella, who was one of our individuals that we had a chance to interview. And she does a lot of charity quilts, and she's donating those to refugees. And it's wonderful to hear the story of what the quilts have done, not only for her when she received her first gift as a quilt back in as a child and as a youth, and then what that means and what she's doing now with that kind of in her life today as well. So it's fun to hear that.
Fabrics, the colors that you put together just really make it pop. You've done a fabulous job.
As we look to get to one of our last and couple areas here with our surprise and made from scraps, what I thought I would kind of just throw out there, Karla, again to both you and Lori, and this has happened to be maybe I'd like to ask this question about grace, and maybe if you would share, and I know this is going to be a hard one to grab a hold of. I'm going to look at getting our next few quilts here, but as I do that, would you just share if there have been a couple key most memorable times when you think about Grace, your mother, that stands out to you just in general, and then if there would be anything that would relate to you in quilting? We'd love to hear that.
Go ahead.
It's too hard to talk about her because it brings tears. I got to have her live in my home for about 18 months. And I had purchased myself a new puppy while she was there. I thought that might be fun for both of us because I used her as an excuse to get my little puppy. And he was like a baby. And when I'd have to go take the kids somewhere, she'd take a blanket, she'd take a quilt, whatever was handy off her bed, and say, "Give me the puppy." She'd wrap him up in the quilt and hold him while I was gone. And when I came back, there it would be wrapped up in the quilt. And that's I think it's kind of funny because, she was involved in the quilting company, the Grace Quilting Company, and she would grab a quilt and wrap my puppy up and hold him while I was gone with the children. And then she would, that was a special time, is to have her in my home. And she's just talking about a real angel. That woman was, I miss her. I miss her lots.
Yeah, I do. What I remember most about my sweet mom was she loved family. She loved family gatherings. She loved having her family around her. That also means her Grace family, and she just loved you quilters. And she started going to the shows with Jim and Lori, and she was such a big part of going to the shows, and she would hand out her special taffy to all the quilters and tell them, "Thank you for coming." And my mom was a genuine woman, and you could tell that she was true-hearted through and through, and just such an honest, sweet, loving person. And thank goodness that she was so patient and so kind. I mean, my dad passed away when I was really quite young. I'm the baby of the kids, and my mom was alone for a lot of years. And so her kids and her family was very important to her. And she doted on her family and just helped each of us in so many ways that it's just hard to express how grateful we are to have had such a wonderful mom and a legacy like we did. Are we good to go, Nathan? We carried that on.
We can add some more stories.
That's right.
I'll tell you a fun story.
Sure.
Okay, tell us.
Okay, one of the first times that I met her, well, it wasn't the first time, but at Christmas time, and I don't remember the timeline when this was, and she was working at Mormon Handicraft. She was the one they had dress up as Mrs. Santa.
Yes, they did.
And she was the one up there that she wasn't the only one. There was lots of sweet ladies that worked there. But I went up to see her, and what a special Mrs. Santa she was, because she loved people, and you could feel it. She felt like a real Mrs. Santa Claus. And then she got to be my children's grandmother. So that same spirit that she had, and she shared with all she'd dress up and she'd give cookies to the children that would come there with their mothers and dads to visit up at Christmas time at Temple Square. It's a wonderful time to go up there with all the lights. And across the street is where Mormon Handicraft used to be. And you go over there to see the handicrafts and to buy some gifts for Christmas. And there was Grace Bagley handing out the cookies and loving the children that came up to her.
Yeah.
It was better than Santa. It was better than Santa because Santa scares children. Mrs. Santa Claus with the cookie that was Grace Bagley does not scare children.
No, she loved that job. She loved that job. That was fun for her.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate those stories. That's great to hear. Again, I had the fortunate opportunity of having her and seeing her here for a few of the years here at work. And I just remember one of the things always in my mind, Karla, you mentioned how much she loved the quilters, and it was even the understanding, and it was about marketing, it was about the product, and it was about an experience. And so I just love having known her and having that experience. And again, even being part of this business, I think that's one of the important things that we really try to continue to move forward is part of what that spirit is. And I know one of our key values is experience. And I know that, with what Grace had in her mind was the care for those that, were in part of what this community was. So it was fun to be able to be a part of. Thanks for sharing those stories with us as well. I'm looking at, we're prepared to go through the remaining bit of our winners. The next one of our last two categories is the surprise and oops. And then we also have the made from scratch. So as we look at selecting here and working through those winners, we'll at the end talk about the random winner. That is the $500 cash prize winner. Then Lori, we're going to have, and we'll bring up on the screen the winner from your quilt as well. And we'll be able to show those two to everybody here also. So Karla, I'm gonna go ahead and bring this up. This is third place from the surprise and oops category. And we have this one by Janice Allen. And I will just quickly, before we get too far on this one had a 61 vote. And so Karla, maybe you can go ahead and read a little bit for all of us.
As well.
It's not up. I can't.
So we're all like, hey.
We're all looking at each other, smiling.
You look good, Nathan. You look good. Absolutely beautiful, Janice. Love this. And it is beautiful. I love a log cabin. You know that. And it's beautiful, Janice. Great job. Stunning. This is beautiful. I didn't think this was going to be so big. Yes, I agree with you. They have a tendency to grow. Absolutely stunning. It is beautiful. I love how you've made the curves. It's amazing what you can do with the log cabin design.
And I remember this one. This was amazing because, log cabin is very angular, but yet look at this. It has this motion. Yeah, it's just amazing. Quilting is amazing because you can take such things, change the colors, and then you've got motion.
Right.
It's
beautiful. Nice job. Congratulations. It's called Swirly Log Cabin. Perfect name for it.
Again, congratulations, Janice Allen, on this. And we're going to look now at second place. Second place had a total of 145 votes. 72 votes in this category. So we're going to go ahead and pull up this next winner. And the next winner is Fireman T-shirt by Becky Jones.
Nice. The comments are beautiful, beautiful. What a wonderful way to give back to the community. Beautiful, awesome. What a wonderful tribute. Okay, this one was for a little girl who sleeps in her daddy's t-shirts, and she wanted a quilt made from them. Originally, I was going to do a big squares, like simple t-shirt quilt, but the kids of my first responders deserve a little more than that, so I ended up making making up ladders on each of them. By the end of the patches on the shirts and steps, I chose a smoke gray to go with them and trimmed the fire engine in red. So nice job. It is absolutely adorable.
This gives such good ideas for making t-shirt quilts. Yeah, I've tried some before. Just the plain kind. They get too big and they're not interesting. Yeah. This you feel, this one is a better layout, and it gives you such good ideas about looking at what you're putting together.
Yeah, and I like the ladder, how you incorporated the ideas of the fire.
Yes, and the smoke.
Yeah.
The smoke gray. Yeah.
Very clever.
Okay, thank you very much. With this, we're going to go ahead and bring up the first place in this category. Again, the category surprise, oops. And with that, we have our first place winner called Purple Heart by Gail.
Wow. Nice job. Love this design. Wow, good job. Love, love, love this quilt. Beautiful. I voted. Made with love. Beautiful artwork, beautiful work of art, beautiful quilt. And she said she started making this baby quilt 1.5 inch squares and didn't like working with small squares, so I changed it to 2.5 inch squares. I can totally relate with that one. I put it in a drawer for several years, got it out and finished it for my baby's 18th birthday. Congratulations. And anyway, the entry from the frame, entry form frame cut from the side, cut the sides off. There's more yellow around the heart. It's machine pieced and hand quilted. Wow.
Goodness.
Nice job. Congratulations.
With that, I'll come back and kind of mention this award winner again. The selections, we had about 140. There were 142 people that had voted on this one. One thing I thought that was interesting, again, is, you know, these quilts are always amazing. Seems interesting. You know, I'm not much of a gentleman who does gaming, but I see that. I have children who've been in part of that. There's a little bit of a spin on this one. You know, you have a Purple Heart that could be part of the reward and one of those challenging things that somebody has, you know, and part of giving service to our country. I also thought it was interesting how it kind of is glowing. You know, how she chose the color around the purple, and then I also see some pixels too. So it's an interesting layout that to me potentially would relate to a different type of a demographic. Often, I think with quilting, one of the sad things I know as I've continued to understand the love, the passion, the time, and the money that people put into their quilts is, you know, you might just have someone say, well, here's a blanket. Well, it's not just a blanket, you know, and that's probably one of those things. And regardless of who receives it, we're excited to give that gift to them. But it's interesting to see how and know the love that goes behind the quilts and the time that goes into the quilts. And there's a lot of love that goes behind them. So it's fun to be able to admire that and see you know, different perspectives. So with that, we're going to go ahead again. So this was first place. We're ready for our next category. Next category we have is made from scraps. And with this, we're going to have our third place winner. This is our third place winner, which is called Down the Shore, created by Lorette Crowell. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this up a little bit. I think this one's interesting. I think there's a lot of texture in here. I think that's pretty interesting. So Carl, I'll go ahead and let you make a few comments and read some.
Thank you so much for the beautiful quilt, capturing my favorite memories with my girls. Love it. Yes, it does. It just brings out memories by being by the seaside. Oh, what a beautiful piece. I'm sure your sister will cherish it. Okay, this is a big one. And so the mixed media art quilt is a birthday and Christmas gift for an older sister who loves the beach. She has 2 daughters and is featured who are featured in the quilt, relaxing in the sand, listening to the waves, enjoying the breeze. This beach quilt was made with supplies, scrap fabric, and notions that I hand on hand. No money spent. Awesome. And it was a COVID quarantine creation. My son's old frayed jeans created the movement of the frothy waves washing up on the satin and pearl strand shores. Beads and buttons made perfect shells. Yarn and embroidery. Floss became the curly and straight hair. Traditional and Raj applique, machine piecing, hand sewing, and machine quilting were used. Oh, wow. I love that you incorporated all that. I was a little worried about how long it was because I had to read it, but I'm glad I did because I enjoyed it even more because you added so much to it. So I love the jeans. Very cute.
Thank you and congratulations again to Lorette Crowell. Again, love seeing this. This is, Carla, where I was kind of going, that quilting in this process, I think it doesn't have to be what was traditional. I think there's traditional and there's modern and there's art and there's thread painting. And this is another one where there's just different types of mediums and different types of thicknesses and fabrics and different ways of pulling part of, like on the denim, she talks about the flow and part of those waves and trying to shift the way that the eye sees part of what that is. And so I think it's just really exciting to see again, as this continues to expand and change. I think it's changing, and the demographics that are getting involved are also getting much wider. You know, I always talk talk about trying to lower that entry level. You know, how do we get somebody into this quilting, you know, even if they're at home, you know, with their mom? What about the 25 to 35s? What about the 35 to 45s, 45 to 55s? You know, how do we help engage them with part of what is this amazing hobby that people can engage with? So again, so this one here we had, I guess I'll come back and just re-clarify. So this one again is by Lorette Crow, and let me just tell you the votes again on this. So Lorette Crow, we had a total of 84. Next we have second place with 145. So we have our second place winner. Let me go ahead and bring that up. And Karla, if you could share some details about this one, called Grizzly Bear College Quilt by Jan Hansen.
And nice job, Jan. We actually know a Jan Hansen. Congratulations. She did. We've actually seen this one in person, and she did an awesome job. I got to see it when she's finishing it. So beautiful. This is awesome. That is amazing. It really is. This quilt was made from thousands of small pieces of fabric. Each value from dark to light requires a variety of various fabrics. I was able to use leftover scraps, awesome, through the project. Purchased just a few fabrics for the project. I estimated about 75 to 80 different fabrics were used. And then the final quilting was done so that each piece is stitched to the batting and backing. The quilt is washable and sustainable as a hanging. So nice job.
Wow.
Yeah, I know it took her a while too. So she did an excellent job. Absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
Again, it's amazing. This is like a portrait, like a drawing. It's art to me, is what it looks like with this bear. And that's a lot of fabrics. What was it, 75 to 80 different types of
80 different
fabric colors and
They
shades
are
in order to do that?
tiny pieces too.
So again, congratulations, Jan Hansen, on this one. We're going to go ahead and now move to our first place in this category. First place winner, just a few votes more. We went from 145. First place is 151. And here we go, introducing the first place winner in our category of made from scrap is African Queens by
I love this one too.
Yeah.
Nice job. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Such creativity. I agree. What talented piece of artwork. Stunning. Queens, astonishing in its depth and representation. Beautiful work, such talent, so beautiful. Wow. Or just some of the comments. This African Queen, it's African Queen block, sorry.
The only one word that's the only one word that I can tell it's block. Because I remember this
was an ideal way to make use of the African print fabric scraps. I saw the picture of block on Black. Is it Black right now?
Well, no, I can't see where you are.
FB group and Pinterest without instructions on how to make the block. I decided the size I wanted and finished for the finished block, and did the math to create the quilt.
I remember that. Did the math. That's where I was.
Awesome. I love that you took what you saw and put your own spin on it.
Yeah.
That I love that.
Right.
Absolutely beautiful, and I love the colors. The fabrics are so unique.
Yeah, it really pops out.
With that, I thought I would kind of come back. You know, I saw this picture of the block on Black Girls Quilt Facebook group is what that was. So that's the Black Girls Quilt Facebook group, and then Pinterest. And now here's one of the sad things she said at the bottom. She said, I made this quilt to enter into a 2020 quilt show scrap challenge, but unfortunately the show was canceled, which we know has been happening quite a bit throughout this year. And we're hoping, we know the first part of next year is kind of starting off that way. So we hope we can continue to provide great content and inspiration to those quilters that are out there. So wonderful. So this is, again, the first place winner in this category. Congratulations. Sakina is what I would say is that first name, Mabashir. Mabashir is what I tried to say there. So congratulations. With that, Karla, we're ready to move to our last two pieces. One is the random drawing. So I'd like to go ahead and announce that, and then we'll finish, Lori, with yours. The Founders Award is part of what this is.
Highlight.
Yeah, it is.
Well, good.
That's why we have the great privilege of having you here with us today. So thank you so much, and being willing to come and participate.
Thank you for putting up with me.
All right.
Nothing to put up with.
All right, with that, again, on this winner, this one was randomized. So this is based on, and was just chosen from anybody who submitted a quilt, anybody who had a chance to submit. There were no votes required. This was completely by random. And we'll go ahead and bring this up. The winner of the $500 cash prize giveaway on this one is in the category of Wild Imagination, and it's called Squared Up. And this is Alara Siegelin, is what I would say. Siegelin, I think is what that might say, and say congratulations.
Nice job. Love the colors.
That is just
No, it
really
took a lot of
awesome.
time. It looks like a pretty big quilt as well. How fun.
Does it tell anything about it below?
And you get to read it, Nathan.
One sentence.
It says navy blue and aqua scraps with gray.
There we go.
Nice job. And
Beautiful.
congratulations.
Thanks for thanks for letting us see it.
Yeah. Fun.
Thanks for submitting it again. Thanks to everybody who's been able to participate with part of this. And again, congratulations, Laura. Now, with that, Lori, I just want to bring this up. Now, I know that this was not an easy thing. There were obviously a couple thousand quilts to have to try to view and to go through. So what I'd like you just to briefly share with us is what is some of the thought and the inspiration behind how and why you ended up selecting the particular quilt that you decided to choose for everybody.
Well, I don't know if I said this earlier, but I had to break it up. Each night I would just look at a few, and then I'd make some little notes, and then I'd, the next morning kind of think, okay, what do I still remember? And so it's kind of that process over, I think it was like 10 days of doing it that way. And then I started showing it to my kids and my grandkids. And the fun thing was, one of my granddaughters, of all the ones she was looking at, she didn't look at everything, but of all the ones she was looking at, that's the one she also picked. So I told her we're like two peas in a pod, and that it helped me to have her say, what about this one, Grandma? This is the one I like best. So yeah, so that's what I did but I just want to say, awesome work, and thank you for sharing it, and thank you, Grace Company, for providing this outlet for people that are creative and artists. It's artistry is what I think. It's artistry that feeds your soul. So thank you. This has been so fun. In fact, I think it's better than a quilt show because I get tired walking up and down at the quilt shows, and here I can, pull them up.
Take your time. Go through
Take
it.
my time.
Yeah.
10 days of looking at the quilts. It was better than one afternoon. So thank you. And this was fun. That's how I picked it. I just, at the end of it, just had a few that I just kept popping in my mind, and this was one of them. There we go. I did it.
Go ahead and give me the beginning few letters of the name again.
Oh, the person that created the quilt, her first name is Kristen.
So let's hold that for a second.
And this was called, okay, I don't remember the exact title, but it's like, this is my second quilt, and it was like overwhelmed, or I'm just scared about having to quilt it, or something like that. It was a big, long sentence about it. But it's going to be beautiful when she finishes.
It is.
This is like, wow. See, these are, my mind just sucked this in, and I love these colors. And my granddaughter, like I said, she said, well, what about this one, Grandma? I said, well, that's the way I was leaning. So, yes.
Nice job, Kristen. Nice job. It is beautiful. Love the colors. It just,
the way she put it together as a whole is, like I say, she's an artist. It's not, she's an artist, but all these ladies are artists too. This just is the one that I picked, and it could have been, I'm sure, this is the one I picked. Thank you for sending it to us. It inspired me a lot.
Second quilt top done quilting. Scares me to death.
Yeah.
Kristen Smith, congratulations. Way to go.
Yeah.
She said, making this for my son was going to be a Christmas present, and then I tried to quilt it myself. About killed me yanking this yanking this thing through my domestic machine. Now I'm trying to pull together the funds to get a 15R. Congratulations, we're going to help you get there. It's beautiful, Kristen. We want to see it quilted.
Yes, that will be
Way
exciting.
to go.
Yeah.
So very much for all the participants who've had a chance to participate and join us for this wonderful quilt festival and this award ceremony. I'm going to encourage you to stay with us again as we continue, and actually coming up here right now, we're going to hear a little bit and get a little of some insight, Karla, from you. She put together a little video on some new ideas and some new processes that she's come up with, kind of quilting on the frame. Karla, before I go ahead and put that up, I thought maybe we could get, since you're here with us live, is give us a chance and share with us a little bit about this theory, this concept that's come to you, and what some of your excitement is, and then we'll watch the video and we'll kind of bring it back to you to share a few more details on this. But you know, what is and how did you come up with this idea, and what does it mean to you?
It's not really necessarily a new idea. Quilt As You Go has been around for a long time. I've converted it to the quilting frame, and it just makes quick, easy work. The kids who see it, they think, oh, wow, I can manage that. I can do that. I can accomplish that. And it's just one entry-level way to get kids into quilting, or just quilters familiar with the machine, with the frame. And it's just such an easy technique. I thought it was fun. So in the video, I'm showing you how to make my sunset strip quilt. and it was just a lot of fun. And you could just take strips of fabric and quilt as you go all the way down the frame. And you don't have to necessarily be traditional of going across. You can turn them diagonal. In fact, I even have a new way that I'm really excited about to show you in a video down the road. But it's just fun. So take a look at it and see what you think, and hope you enjoy it. And if you're a little timid and scared, start trying the strip method. And that's why I called it strip tease, because it is such a little teasing way of getting you familiar with quilting and with your machine and frame. And then you're not going to be so intimidated to jump in and start on another project. So yeah.
And end up with a finished project.
And you'll have a finished project. Yeah.
A positive.
Yeah. So you'll accomplish it in, wow, really quick time. Okay. Do you want me?
With that, we're going to go ahead and go live with Karla's video.
All right. Called my sunset strip quilt. We did this with a new employee. He was just learning how to use the machine and the frame together, and he did his own version of the sunset strip, and he did an awesome job. He did this in about 45 minutes. I did this little baby blanket, and you can see I didn't really necessarily need to quilt in the area, but it made it a lot softer, a lot more comfortable for the baby. Now, this one here took a little longer. And just to embellish it and make it a little more interesting, I took the circles using our 360 circle cutter. You can get it at graceframe.com. So let's jump in and let's get started. First thing we're going to do is we're going to pin our backing to our leaders. And I found my center. I just creased it really good. And now I'm just going to pin it to what we call our take-up rail. Our take-up rail is the pole that goes through the sewing machine. It's also the pole that takes up all the layers of your quilt. You're going to pin from the center out. Now I'm going to find my center of the end of my quilt and do the same thing. Start pinning from the center out. So now I'm going to roll up the backing on the quilt. Now we're going to float the batting, and floating is just letting it hang, and I'm just going to line it up across. And it's hanging nice and straight. I have no wrinkles in it whatsoever. I have my strips organized from my darkest to my lightest, which is my yellow. If you don't have channel ups, you'll measure in just a little bit From this pole, measure a 1/2 inch all the way along your pole. You'll just lay your ruler across it and draw a line. That's all you have to do. But the channel locks will lock your sewing machine in place so that you can move side to side and make straight lines. So I'm just going to line my machine up right here. I'm going to go all the way to the edge as far as I can so that the back of my foot is hitting the pole. And then I'm going to lock my channel lock. Now I'm bringing my bottom thread up, and you're going to just make a straight stitch all the way across. Okay, now you want to cut your thread, pull it forward, bring your thread up, and you'll cut it with your scissors. Okay, so now that I have my nice straight line, I'm ready to put my first color, my first strip on the horizon. And so I am going to take it and see, I have a little fold here, so that tells me that's my center on that. So if you want to find your center, find it and make it nice and exact, but I'm just going to eyeball it because I'm not really worried about it. Okay, so now that I've laid that out along my sewn line and the edges look nice and straight, I'm going to take my second color and lay it right on top. With this one, you get to sew 2 colors at once. Okay. But I don't want my fabric to shift or move as I'm moving down it. So what I'm going to do is take pins, and I'm just going to pin across it. All right, using my foot, I'm going to line the edge of my foot up with the edge of my strip, and I'm going to push my channel lock down. Now I'm locked into place. I'm going to pull my bottom thread up, okay, and I'm going to move it back into place, and then I'm going to sew along it. And as you're sewing, if you get feel like you're going to get a wrinkle, just kind of pull it down as you go. And as you sew across it, there you go. You've sewn your first 2 strips. Now I'm going to undo it and show you what it looks like. Okay. So I'm going to pull it down. I'm just going to finger press it across. Nice and smooth. Now I'm ready for my next blue one. Okay? And I just line up my folded line and my folded line. And then lay it across. And then just start pinning. And you're going to do the same process all the way down your quilt. All right, so here comes the sun. I had to say it. I had to get it over with. Okay, so what I did is I cut out 2 circles and I put them right sides together, and you'll sew all the way around. And I'm going to cut a little slit in between them. Now you don't want to cut through both layers. It's just one layer you're going to cut. And this is going to allow you to get in and turn it. So my right sides are out now. I'm going to take my hand and I'm going to put my fingers up in there and just kind of move it all the way around the circumference of the circle and push it so that the seams are out. And where I cut, that's going to be the bottom of your sun. Okay? So now I've got the bottom of my sun, and I'm going to decide how much of the sun I want to see. Do I want it setting a little more? Do I want it up a little higher so it's just started? Let's just put it right there. So now I'm going to pin this in place so it just doesn't move on me. Just a couple of pins. It'll hold it. Now I'm going to take my purple. This is my horizon line. And I'm going to lay it across my pink and my son, and pin that down. So let's get started. There you go. And I'm going to cut my son at the bottom of it because I don't want the bulk of it to be hanging down and make it look uneven. So there. Okay. You take my pins out. And now I have my sewn son. And I'm going to finish up. I only have 4 more strips left. So I'm going to hurry quickly and finish those up. And then I'm going to show you how I'd quilt it. We're down to our last strip, and so exciting, I'm pinning it on. The last strip, the last stroke, always a good moment. You have to slow yourself down, take a deep breath, because the last row, the last strip is always when you run out of bobbin or the more mistakes you make. So just take it nice and steady. And there, I have my sunset strip quilt. Now, I get to quilt it. So now we're ready to start quilting our sun. And we have to quilt it because it's not tacked down. I'm going to start with heat waves. Use your foot to kind of help you with it. Let's do a little circle in there. Add some dimension. You can do whatever you want. As you come to the edge, make sure you go right around it. Continue to do your little wavy lines with your little, there's a place to put a little spiral in there. And just keep going. Like when you come to the edge, just get as close to the edge as possible. Okay. You can write your name. You can write a beautiful poem if you want to. It does not matter. This is your quilt. Do whatever you want and make your sunset the best part of your day. Thanks for quilting with me. Hey, welcome back, everybody.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be back on set again, although I had a nice little break. I got to eat some lunch while you guys were just working on the videos. So I'm happy to be back. That was a great segment. From the Leah Day, the panel, to Lori, to the giveaways. Wow.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It has been.
With that, Karla, one thing I'd like to do is we went through and we're trying to finish some of what we got going on here with that strip quilting. It's been fantastic to be able to go ahead and have you maybe share with us some of the information on your quilt and how you did that. And I know I see something else in your hand right now. So maybe go ahead and share a little bit more with that.
So I just felt really bad that I didn't have anything that I just finally finished. And so I went home last night and I just wanted to show you a cute little baby quilt that would be easy to do. And it's something that you wouldn't mind baby spitting up on. It just is a fun little quilt that has the Mickey on the back. And this has little elephants and zebras and giraffes. It's all so nice and soft. And then on this side, I did my strip quilting. And this actually only took me, less than an hour. And that does not include the binding. I have to say the binding took a little longer, but just less than an hour to get it quilted and get it done, just using the strip quilt method. So just know that you can just make an adorable little quilt with a quick, easy method. Now, also last night, I had bought this Minky fabric, and my son, he loves purple, and he loves black and white. And in fact, he has a Honda motorcycle and Honda car. And this is kind of his theme. And so I decided to make him a quilt using the strip quilt method, kind of like one of our winners. And I just pulled this together. So it's a reversible quilt, and it's a heavy little bugger. So the white side is, one side is white with the black and the purple stripe. So that's kind of like his car. And this is kind of like his motorcycle side. It's purple with the black and the white stripe. So it's kind of fun, and it just didn't take me very long at all. I put it lengthwise on the frame and just sewed my strips across. And you'll notice that right here, I don't know if you can actually see it, but I did sew some extra lines across to hold the fabric down, so that as I took it and moved it around on and off the frame to sew the binding on, it was stable, and it helped to stabilize it. So just fun. And you know what? Just go and have fun and learn your frames and learn your machines and try something simple, something that's not complicated, and then you're ready for that next step. So
Don't put them away yet, Karla. Don't put it away yet. No, not yet. I'm gonna have you. Can Mark grab one of those corners so he can help you hold that and show that to the audience?
Losing it right here all over the place. So this is one side. This is the car side. It's kind of fun. It's all made with Minky too. And then I'll turn it over. We'll go this direction. And this is the motorcycle side. So just kind of fun.
So Karla, with this piece being particularly your strip, was this done the same way where you were able to put it on the fabric? You then moved it and kind of moved the machine across with part of the channel locks, or?
Didn't just when I first started sewing the binding on, I didn't use the channel locks because, you know, it's not very even, but I was able just to sew down the side.
And then if you can maybe grab the other one and show us that as well.
Oh, this little one here? Okay, I'm just losing my stuff. Here, this little one here has the little giraffe. The little yellow and the gray. And then those are the colors that I chose for the front side of the quilt, for the strips. So I chose the darker gray and the yellow and the lighter gray. And it looks like really bright yellow, but it's really not. It's kind of a soft yellow on screen. But yeah, it took me no time at all. And yes, this one here, you can tell I just used the channel locks. And the channel locks do come with all of our frames. So they're really a nice feature to use. And it just make really quick, easy work. And on this one here, I just cut them out different sizes to just add a little bit of extra depth. So it just wasn't the same size all the way across, all the way down. So yeah, it's fun.
Wonderful. Now I know that you have another one sitting on the frame there. Do you have that? Maybe you can show us that one too. Still,
they saw that in the video. I just didn't remember I'd showed you this. But yeah, this is kind of what got it all started. One day I was laying out fabrics and I thought, hey, that would be a fun idea. Let's do a sunset strip quilt. And so, so anyway, that's how this came about. And this is the horizon. And I thought, what's easy for a quilter to do is to write. And so I just went and found some sayings in there, and I just wrote sayings all the way across because that was a really easy way for me to quilt the quilt.
So maybe hold that just for a minute so we can get a close up. And again, you were talking about you put sayings across there?
Yeah, so I started with a saying that says, every night the horizon lights up, swirls of pink and orange and fading to blue and purple. I don't know, I found sayings that were kind of inspirational, and I just wrote them across it. And there are several different sayings, but it was just kind of fun. And it just adds another element, which was very easy. Quilting, it was just writing. So.
Wonderful, thanks. You can go ahead and maybe take a seat again. So I have a couple of questions that some people are bringing in. I thought maybe I could bring that up. A few things they're just mentioning. One here by Betsy Deli. She's saying perfect for a quick gift, which is wonderful. And I'm guessing that that's the case. You mentioned that didn't take too long as far as part of what that was, right?
And you can use the different, like the different sunsets to inspire you. I mean, go take a picture and find one. You could use the ocean, sunset over the ocean, and do it with soft blues, sea greens, and just have a lot of fun.
Mark, you can see there too. Maybe you can read that with us, and then we can maybe have a comment on that too. This is from Karen Austin.
That strippy quilt would be great practice on my new frame.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and I want to encourage you to practice. Try it out, and then try some different designs in each of them, and have fun. That's what it's all about, is having fun.
You need to enjoy it, that's for sure.
You do. Otherwise, it just becomes one of those new tasks that you have to do day in, day out. It's not fun in that.
And then I think you inspired some people, because Peggy here says words as quilting is a great idea.
It is, and it's easy for you to do.
Yeah.
Why, Karla, would that be an easy thing for someone to maybe to do as they're starting?
Well, if you know how to write cursive, which is becoming a lost art, and is something that we grew up with, we really practiced that cursive as we were growing up. They give you the paper, it kind of gave you that structure. And so as you go back to your roots, it just helps you fill in the area with that sizing, because that's what it takes me back to, is those papers with the lines, so that you could do your capitals inside the two big lines and your small letters right under the dotted line. And so that's kind of what it took me back to. And I thought, hey, that's an easier way for us to remember how to do something very easy, because we've grown up with that and practiced that cursive so much. It just becomes nature to us.
That's right. And then Charlene here. So, Karla, you might like this one.
Oh, yes. Jelly rolls. Yeah. Awesome. Yes, I have done that as well. So, yes, Charlene. And they're just the right size, 2-inch strips, the jelly rolls. There
you go. And then Diana here, Karla, says, is the strip method video currently found on the Grace Frame YouTube site?
Yes, it is. Yes. It's a thumbs up there. Yeah, and I have some more exciting things coming, because I've got some new ideas. I just didn't have a lot of time to put it all together, but look for them down the road, because I'm very excited about the next version of my strip tease class. So,
Karla, another question for you. Laura says, do you write it out on the quilt, then sew it, or just freehand?
Some of it. If it's a more complicated word and I'm worried about my capital F or something like that, I will use a little bit of chalk and draw it out. But the rest of it was just freehand. But if that's what you feel comfortable with, write it out. Just use some chalk and then follow along. It's just like tracing. So it's very easy.
All right.
No, the Minky was not difficult to work with. It just made the quilt very heavy. That's what somebody asked, if the Minky was very difficult to work with. It wasn't.
And then Caroline says, I can see getting 4 placements set up in your frame using this strip method. What a quick gift.
It is. And like I said, baby gifts all day long.
And then Judy, nice quick idea.
Yeah, it is.
Nice quick quilt idea. Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining me. I love quilting, so this is fun.
I'm gonna bring myself back here for just a minute as we move into the giveaway hour. And
more giveaways. This is exciting.
With that, I just wanted to recap. Thank you, everybody. We do have a lot of people here streaming with us live today. Thanks. It's continued to increase as the day has gone along. Just for those that might be joining us now, you might not have seen, and I'll bring this up here on screen in just a minute, but we did the awards for the quilts. So the Festival of Quilts that we had, the Fantastic Fall Festival, we had quilts, and we had over 2,200 quilts submitted by over 1,200 different individuals. And again, what we had done is we had opened that up for general voting, and so that's you selected the winners on part of that. We also had an overall grand prize winner that we just gave, that was a randomized selection from anybody who submitted their quilt, and that was a $500 cash prize. And we also had our Founders Award. So we just had Lori Bagley, the owner's wife here, just talking with us a little bit about her experience, and then a chance to kind of talk through some of the quilts that won those awards, and then she presented her award at the end. And so we're going to get into in here in a minute. We'll talk through and just recap and reshare the key winners, the first place winners in each one of those categories, and then the 2 main prize winners there as well as we go through that. Kind of some things to look forward to. Again, thanks for being with us. Please make sure, I think there might be some chance for a couple Q&As. We're going to do some demonstrations today during this giveaway period. And the reason we want to do this is one is I have your attention for a little bit, so thank you for giving us your attention. I want to talk about what the main award's going to be. We're going to talk about some of those different products. Some of those are True Cut, which are some unique cutting tools that we've created. And then we're going to talk about the big studio giveaway, which is a long arm, a frame, automation, our top end automation system, the light station as well. It's actually valued at over $1,700 is the actual retail value of that particular package. And then when we add the master cutting collection into there, it's just a wondrous gift. It's a great way to start with parting the cutting in your pre-process and designing and building out the quilts. Obviously you finish, you then piece them, and then you have the tool then to also finish those here, which would be the frame and the system as a whole. With that, Mark, one thing I thought we would do before we get into this is, first and foremost, let's put our hands in the air and let's shake them out. Okay, well, we're going to do some giveaways. So let's do some live giveaways with the people that we have that are streaming with us. I'd like to do a few of those in some different ways. And then once we're done, I'm going to have Mark, you and Karla talk about, we'll move into the True Cut, and then we're going to talk about that 19-inch machine and what makes those things unique and different in the industry, and why that's such a wondrous prize for somebody to start and give. But with this, let's do the spin the wheel. Mark, go ahead. You got the wheel to your side over there, right? We're not ready to spin it yet, but what are some of the prizes that we have that we're giving away for those people that are streaming with us today?
Square ruler, rectangle ruler, threads, quilters combo, sharpeners, true grips, and my comfort cutter. So a great selection from the True Cut line there, Nathan.
And I think we have the finesse threads, right? Which is another option. Some of the things that we have, which people have loved, we're selling a lot of those. Mark, if you're good, what I would like to do is I'm going to bring up on screen some of the cells, and we can maybe just go through those fairly quickly. We'll start at the top with our biggest system. And as we do this, I know we've done this once before. I think it helps with what we're going to be putting out there, so that if there are some questions, I know we have some other Grace Company individuals helping us answer some of those. Know that you can always call in. Let me kind of put that up here really quick to know that if you're going to have questions as we go through part of this process, you can log on to our website. There you have it up top, www.graceframe.com. That's GRACEFRAME.com. And I'll go ahead and leave this up here. This is our 800 number, so you can feel free to call. We also have chat, so know that if you have a couple questions, it's easy to send a quick chat message through, and we'd love to get with you. But with that, Mark, let me go ahead and bring up my computer with some of those promotions. And I would like to have you walk through what that might be and what are some of those values in that award. I mean, as far as what people can buy and how they can purchase on some of that. So
fantastic. So we have a lot of promotions, and let's see what one comes up first. So we have Quilting 21 and 21 Pro. Those, Karla, are the long arms we have, right? 21 inches, one being the Pro, which is our top of the line machine. So what you get with this package, you get a 8, 10, or 12-foot frame for free with a free light bar. So again, a purchase of a Quilting 21 or a 21 Pro, either an 8, 10, or 12-foot continuum light bar, continuum frame with a luminous light bar. I'm out of sync. I haven't been on video for a while. But for only really on the 21, we're looking at $79.99.95 or $89.99.95. You get those, and that's well over on the Quilting 21. That's right around a $12,000 package,
Right.
and on the Quilting 21 Pro, that's around a $13,000 package. So wonderful on those two. So if you're looking for a long arm, what a great opportunity to get in. Now's the time to get in.
Yeah, some good deals.
Mm-hmm.
And love the machines.
With that, again, just so everybody knows, we're going to encourage you to also find the local dealers. Maybe Mark and Karla just share, our support about our local dealers.
Yeah, local dealers. So if you're in a state, we have our dealer locator right on our home page. You can go to that locator, find a dealer near you. We support and love all of our dealers, Karla, right? I mean, anytime a phone call comes in, even when you're taking the calls and they say, I'm in this area or in this state, we always refer them to the dealer. So with you who have next to a dealer and you call in and you want to order to the dealer, this same package is available through all of our dealers, and we have wonderful dealers throughout the world.
Oh yeah, and they are extremely important to us. Their business is our business, and we want to keep them going and sustain them. And they are very, very important to us. So
perfect. All right, and then we have our 19th machine. This is one that is also very popular. You know, my wife has one. You have family relatives that have one, and we have customers who have one, and it is all wonderful. So this 19 is 19-inch throat. It is stitch regulated. You know, it has that touchscreen, and you get a free Q-Zone Hoop Pro with this one. So it's not our hoop standard.
Right.
It is our Hoop Pro frame, which is our new. I won't say new. It's our
top
upgrade,
of the line.
Yeah,
hoop frame.
Yeah, that comes with cloth leaders, table inserts, and the track system, dual track system. And also with this package, you can get a free light bar.
Right.
So not only do you get the free frame, but you also get that free light bar also with the 19-inch package. And then the 15s, Karla. The 15s has always been popular, right?
Yeah.
It is.
They are a simple, easy, fun machine.
It is. And you still got the long throat. So you are really, for a lot of our customers, they're going from the domestic machine. So this is a wonderful package because they're getting pretty much extra throat, 7 or 8 or 9 inches of extra throat. So we have our 15M, our 15R, and our 15 Pro. All three of these machines, you could either get a Q-Zone hoop, and this is the standard Q-Zone hoop, or the Q-Zone Queen frame with that one. But if you wanted to get the Continuum frame with this package, you can for an upgraded cost. So only for $1,250.
That's a good deal. Great
deal. You can get a Continuum frame. So the Continuum 15, so the M again, the M is our manual machine, non-regulated. Starting at $3,500, you get the free frames, which one you want to choose. And the Q-Nique 15R is our regulated machine at $4,500 with the free hoop or the Queen. And then you have our 15 Pro, which is our newest line of the 15s. And they also get one of those free frames, and it's $5,000 on that one. And again, you can see that upgrading to the frames are mentioned right there. Now, we have a lot of customers who already own their own machine, right? So
they love their machines.
They love their machine.
You don't have to start out with everything.
No. You can end up
with everything,
but let's start where you feel comfortable. And that's the biggest. We always want you to feel comfortable. So down here, we're going to look at the Q-Zone hoop frame. This is a very popular frame because it holds your domestic machine. And it relieves a lot of that stress from the shoulders, from your elbows, trying to manage the fabric underneath, pushing a large quilt underneath the machine. Trying to swing it around, trying to free motion, any of that stuff. Now you can put your domestic machine right onto this Q-Zone hoop. So that has been our popular frame. Not only do you get the frame at a wonderful price at $889, you get a free light bar. So get the hoop frame, use your domestic machine, get a free light bar.
Yeah, get started quilting.
Yes. We also have our Q-Zone Hoop Pro that also gets a free light bar. So this is the same as the Q-Zone Hoop. This is just the Pro version, so you do get added features to it. Or I should say some accessories that come with this frame. And it's for $1189. Again, free light bar. But this is also a frame where you can put your domestic machine. So what a great way to start.
And with these two frames, it doesn't limit you to the size quilt you can quilt. So just remember that. It's a hoop frame. So you can quilt as small as a wall hanging up to a king-size quilt using your domestic machine.
That's right. That's a big, big deal.
Right.
Sorry, Nathan, go ahead.
No, it's good. Karl, I was just thinking, I know that you've had a chance to use this in a few different times in different projects. You talk about that compatibility can work with, the domestic machines that are out there. Why is that such a significant deal? Why should they be excited about what that is? It is exciting, but share with us a little bit. Why is that such a good thing?
Because you know your machine, you love it, you have a relationship with it, and it's easy for you to use. Well, the Q-Zone hoop frame, no matter it's the Pro or the regular hoop frame, it just allows you to turn your quilting machine into an actual quilting machine. It allows you to put it on the carriage where you can move the carriage across the fabric rather than pushing the fabric through the arm of the machine. So it just frees up that space in that area, and it allows you the freedom to design and create and move the machine without the limitations that pushing the fabric does. So it's just a wonderful tool to add to your collection of machines, because if you have 1, 2, 3, I'm sure one of them will fit on the frame. And yes, the throat size does matter, because that's the extension of how far out you can quilt. However, you can get started quilting. I mean, if you're quilting with a little small machine, you could do the same thing on the frame, but it makes it easier for you. So, and then you could upgrade a little at a time. You don't have to jump all in and purchase everything all at once. So, sorry, I use my hands a lot.
No, that's wonderful.
That's good.
Mark, I know that your team helps take a lot of the customer service calls, and there's a lot of questions that come up, particularly about this frame. You know, it sounds like there's been a lot of interest, and maybe you can just share what are some of the things that you're hearing. I'm not sure if you've heard of any of the successes that have been out there for people who've purchased this at all.
Yeah, I have. And just like what Karla, what you said, the big success are the users who really, they thought sitting down, you know, and again, I go back to the strain. I hear it all the time, you know, they love quilting, and you can imagine you're a quilter. And if you had you're not really using the right tools, it can really weigh on the body, right, Karla? And it's not as comfortable, or you feel like I got another quilt I got to do. So a lot of the success comes from them enjoying quilting again.
Right.
And that's the biggest part, is the quilters now can enjoy the quilting when they can put their own machine, like you had mentioned, Karla, a machine that they've already felt comfortable with. It's a workhorse. They don't want to move away from that machine, and so they can start. And even though it's a smaller throat machine, but it's a joy that it brings when they start quilting.
I don't know if I'd still be quilting if I had to push the fabric through the machine. I probably would have given up, and I wouldn't be where I am today if that was how I was quilting. I don't know. And maybe not, you know, but I'm just thinking it was very difficult for me. And so this just freed that up. So it just allowed me to keep doing something that I really enjoy and love.
That's right. The other thing too, Karla, is the space.
Right.
Right. So we're
The
looking
space
at
is awesome.
joy. It's a hobby. And with that, they got to sit down for a reason, because
Right.
of space. And so we really came up with the best solution for them to still keep the space that they have, know that they're limited, but they don't have to sacrifice their king quilt or the queen quilt size or whatever size they want, because now they can put it on this hoop frame. So Nathan, to your question, a lot of the viewers, a lot of people who are calling in, they're really, the joy comes to mind, the frame size comes to mind, and they could use their own machine that they feel comfortable with. So they're all in a comfort zone that they can stay in.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate a lot of those details. I'm going to kind of bring this back up on screen. And Mark, this is one of the things that's amazing is, you know, I'm going to say, if we were to go ask anybody out there who knows finishing quilts, okay, that's what we're in the business of, is helping people finish quilts. And we're going to say, hey, if you're going to get into quilting, and the first thing that comes to mind is usually not just domestic, but if you're going to get into a system, they think long arm, right? And people go, in the past, it used to be probably 15 and 20,000. I think today that's come down to 5. And I think some people know that there are some systems a little less expensive than that. Mark, you talked earlier that we have a system that is fully available for somebody at, you know, $3,900 with a free frame. This is $889 starting with their domestics, so something they're already comfortable with, and it's a wonderful way to get involved. So we're going to encourage people to go out there. It isn't as difficult. Karla has a lot of videos that help show you how to use this and how to manage fabric, etc. Mark, with that, as part as we move forward, let's go ahead and briefly talk about the True Cut system. And that's one of the key items that we're going to be giving away this afternoon. Maybe you and Karla can talk about and maybe bring out some of those products and talk about this cutting system and why that would be such a wonderful thing to receive as well.
Let's do it, Karla, because we love our True Cut.
Yes, we do.
So I'm going to hand you a ruler.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the True Cut line, Nathan and Karla, that's a stretch. I'm going to have one open. So we have a lot of the packages here. So let's hold that one right there. And you know what? A lot of them, you know, it might be, yeah, let's bring one in here. Toss that to me with the blade open. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I'm just kidding. Don't toss it. Let me come grab it. Do not toss it with the blade open. All right. So we have the whole True Cut line, Karla, came about, as we mentioned a couple of days ago, that it solves a lot of the issues, from cutting the finger to damaging a ruler, damaging your mat, staying straight, moving the ruler around, shoulder in the pain, shoulder in the wrist, all those, right, Karla? So we have this opportunity to present product that solves all those issues, and that is no lie.
Right. It's not a lie.
It's not a lie. They absolutely solve those issues. So what we have on the whole True Cut line, that is part of the package that is going to be one, is our comfort cutters. Our comfort cutters are truly comfort, right? The way you hold it, the way it's positioned, the way it aligns the wrist with your shoulder, so you're not getting above, you're not bending your wrist. And then from there, we also have our guides. Our guide on our ruler interlocks, just like you see on the screen right there. So this guide interlocks with the ruler's edge, keeping it straight. So we're talking about those who veer off to no man's land every now and then. They can interlock it right with the ruler's edge, and now they can keep that going straight.
Right.
We have a sharpener, right? Sharpeners that keep the blades sharp, because cutting with the dull blade, not only does it put pressure on your arm, but you're also damaging your mat.
Right. It makes more work for you.
Makes more work. So we have our linear sharpener, we have our electric sharpener, and these keep the blades nice and sharp. It helps you so you can last longer, so you're not having that dull blade experience. Now you're having a sharp blade experience. But we also have our True Grips. Our True Grips are, everybody knows our True Grips. When we go to shows and they see this other product we have, they always like, oh, I heard of True Grips, or I own True Grips. So True Grips are one that everybody really knows, and these go on the back of the ruler. And how important is it to have now your ruler stable or
really
stabilized?
So it doesn't slide out and veer off.
Yep. So now we have our True Grip. So Nathan and Karla, we have True Grips that keep the ruler from sliding. We have a tracking guide system to keep the cutter from veering off, so you're staying straight. We have cutting mats that are thicker than most, is 5-ply, and they're double-sided.
Right.
The double-sided is huge because you're getting 2 mats for the price of 1. And then we also have blades. Our blades are really sharp.
They are awesome blades. If you haven't tried them, you can get some.
Yes. So from start to finish with all of our cutters, we have the standard what industry has, right? We have rulers, we have mats, we have rotary cutters, we have blades. We have the best blade sharpener because no one else has a blade sharpener that has, the stones. But you're not sacrificing anything. In fact, you're upgrading with these tools. And so we have the entire product line that solves your issues with your wrist and shoulder. So we solve a lot of issues that really no other brand can solve. And as we go down on the rest of the list here, so we have other things as well. We have the thread, Karla, and our thread has been well received.
Oh, they love our thread.
They love
I
our
love
thread.
our thread. Yes.
So we have our 4-pack variegated and our solids. Share a little about, well, I was going to go back. For those who don't know, how thick is our thread and what's machine's best for?
It's a 50-weight thread, and it's awesome. It sews beautifully. It doesn't lay on top of the fabric. It just kind of lays nicely in the fabric as you're quilting. The thread is lower lint, and it also comes in a range of beautiful colors. The thread is 1,500 yards, so it's enough for you to quilt a king-size quilt. But you don't have to go out and buy a huge cone of different sizes of threads, so that you can quilt a large quilt. You just get enough to quilt a nice size quilt, and then you can move on to your next color for your next quilt, because no two quilts are going to be alike, and you want to have options. Quilters love options.
That is true. They love options. So yeah, we have our whole website is full of just wonderful prices or wonderful sales from our thread.
They are great sales. Check them out.
To our automation, right? Our automation's on sale, but you can't go wrong when you have all these wonderful tools to help with your quilting process. So as we see there, the 25% off, over 25% off on the automation, and we have two versions of it. We have beginnings and we have pro. The beginnings is a great opportunity to kind of, just like the hoop frame is, the hoop frame eases the customers in with their domestic machine,
right,
so they get comfortable using a machine on top of the fabric. That's how I look at the beginnings package, Karla. With that, is a great way to get started.
Right, it is. It's a great and it's a way to ease yourself in. You don't get all the bells and whistles, but by the time you're eased in, you're ready for that next step. Mm-hmm. Just like with machines and frames and things like that, it's time for that next level to experience that next opportunity in quilting.
That's right. And that next opportunity is our pro version of that software.
Yes.
So, but I would love to see what Nathan has to say about a couple of things. Let's get him. There he is.
Well, I'm going to interrupt you a little bit because I think I just want to do some giveaways right now.
Oh,
so I know we're going to continue and we'll do this, but I think we've got several people here that are streaming. They're excited to see what part of this giveaway is. And I'm guessing some of them are wanting to come back because there's some giveaways that are going to happen. And maybe we'll kick down here to a quick few comments. Just again, maybe as a reclarification, if there are questions, you can see at the top of our screen, we have our 800 number there. Feel free to call in. We also do chat, and then you can also email. If you want to email for additional details, you can email info, INFO, at graceframe.com in order to have and find some additional information. But we'd recommend going to the website, search through. There's a lot of information. If you have questions, our account executives, they can help give you clarification. They're there to help. Their process is to help understand what you're trying to do, meaning what are some of your biggest struggles, and then align that with the product that will best help get you your end result you're looking for. And so they do a really good job at pairing that. But Mark, with that, I'm going to go to Karla and ask her to come up with a question that we can use to give some people to spin the wheels. Now, the spin the wheel and the free giveaways, those are for the people in the 48 lower states, the contiguous U.S., the 48. And what we're going to do is we choose individuals from the Facebook platform and the YouTube. We had heard in the past that depending on that, some are a little bit quicker or later. So, Karla, I'm going to come back to you because you probably knew I was going to come and ask you for a question.
I did.
I'm going to see what would be the question that we can have them answer in order to do spin the wheel.
Okay, here we go. We have two sharpeners. One is a linear sharpener and the other is an electric. What is the name of the electric sharpener in the true sharp line? I kind of helped you out there.
Yeah, you did.
But there's more to it than just that.
There's a number in there.
That's right. You are too kind, Mark.
I used to have a 2-year-old. You have 2 quilts right here.
That's right. All right. I'm starting to see some.
That got our production kind of laughing back there.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. If they can hear that babe back there laughing, that's good.
Okay, here we go.
I'm working my way back here as I was trying to put that up there. We get a lot of correct answers, so thank you, everybody. And long story short, the official name is not True Sharp. It is True Sharp 2. So we're going to go back here to some of the first ones.
Nice job, whoever got that. That's a little trickier, even with our hints.
Here we go, coming down. Now I see True Cut, no. True Sharp, close. True Cut 2, no. True, the Sure Sharpener, love the name, but that's not it either. Moving down. Here we go. We're going to do this one. They're using a numeral 2, kind of the numerals in order to do that, but I want to say this is the one. Well, there we go, True Sharp 2. This is it. Here we go. This is the winner.
Nice
Alicia
job.
Casario. So with that, let's go ahead, Mark.
Job.
Yeah. And I recognize that because, as we mentioned earlier, I've been putting in all the orders and hot fingers. That name right there, I recognize that name. She had, so anyway, sorry.
Nice job.
Here we go.
Make it a good one.
The square ruler. So Nathan and Karla.
Mark, let's do this to throw. Let's do one square ruler and let's spin again to add a secondary piece to her win here.
Okay. So one square ruler. I don't know. Do we want to give what it is?
No, they probably know the square rulers.
Yeah. So 12 and a half square.
So great size.
Yeah, 12 and a half square on that ruler. So let's spin that again. The quilters, is that, oh, she won that the last time?
The square ruler or the quilters combo?
Oh, that's why, okay, so the quilters combo. So I don't know if she wants two of them. If she's on there, Nathan, do we want to spin that again? Let's spin that again, Alicia. So you won it last time, and I'm sure you're going to come in again. Let's do that again. A true sharp.
Hey, that's a good
Sharpener.
one.
So that's just what we were talking about. That's the name that actually fits well to be the name of the prize that we're winning. So the True Sharp 2, as we mentioned, it's our electric sharpener. Just a quick information about this. It does work. It uses the diamond stones, top and bottom.
Right.
And it sharpens both sides of your blades at once. It does your 28, your 45, and your 60 millimeter blades. As the electric, you plug it in, and this is a best way to keep your blade sharp. So the electric sharpener. Congratulations on that win.
Nice job.
All right.
Oh, Ron, way to go.
That was fun.
Now you get to spin it again.
Yes.
For Ron.
For Ron Schaefer.
Yeah.
All right.
Has he won before too?
Be excited for
All right.
Yay!
Yeah, excited. I'm excited. Oh! The 6 True Grips.
Yeah, it's a good price.
6 True Grips. We haven't
You
done that
won't be
one for a while.
slipping at all.
No. No slipping. So the True Grips go on the back of any ruler.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps your rulers from sliding, and so yeah, and you can also use the access for foot pedal on your floor. But there's a lot of other ways you can use the access stuff of this. But the True Grips go on the back of any ruler. They're clear adhesive rings. They don't obstruct your view. They don't raise your ruler up, but they do keep your ruler from sliding.
Right.
So
Great gift.
win, and that's 6 of those.
Congratulations.
6 of those.
Now, Mark, I'm throwing in another name here. I just thought that sometimes if people are a little bit quicker than others, I went clear down the list, and I'm pulling another Facebook winner. This is Gail Widener O'Grady. So maybe let's do a spin for Gail as well.
Nice job, Gail.
Yeah, let's do the spin. I'm excited. Okay.
Oh,
My comfort cutter.
nice.
Yeah, so my comfort cutter. Let's bring that in the package here.
And let's make that a combo.
Oh, nice.
Even better. I love that. So I'm going to put that away. I'm going to grab the combo. So what an upgrade. So, Gail, you get the comfort cutter quilters combo Delight. So you get the 45 comfort cutter, the True Grips, and the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler on one quilters combo. So what a great way to keep you easy, safe, and accurate, straight,
Right.
and yeah, keep your quilting
You're gonna
dreams
love
alive. Your cutting dreams with that one.
Wonderful. Just a quick reminder, I'm going to choose one more, Mark, that here from the
YouTube?
list that's from YouTuber that I'm going to bring on here. But just a quick reminder, if you are a winner, we're going to ask that you email sales, S-A-L-E-S, sales@graceframe.com in order to receive your reward, your prize. Again, sales@graceframe.com. And then, Mark, I'm going to go ahead and have you do a spin. This one again is down that list. This was the True Sharp 2 sharpener. Thank you again, Susan L. That is correct. We're going to go ahead and let's have Mark spin for her. And we're going to go ahead and give her a prize also right now.
Why they brought me back is just to spin the wheel. Like
You are so good at it. Nobody can do it quite like you.
It does take some
It
skill.
does take talent.
Yes, yes. The finesse
Oh,
thread.
nice.
The
Yeah.
solid. This is the solid one.
Yeah.
Let's grab the solid.
Mark, let's also double the ante down on that for her as well.
Meaning 8.
Yeah,
Or-
solids
yeah,
and variegated.
Oh, so you get the 4 most popular, or both.
All right. So they're in this box, and we're going to show them just like right here. So the variegated and solid threads, both are 50 weight.
Mm-hmm.
They are 100% polyester, 1,500 yards. So what a great amount of thread to finish any size of project without sitting on the whole spool later.
Right.
Right. So congratulations on that one. So you do get the solids and the variegateds on that. All right.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks, Karla. I thought really quick, one thing that we can do now, we did do a few of those giveaways. We did talk about some of those promotions that we have. Again, I'm going to encourage you, if you haven't had a chance to go to our website to do so and look at what we have, what are the sell items, what are some of those discounts, wonderful opportunities. We're going to encourage you as well. Check with our dealers, find a local dealer, find one online to go ahead and find out what they have as far as the promotions going, as far as this fantastic fall festival also. And so we're excited about that. Karla and Mark, I know this might be a little bit of trick for our team here, but what I want to do is I want to kind of briefly move over to that beautiful 19-inch machine that we see over there. That is the big giveaway. And I would like to just spend the next few minutes talking a little bit highly about that frame, a little bit about that machine. And then also it looks like we have the automated system on that. And I do believe we have the light bar over that as well. So what I'd like to do is, as we're kind of doing this, I think we might need to move a couple cameras around. So I'll go ahead and take a look. And maybe while we're doing this, before we get into that, let me go ahead and I want to go back and just retouch on all of the winners that we had from the quilt show. Are you guys okay if I just quickly highlight the key winners in each one of those departments? Let me bring that up here on screen so that we can show that to everybody so that everybody can see as I go through and facilitate some of this here. And what I want to do is I want to talk about the winners of this quilt festival that we've had. And we're going to start, and we had one of the first categories we had was the Hall of Shame. So first and foremost, again, this is where you had a chance to come in and submit your quilts. I think we had a tremendous amount, over 2,200 quilts submitted, over 1,200 people submitting those quilts. Again, you selected those winners. And so I'm going to go through and poll and show you the category. If we were to look down below, we did have a third place, a second place, and a first. So first, second, and third in each category. We also had the big cash giveaway, and then we ended up with 2 of those. And I'm going to just poll again our first place winners in these categories and let you kind of see what this is here for the next just few minutes. This one is in the category of Hall of Shame. And I'm just going to, this is a Lori Shepard who was the winner in this particular one. This is NASCAR on the final lap. And if we look at this, there's a lot of wonderful comments. A lot of people love this. And I'm just going to briefly read the story. I thought the story was really, really fun. And it brings home to me why we love quilting. And it's fun to be a part of this amazing group, this community. It says, using my husband's official uniform, shirts, I've made a quilt to keep me warm when he is traveling to the races. Next best thing to having him beside me is being wrapped in his old shirts. And so I thought that was wonderful to be able to see that. And again, I also made a comment based on this that there apparently is a lot of NASCAR fans as well. This was, I think, our had the highest level of votes at over 400. Let me pull that up real quick. I think it was like 437 votes on this one. So we had a very high level of voters participate in this particular quilt. So again, congratulations. I'm going to move to our next category, which was Wild Imaginations. And this is the winner from the Wild Imagination, created by Tracy Vaughn. So I Only Have Eyes for You. And again, this one had a lot of different comments on the side. Very creative, excellent quilting, great quilt, the imagination they were mentioning and the skill set of this individual. I'm going to go down and read a little bit more about the story here below. Bear with me here as I kind of read from what we have here. It says, this quilt was made for my friend's grandson. My friend's son is an optometrist. So when I found this pattern with glasses, it just seemed appropriate. The glasses on each animal are all made with metallic threads. So she mentions, which we all know can be a little bit of a challenge to work with if you've ever quilted with metallics or sewn. We know they're a little finicky. So absolutely, it's a little bit of challenge. It says, while it may have been challenging at times, I think this quilt is my all-time favorite. All animals were made with textured fabrics. For example, the frog is vinyl. If you can take a look at that and zoom in, she says, and see all the extra textures and the type of fabrics. And if you're looking, they're all kind of wearing glasses there with these animals. So I think it's a wonderful and a fun quilt. So congratulations to this section. Again, this was a winner from Tracy Vaughn in Wild Imaginations. We're going to move to the next one. This was our holiday quilt section. This quilt is called the Stonehenge Stained Glass. And just take a minute to look at this. This is from Rose Chauvinek. And Rose, this was probably one of the most commented on quilts. And I'm just going to kind of scroll down, then I'll come back and read her story in a minute. But when we were reviewing this earlier as a winning quilt, we kind of just kept on going and kept on going. And we kind of just kept on going with the comments. And so, again, there were a lot of people out there that really, this quilt resonated with them in a way that really caused them to feel like they needed to share some of what their thoughts were with this. Just a lot of amazing beautifuls. I'm just going to kind of keep on going. You can see we go all the way down the page and we lose that quilt. Let me come back up and read her little piece on what this one was as well. And she says, my nephew was diagnosed with leukemia earlier in the year, and so I made this for him for Christmas 2019, and this was last year. So beautiful, absolutely beautiful quilt. I think everybody would agree it's been really fun to look at all these different quilts that are out there. I'm going to encourage you to go and do so if you haven't done so already. But that's part of what we've enjoyed so much. This is the next category we have, and this is the winner in the surprise/oops category. And this is called Purple Heart by Gail Paschal. And again, beautiful, beautiful quilt. And her story down here says, I started making this as a baby quilt with a 1.5 inch square. She says, didn't like working with the small squares, so I changed them to 2.5 inch squares, and it kept getting bigger and bigger. And I know Karla mentioned, working with some of the smaller squares can be a little tedious. So congratulations to those that are working through that effort and that challenge. It says, so bigger and bigger. It said, I put it in a drawer for several years, got it back out and finished it for the baby's 18th birthday. That's pretty fun stuff. It turned out being a queen size. My husband's 6'3", and he's holding it. It says in the entry from the cut, it's so big that it cuts the sides off. He says there's more yellow around the heart. It's machine pieced and hand quilted. So, well, that's an interesting one as well. Wonderful to have taken time to hand quilt that one. So again, congratulations to the winner, Gail Pascal. And this is in the category of the surprise or the oops. And I'm guessing one of those was, it was so long since she had started it. And then again, it always ended up much bigger than you think it does, potentially from when you start. Next category is blood, sweat, and tears. And let's go ahead and look at our first place winner. The winner is Quilt for My Mom, created by Courtney Beckett. Again, Quilt for My Mom. And again, I know it's kind of hard to see some of the quilting that's in that, but obviously a lot of wonderful piecing, gorgeous quilt. They talk about the craftsmanship is incredible in here. Love it. It's beautiful. Well done. I'll briefly read this story here for us as well. It says, this is a king size quilt that I made for my mother. In addition to its size, it has so many colors and many small triangles. I quilted it on my home sewing machine. Kudos to you on a king size quilt. We know that takes some major effort to be able to do that on your home sewing machine. It took me 8 years to make while I was working full-time, giving birth to my 2 children. During that time, I also earned a master's degree. Finishing it was my greatest quilt accomplishment. It was finally finished this year and given to my mom in July. So congratulations, wonderful. We know we hear the story frequently, and we know that there's a lot of things going on in all of your lives. And, I love to see that quilting can still be one of those. And again, congratulations on your success with your children and your master's degree and finally getting this quilt done. So wonderful. Again, this was the winner, and we have Courtney Beckett in the category of blood, sweat, and tears. That takes some time. So wonderful, and congratulations. We have this one made from scrap. The winner of this one is African Queens, created by Sikana Mabashur is how I think I would say that, Mabashur. So Sikana. And this one had some pretty interesting stories as well. But some of the comments down the side, absolutely beautiful. Such creativity. Stunning Queens is one of the other comments that we can see there. A lot of different things. the story here is the African Queen block was an ideal way to make use of the African print fabric scraps that she had. She says, I saw pictures of the block on Black Girls Quilt Facebook group. So she saw this in part of the Facebook group here called Black Girls Quilt, and then Pinterest. And without instructions on how to make the block, she decided that the size, and she came up with how she wanted to finish those, and she did the math in order to create the quilt. So that takes some additional time to come up with not only seeing something, but doing the math and then coming up with the cuts and everything you would need in order to completely design and then finish that quilt. It says, I made this quilt to enter in the 2020 Quilt Show Scrap Challenge, but unfortunately the show was canceled due to COVID-19. So I think that's been the case with a lot of the quilters who are out there and who are streaming and following. And I think we've been really grateful for the way to digitally connect, and we're trying to do more as far as content, and you'll see that with a lot of the groups out there. So a little bit of a difficult thing with the cancellation, but hopefully we can find ways to stay engaged as a community and provide such opportunities like kind of this here with the fantastic Fall Festival with Grace. So again, wonderful win here from Sakina here as far as African Queens. One of our last two here that I'll bring up, and so these are the last two key winners, and the one I'm going to bring up now, this was actually in the category of Wild Imaginations. That's not why I won. She was the random winner. So this was the $500 cash prize winner. Laura Siegelin is, I guess, what we'd say her name. So apologize, Laurel, if that's not quite right. But again, congratulations. So she, again, just entered her quilt and she was one. So anybody who had a chance to enter, their name was put, and it was a random drawing based on the submissions as a whole. So congratulations. And our last category was what we're calling the Founder's Choice. And this one was the one that was selected by Lori Bagley. So we had the opportunity to have her here just a little bit ago to come in and spend some time as we shared some of that. And this is one that just really stood out to her. And I'm going to kind of read the top piece here. It says, the second quilt top done, Quilting Scares Me to Death by Kristen Smith. And she just talks about making this for my son was going to be a Christmas present. And then I tried to quilt it myself. She says about killed me, yanking this thing through my domestic machine now, trying to put together the funds to get a 15R. We wish you luck on that. They're at the one of their best prices they're going to be, and you're going to get a free frame. So again, congratulations. This was the winner of the $500 the cash prize from our Founders Award. So I thought it would be fun to walk through and share these quilts in detail with everybody. With that, we'll go ahead and let me kind of bring that one back off screen, and we'll bring up Mark and Karla here. And we're excited to have them share a little bit more with us on this 19, the frame and the light bar. And so Mark and Karla, just so you know, we have probably about 10 minutes here, 10, 15, you can share with us on some of the functions and the detail. Then we'll look at getting and announcing the winner.
Mark, get it, Sean.
I will, but before we do, there's a couple of questions that we want to get to. More importantly, the promotions, right? A lot of people are asking when the promotions last. It will last for the end of the month. So all the way till November. The end of November is when the promotions will last. So if you have your eye on one of the promotion items that you're looking at, let's go ahead and make that available. So the end of this month. Okay. Were there any other questions we want to get to, Karla, before we jump into this awesome? I don't see anything.
No, but Nathan, there was one in there that wanted to know how she claims her prizes and asked if we would review that before. So if you wanted to review that after we're done, or now? Or okay.
Perfect. All right. So we have recurring users, right? Or they've been here before, so they've seen and heard, but we also probably have some new people who may not know about this system. So Karla, let's maybe start with the frame and work our way up machine.
I kind of feel like I'm in the way.
No, you're not in the way. Look at right there. You're perfect in the way. Okay. So the frame that it's on is our Continuum frame. And this is our new, True Sharp 2, Continuum 2. So this is our new version of the Continuum. And there are just some wonderful features that we built into this frame that the other one did not have. Let's look at some of those features. This is right now a 10-foot frame. Again, the features are the ratchet wheels.
Right. Ratchet wheels are inside.
Ratchet wheels. They are the superior ratchet wheels with the ratchet pin. So they are the superior ratchet wheels. We also have our new way of holding the bungees. So the bungees go on that right there. And in the past, you had to kind of either pull it out of a plastic bit or do something else. This one, Karla, you can just pull the cord right back without doing anything, and it tightens it right
locks it into
place. It locks it right into place. And if you want to release it, there's that button up top. You just press it. All right. And then we have our ways of raising and lowering the rails.
Which is nice. Very, very nice. Right here you get levers rather than little knobs that you're used to on the old Continuum. So you just push down on the lever and you can raise it up as the bulk of your fabric starts filling up on your take-up pole.
Yes. And those are some pretty significant changes made.
Right.
The price didn't change, though. We kept the price at $24.99, and it's still on sale for $21.89 this month. So the price stays the same. We added those features on the frame. Now, our 19-inch machine. Okay, this is the star. This is what the viewers want to see, right? So our 19-inch machine, it is full of wonderful features, right? Touchscreen, adjustable handles. Let's look at some of these, Karla, as we dive into this machine. Okay. Let's talk about the handles first. What makes these handles different from our 15, and what makes them different from machines in the industry generally?
Because you can adjust them out, and they're very ergonomic. So if you're micro stippling, so see this as it extends out. So if you're more petite and you're using a longer arm machine, you can pull it out towards you and make that extension, and it allows you to quilt without you hunching over, standing on your toes, trying to quilt back here in this area. The handles just will extend out, and they're adjustable. So you can have them at the angle that you prefer for your height, and so it makes it more comfortable for you to quilt.
Yes. And I just looked at the video picture right there, Karla. This machine is a beautiful machine.
It is. It's really
pretty.
Light,
very attractive. Is not that industrial look. It has a very hobby enthusiast look, and is very, like I said, is very. I like the look of it.
Yeah, it is very light, and it's very easy to use. You can use the buttons, or you can just touch the screen. You have 4 different modes of quilting. You have your regulated precise. You can have cruise. You also get base and manual mode. So it gives you so much for just one little machine.
That's right. So changing the functions can be done from the screen or from the handlebars. Right. You know, the handlebars, you can start and stop the machine. You get increase and decrease the speed. Right. You can change to the modes. And then also we like to have that touch screen because people like to go up there and touch that. So within the part of that touchscreen too, what other features come with this machine that's built into the screen?
So on the front screen here, you have what is a needle jog, where your needle will jog down in increments so that you can pinpoint where you started, where you want to start. You can position your needle up, needle down, and you can also change your settings. Your SPI, which is your stitches per inch, up or down. And then this little horn right here is your overspeed. What's nice about that is when it's on, if you're moving the machine faster than it can actually sew, it will kind of beep at you and let you know that you need to slow down your movements. And you can also turn it off.
Perfect. And then also threading. Threading the machine is easy.
It is very easy.
It has diagrams kind of to walk you through the process. Right, and also the thread placement is placed in the front. Right, so it's easy to grab. M-class bobbin.
Right, a larger bobbin.
Is a big one. Built-in bobbin winder.
Right back here you have a built-in bobbin winder where you can wind your bobbins.
And that's pretty big, and that's separate, right? You don't have to have the machine running in order for that to be running.
Nope.
It is separate. You also have the encoder wheels that's on the machine, right? That all comes with it. But the machine itself is very low maintenance, very low key.
Yeah, it's very easy to set up and put on the frame. I've done it myself several times. Because it's so lightweight, it's very easy for you to handle.
Yes. So as far as whoever's going to win this prize, there's nothing to worry about.
No.
Right?
No.
We understand.
You're getting it all.
Yes, you get it all. But we also understand that the buyers of our machine need to have a machine that they can trust, that will last, that will be easy to maintain, will be easy for them within their own home to take care of the machine if something does arise, right?
Right.
Or do arise. So the machine itself, 19 inches. Now let's maybe fire it up a little bit.
Okay.
And just do a couple of stitches before we get into the automation.
Let me just quickly bring my thread up. And I'll start stitching. Now I have the automation belts on. But quilting is so much fun. You just have to tell me to stop, Mark.
That's beautiful. Okay, let's go ahead and stop there.
All right.
Get the polar away. So, and for those who are listening, we were on precise cruise, which is regulated, right? Now, they could hear that kind of, when you're slowing down, the needle will slow down. That's what precise does. And so the machine itself, when you're slowing down, you're going to feel the needle wanting to stop as well, then start back up again.
Right.
Right. So that's perfectly, that's what it's supposed to be doing. And then we have cruise that the needle will jog up and down. So when you come into a point and out of a point, you won't hear the machine slow down and then speed back up again.
Right.
If they don't want to use that, you like to use manual, which takes all that away. So you can just have that one speed where it's not slowing down, coming back up again. You'll really love that one.
I like manual too. Yeah. So try them out. Now, if you're keeping to one mode and quilting, you need to really jump in and try the different modes.
Yes. All right. Now, the package also includes the automation.
Yeah. It's all yours.
Yeah, well, no, this baby's all yours. So the automation, this package that allows them to quilt patterns with three easy steps. Pick a pattern, place a pattern, quilt a pattern. The software itself is a Windows-based, so any Windows operating system is where we want to put that program. And as we can see on the screen, Karla, come right over here. Just because you look better on screen than I do.
I do not.
The light reflects off my head. So
No,
I think there you go. That's better. All right. So as we look at this, so the package, the automation, it comes with over 200 patterns.
Right.
You can do panographs, right? What other features can you do with this system?
Well, with the Pro system, which is what you're going to get, it's the awesome system. You get the opportunity to design and create your own patterns if you like. And you can record your design, your movements, and you can just select and sew. And you can add to your library of patterns by going out and purchasing new designs that add to it. So
that's right. So we only have a couple more minutes, Karla. Let's get this fired up. We'll talk about the light bar that's also included. But I'm going to get a pattern here.
Turn that on while you are quilting, Mark, because you need some light.
So right now, what we did is we picked a pattern. I'm going to now place it. You can see on the screen it's a bear pattern. So we're going to pick it. I'm just going to do a block pattern. I don't have a block square, but I'm just going to do a block pattern. And on the screen, let's go ahead and restart that. Let's talk about the light system that it comes with as we look at restarting that. So the light system itself is an LED light, 10 foot or 12 foot, if whatever frame they choose. And what we're going to do is, when you first get the software system, I wanted to kind of bring it back to where we're going to load in for the first time and maybe start from the beginning. Okay. So as we go, it asks to set the safety area. So I'm going to hurry quickly set the safety area. And again, the screen walks you through this process, right? Go ahead and press that down there for me.
All right.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to do that bear. We're going to quickly place it. Very simple. So the bear has been placed. So we picked it, we placed it, and now we're going to go ahead and we're going to hit quilt. All right.
And Mark is professional. He's very good at this. Now it's moving to where the design is going to start sewing and do a couple of tie-off stitches, and then it's going to stitch out the design. Here you go. Okay.
Just a minute while this is building. Just as a quick reiteration, thank you for staying with us. We're getting ready to list the winner of this prize as we kind of conclude this session.
There we go. Everybody's like, that was a great half hour of nothing, everybody. So hope sound's coming through now. Sound coming through now, everybody? Great, good to go. So I was coming back and just thanking Karla and Mark for sharing some of this time. We're going to spend a little bit more time here as we just finish this up, but you can see how simple that process is to begin with. And it's really exciting to be able to have a product like this to be able to give away. As a consumer, you're going to love the experience you're going to get with an automated system and a machine that's a great in between that. What is that professional, like our professional 21 and that getting started component there. Mark and Karla, I want to kind of go turn over to you and see if there's any last things you'd like to share with us before we kind of look at finalizing part of the giveaway today.
I'll start out, just in case we don't come back on what a great package, and from the top level down to everybody here, we wanted to give this away. So it was something that we felt we wanted to do. So what a great package. But as we look at, for Karla and myself, as we maybe look at saying maybe our goodbye for our last video, we will, where am I at? Okay, there it is. We will, do many more of these. I saw a lot of the comments, keep these up. Absolutely, we will. We love doing these. So from my side, it's been a pleasure talking to the camera so that you can see me on the camera. It was a pleasure doing all the spinning the wheels and the talking about the product. Grace Company, what a wonderful product we have to offer, and what a great way to start your quilting journey. So from that, I will say thank you and turn the time over to Karla.
Hey, thanks for joining us. It's been so much fun. I appreciate all of you participating. It means a lot to us here at the Grace Company, and we are so happy and so excited to be able to give the machine and framer away. I know you guys are excited and want Nathan to get to it, so yeah. So I will shut up because I have done a lot today. So I just thank you again for all of you. I appreciate it.
All right. Karla, let's take a seat.
All right, we'll take a seat.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Oh, good luck, everybody. Yeah, that's that.
This is big.
And with that again, so thanks everybody for being with us. This is the last minute, and then maybe we're going to be going in. Just please stay with us as well. I know Janet George has spent quite a bit of time in helping put together her information that we're going to be streaming here, just coming up in just a few minutes. But with this as a reiteration, again, we just want to thank everybody. It's been a wonderful event. We've had wonderful participation from those people who have joined as far as educators and ambassadors and guest speakers and panelists and so much more. Thank you everybody for all that you've helped put together. Those who are streaming and watching, I'm going to encourage you, continue, go to the Grace Frame website, go to our YouTube, find us on Facebook. You're going to be able to restream these. There's a lot of great information that will help continue to hopefully inspire you as we move along. Thanks everybody who's been on the camera. Thank you, Mark and Karla, and spending all the time. And then again, there's a large handful of people behind the scenes. And so thanks everybody from around the world, from here in Utah, from here at Grace Company, and everybody's participation has been wonderful. We're excited to continue to bring more content. We have a little bit more for you today, but with all that being said and done, I'm going to bring up this award that we're giving away here today. I'm going to bring this up on screen so everybody can see what we are doing and what that is. We're going to add that to the screen here. So this is the prize. We actually are giving away, and the prize value is much higher than what it says on the screen. The retail value of this package is over $17,000 is the gift and the giveaway on what we're doing. And we are shipping this to the winner wherever you are in the world. So we're committed to doing that, and we're excited. Our machines are dual powers, so they're switching. You don't have to worry about that. We might need to look at getting you an adapter plug to plug it in your wall, but they're certified, and they do work on all power sources throughout the world. So we're excited. We're an international business in the UK and Europe and South Africa and Australia, up in Canada, New Zealand and many other places. And we continue to look forward to expanding. This prize is going to include, and there's one item that's not shown on here. It is listed. It is the 10-foot light bar. And if you opt for a 12-foot frame, that is part of this gift. We're going to upgrade that to the 12-foot light bar. We are doing the QCT5 Pro, so the professional system is one of those things that is included in this. And then there's that master cutting collection. That is the other big piece that is part of what this winner is. And it's really a set of almost every one of the items in the True Cut product line that makes cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. So without ado, we're going to go ahead and bring it up. This is the big moment, Mark and Karla. So here we go, and this is what they're winning. Let me go ahead and winner, check in. Winner, Kathy Patterson. Now, Kathy, you do have a Gmail account, so we are going to be contacting you to have and talk about the last few details. We have had some people looking to find out if you are a winner, that we have selected your name. We should have sent you an email communication regarding that. If you're an individual that has recently streamed with us, we're going to recommend that you email sales@graceframe.com, and that's sales@graceframe.com. But coming back again, congratulations, winner Kathy Patterson of this large quilting studio system. So fantastic, and it's been really, really fun. Mark and Karla, again, thank you for participating. Thanks for being with us. All of those live viewers who are still with us, we still have more to come today. We encourage you to stay along as we go through a little bit more. And let me go ahead and bring her up here. This is what we're going to be doing here as we move through the last hour of our day of our live streaming. And this is what we're going to be doing here today. So we did all these other great things. We're going to be spending some time with Janet George. Now, Janet George, a wonderful person, bless her heart. She is an individual who's just started this and on her own continues to understand that there's education needed out there in the industry, and she's found a passion, and she's done, I think, even full live streaming day or day and a half challenges where people can hone in and follow what she's doing. So it's been really fun to have her work with us. I'm going to read her brief overview for everybody. Let me go ahead and bring that up on screen so we can kind of see this. She joined the QCT. She's an expert here with our product line and an expert with that QCT, and she's going to be teaching us how to design and quilt pantograph patterns. Now, that is the most common thing that people use in order to complete their quilts. And I'm so glad that she's tackling this key component, which is the basics of what is quilting as a whole when people finish quilts and utilizing the system. So she's going to be talking briefly about the quilting interface and then what we refer to as zone quilting and how that makes it really easy. She says she's going to do that so that you can find beauty with confidence in your overall quilt processes. So again, Mark and Karla, if we can go ahead and just say congratulations to our winners. Thanks for the joining, and we will encourage you to continue to stay with us as we do.
Thank you and congratulations. It's been fun. It's been real fun and hot.
Yes.
So
thanks, everybody. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Be sure if you have questions or need some information, give us a call, 1-800-264-0644. I'll put that up on the screen. Feel free to call us again, 1-800-264-0644, or feel free also to log online at graceframe.com to find more information, send an email. We'd love to talk to you, get to do a little bit more. And with that, we're excited to introduce Janet George. And Janet, take it away. We're excited to see what you have to teach us as we continue today.
Hi, my name is Janet George. Thank you for joining me here today. I will be showing how to take a pantograph pattern and put it together and quilt it out using QCT5 beginnings. I started out with beginnings several years ago now. So I love beginnings. I will say that very much. I love beginnings. So let's get started. I've started from the very, very beginning. So let me open up QCT, and it always gives you this message about making sure the machine is in the center. Okay, and I have beginnings, but I don't have it, you might say. So I want to be limited to beginnings. So I'm going to go into try other product tiers, and I'm going to tap on beginnings. And just to add this little tip in, even if you have beginnings, you are able to open up QCT Pro. You will be in demo mode. But as you start to learn more about the software, you would be able to go in there and at least design your entire quilt just to see what it looks like. And you probably will find that very helpful, because with beginnings, you are limited to 1 or 2 rows. So I just wanted to show you that. If you need information about anything, you can tap on that little blue circle with the eye. So we're going to start beginnings. And so now we are in QCT 5 beginnings, and I'm going to tap on Pantograph. And the first thing I need to do is set the safe area. And I'm going to move my machine back as far as I can. And I've got it kind of just lightly touching that back rail, and I'm still at the edge of the backing, not the quilt top, but the backing. I'm going to tap top left, and now I'm going to move my machine as far as the back will let me pull the machine forward, and again at the edge of my backing, and touch bottom right. And what that has done is it has created this big rectangle, okay? And that's what it is safe for me to sew within. So I will be creating a zone to sew, and that zone must be smaller than that safe area, or I'll get a pink screen that says out of safe area, but that'll make sense as we go along. So just to give you an idea of things, so that when I refer to things, you'll kind of have an idea, I'm going to go ahead and open up a pattern that I've already saved. Opening it as a pantograph. We're going to go back, and I'm going to show you designing it. I just want to show you the different screens we'll be going through so that you have an idea of where we're headed. So this is what's called the Panto Stacker screen. So when you first had tapped on Pantograph, this is the screen that you're in, and then you have all of these things to design your pantograph with. And I just want to say something very quick, where I had pointed out you could go into Pro and demo mode. This screen will look the very same as basic mode. When you open up Pro, that row height becomes half its size, and you'll see a mode thing. And you can tap on that mode, and you can change it to basic. And then what happens is this entire screen will look the same, with that exception, as this screen right here. All of these choices are the same, and you are no longer limited to 1 or 2 rows. And your total height can actually be the total height of your quilt, where in beginnings it cannot be. So this is your initial panel stacker screen. And once you get your design, then you're going to tap on Sew in Zones. It's going to ask us to save, and we're not going to do that yet, because so I'm going to say no. But now you're in what's called the quilting interface screen, and this is where you actually quilt from, okay? And you have an optimized screen that you can open up, and an options screen, but this is the basic screen here, is quilting interface. There's yet another screen, and that's zone manager. And this is where you set up some more things about how you're going to quilt. And then once you get that, then you're going to say, okay, I do want to show something. This zone size max right there, that 41.44 inches, that is actually that safe area that we measured. When I said we created a big rectangle, that's how wide that rectangle is. And because this is what was called a rolling rail frame, we can quilt 100% of the width of our quilt, but the height we can't, because it starts getting bigger. So that's a percentage of the safe area. That's a 95% of that area. So I'm going to cancel out. I don't want to get into too many details, but I just wanted to let you know that's where we're headed. We have the Panastacker screen, we have the quilting interface, and then we have the zone manager screen. So I'm going to tap on that red X and the reset and take everything back to the beginning. So when you first start out, you need to set what your width and height is. And because I opened up a pattern, it went to the width that pattern was saved in. But if I had not done that, the total width and total height would be what was set from the safe area. So, of course, that's going to change as you start designing. But that's the original width and height is from setting that safe area. So now we need to set the width that we actually want for our quilt, okay? So I already have my quilt top loaded, and this isn't obviously a real quilt because I wanted you to be able to see things real easy. So just a little tip here, when I'm getting things ready, I'll put a T on my backing. Like this is a directional backing. I want to make sure that I load it so that it's not going to be upside down with maybe if it's directional on the front. So I'll put a T there. And when I'm cutting out my batting, I'll put a T with whatever's in the top left. And then same for this. So that way I know I'm loaded good. And so I've already run the basting stitch of these two. And then I lined that top edge up to that basting stitch and rebasted. And then I've basted up the sides. And this is just a dowel. Some people use a yardstick. But if you don't have that, it kind of flops. So it's nice to have something to take that weight of that clamp there. Sometimes I get asked, what are you using on the side? Let me just show you. So this is part of a set of Mondo clips. This is actually cafe curtain rods that I tied a ribbon onto the little loops on the end. So that's all that is. So because when you're first starting out and you buy your tablet, you may not have enough money for a lot of cool gadgets. Both leader grips and red snapper have some very cool things on for the edges, but that's what I'm using for right now. And another thing you want to do as you're getting set up is it's very important when you're using this software that you keep your quilt top straight on the rails. So before I even base the edges, I'll lay my big square ruler here, and I'll put this line there and here, and I'll do that on both corners just so I know I'm starting out with a straight edge right now before I even based. And then this is just a piece of ribbon here, and I have a donut magnet tied there. And so I just have the ribbon tied on the other end. This is cheap Christmas ribbon. Look at that. But I'm able to take a Crayola marker, and with my Crayola marker, I can mark here. If there were certain blocks within my quilt top, I could also mark that. And then up here, like when I was doing the big square ruler, I go ahead and I mark that because as I advance, this edge needs to keep staying straight with that. And I want to keep, as I advance, I want to put this back up and make sure that those are lined up with the edge. And then I have these. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and take this off. And I just wanted to point that out because a lot of your success with QCT, this is your foundation, how straight you keep this. So I just want those tips out there for you so that you're able to get off to a good start and keep your quilt top straight. Okay, so so back to explaining what are all these choices and how do we set up our pattern. So so to set up the width, you can use this yellow ruler. You don't have to use the yellow ruler. You could take your tape measure, and maybe you already know, because sometimes the top of your quilt is a different width than down here. I've quilted a lot of charity quilts, and they're just not all square. So you may not want to use the top top width from up there if down here it's actually wider. So I'm just showing you this so that you do know it's there for you if you want to use it. If you want to be able to mark your center and your quilt doesn't exactly show it, and you could just put your needle right there within the quilt top, and you could tap there. And then this is the one with the yellow ruler with the green slanted line, and then you could go anywhere over here and then tap on the other side, and then that gives you a quilt width. And then you can tap on that little black sewing machine, and it's going to ask if your needle is up. And then it's going to take you to that center spot, which if you're going to use center placement when we get over there to quilt it out, then you're going to want that. And you're going to say apply measurement. Okay. I'm going to tap on back. So I've already got that marked, but let's just say this is, I don't want to use that measurement at the top, but I do want to get my width using the ruler. So I'm going to go to where maybe it's a little bit wider and tap on that yellow ruler. And I want my needle to be where I want the leftmost stitches to hit. Like if I'm quilting off the edge a little bit, however much margin I give myself between the needle and the raw edge, kind of depends on how square my quilt is. So just for ease, I'm going to use the edge of my foot, okay? And I'm going to tap there and move it over here. And whatever I do on the left side, I want to do on the right side, and tap there and say apply measurement. And so that 36.531 is going to autofill into the total width. If I already knew what width I wanted to use, maybe I had measured my quilt top before putting it on, and I know exactly what I need. Plus, adding the two amounts for the margin, I could just tap on total width and get a keypad to enter and say okay. So for total height, so for beginnings, when I said initially the safe area autofill there, it's actually up here in this yellow ruler. So you can see 16.82 is the amount that's the height, you might say. So I could take my little calculator right now and say 16.82 times, and I'm going to say 95%, and I get this 15.9. And so what that's telling me is when I get toward the bottom of my quilt, then that's probably my zone size that I'm going to have to quilt with, because as quilt builds up on this take-up rail, my machine gets to where it can't move back as far because it's going to start building up. So that's why you don't have 100% of your safe area. You do going this way, but not this way. So I could look at that and kind of make a decision on what size do I want either the row height or total height to be, because again, with beginning, see, I can't go past 2 rows. I can only have 1 or 2 rows there. So I need to begin with the end in mind, so to speak. So as you continue to do quilts, keep up with when you end a quilt for that length of quilt, what was the space? What was the height that you have left? Because you almost need to begin with the end in mind. You don't want to start with a pattern height of, say, 16. Okay, I have the Unique 21 Pro. I wouldn't want to start with a total height of 16 and then get to the bottom and I no longer have a full 16 inches. So don't give yourself a total height that you're not still going to have when you get to the bottom, okay? So I want to be clear about that. And that has to do with the space, the throat size of your machine. So that doesn't mean you have to use that maximum amount. It could be that you want to have a total height of 10, and that's fine. I'm just saying, don't let your total height exceed what you're going to have when you get to the bottom to the last row that you'll quilt. Okay, so we are going to use this pattern right here. And there's something unique. This is actually 2 rows. If you'll notice, that's 1 row. So there's nothing that connects here, okay? So what's unique with this pattern is the lowest stitch of this top row is same as the highest stitch of when the second row comes along. And with beginnings, that is your very easiest pattern to use, the kind where that line, so to speak, is the same for the lowest stitch and the highest stitch. So that would be a recommendation starting out, is look for those patterns that start out with that will have that. And there's a reason for that. Let me get a ruler so it's making sense. So so when you get into quilting this out, and let's just say you're doing 1 row, and QCT will give you a marker of where you need to mark for your next row, and the machine is going to move to where this lowest stitch line is, to the center, okay, to the very center. So that means when you advance your quilt to do this, you've got the exact placement point. So that's a reason for starting out with this kind of pattern. It's just easier. And what I've done is just made a book of all my patterns. So that's been very helpful. Okay, so now that we have our total width in there, we're going to select our pattern. And it's an Ann Bright, and it's Kumo. Okay, so there we go. I don't know why it was doing that, but reset and X. You'll get familiar with those. If you make a mess, just hit reset and the X, and it'll take everything away. So I have to decide, how big do I want this? And one thing that's helpful is to go into options, and there's a show grid right there. So make sure it's tapped on and say, okay. Well, yeah. And you may need to tap on the screen to make the grid lines show. And right now the blue lines look a little pale. If I tap on all, it turns dark blue and they're selected. So that's how you know if a row is selected. It's in darker blue. But right now we just have 1 pattern, and we've got it at a total height of 10. So a lot of times what I'll do, I'll take a ruler and I'll think, okay, I can look at this cloud and I can see it's kind of a 3-inch cloud. Yeah, you know, that's probably good. But I know that I probably need more than 1 pattern across, because right now I have 1 pattern and 1 row. And I'm just going to keep it at 1 row. I could just see what 2 rows look like, but nah. So I'm going to take it back to 1 row. But I need to know what is a good amount of patterns across. I don't know what are the size ratios. So what I can do is I can tap on that bottom row of hearts, okay? So this gives me the right ratio for a pattern height of 10, okay? So what I can start doing with this bottom row of hearts selected, I can start tapping on the pattern number. So I tap on 2, and what this is doing, you can see in little tiny letters, it says equal edges. So it's nesting across, okay, based on the width. So if I tap on it again, then there's just a little bit there. So now I'm at 3 patterns. And then if I tap on 4 patterns, then they're overlapping. So that tells me either 3 or 4 patterns is how many that I can use that will most reflect what the pattern ratios for this pattern are with a height of 10. So now I'm going to change to this top row of hearts. And there's 3 selections within this top row. And this first one, sometimes You don't see it with this one. Maybe if I change it to 3, you still don't see it. But sometimes with that bottom row, which is usually what it defaults to, you'll see that the patterns aren't connected. So you have to watch that third selection. And then when you tap on the top one, then that keeps the design from what's called wrapping, okay? And I think with this pattern, we're not going to get wrapping. No, we're not. So we'll show that with when we do what's called a nested design. Right now, this pattern doesn't nest, so this is our easiest one. But this second choice allows the wrapping on the edges for the pattern that's not this is called B to B. So if you were quilting in between 2 borders, see how nice this would fit? So that would be really nice. So you have to decide at this point, do I think 3 looks better or does 4 look? I think 4 looks a little jumbled. So I'm going to take it down to 3. And I actually see an itty bitty tiny tip of purple. So I'm actually going to put it on that top one because I don't want that little bitty tiny stitch there. Okay, so at this point, I don't need to use any of these other features. I'm actually ready to quilt at this point. I want to talk about just a few of these other selections. When I tap on that all or none, right now none is selected because it's lighter blue. If I had 2 rows, and in fact, I'm going to go ahead and just touch 2 right now. And you'll notice when I tapped on 2, the row height changed to half of the total height. So that's how that works. But I could tap on alternate and then only the lower row is selected. So whenever you're doing things, like if I wanted to say move that second row, which that's what those blue arrows do, move back and forth, then only that row would move because that's what's selected. If I don't like what I did, I can tap on that blue undo arrow however many times. And that's what wrapping looks like. You can see that little pink there showing up. So I'll tap back there. If I needed to stagger a pattern halfway, then it's not liking that because I would need all of it selected. But how much something moves, you'll see these little steps over here. So when I tap that, I have choices, tiny, small, medium, big, jumbo, and I can pick one. And so when I start moving things around, that tells how far for it to move. So when you start fine tuning, then the small and the tiny work good. So this area right here is very unique. When I touch on size, then it gives me these icons. So these 2 icons right here that are horizontal, they only work with these hearts right here. You know what, let me get them all selected. So those 2 icons only work with those selection of hearts. I may have made a mess. So those 2 right there are the ones that work with that. And you can see the little lock comes unlocked, but we're going to be using that top one. And now these icons are actually inactive and only these grow or shrink icons. So I could start shrinking and you see it shrinks. I can do reset, takes it back, max takes it to the full row height. Okay, so that's with size. And then move gives you those. And this fit selection, with that top fit, you get all the blue arrows to either move up or down or across. And then when you tap there, and then your next selection, with this fit selection, we'll talk about that with the nested design because that's where that really comes into play. If we were to let me tap on that. You know what? I'm going to take it back down to 1 row. And I'm going to tap that second one. And if I were to start increasing the size here and start tapping there, it starts going off the screen which with beginnings, you don't want that because you keep needing to repeat this as you go down and you don't want that cut off. So it's with that third fit selection, and I'm going to tap reset. That's the one that I can grow this, but it's let me make sure that that's not. This allows wrapping, that blue star. So you don't want that blue star selected. But you don't want it growing off the screen. So let's see. So we've talked about the size that gives you the icons, the move that give you the arrows. If you tap on flip, then you have different icons where you're able to, you have all these different choices where you're able to just tap through them and see what happens. But the top is default. So that takes you back before you started flipping. But this next one would flip everything horizontally. The next one would flip vertically. Okay, you can see how it flipped vertically. And you have a couple more choices. And then the top one takes you back like it was. So we know that we're back like we were. So that's just a quick explanation of what these are. And we'll use them more when we go talk about the nested patterns. So for right now, it's just kind of throwing you in the deep end of the pool and kind of giving you some exposure. But just be aware that as you touch these, you're going to get different choices in that little inner space. And with a lot of these choices, they're in that little bottom line. I didn't mean touch that. But you'll see little words that kind of explain things. Like right now, that's the name of my patterns, Kumo. So be aware of that. And I'm going to tap back on all. And for right now, we're going to, and I could tap on the magnifying glass if I wanted to look at something closer, and then tap back on the word fit, and then X, and you're back in this screen. So I think we're ready to quilt. We decided on 3 patterns, and we're just going to do 1 row. We've got a total height of 10. And the pattern width, when you have that top row of hearts selected, that's unselectable. You can only select it with those lower 2 rows of hearts. So we do want to save our pattern. So I'm going to tap on save. And you don't really want to save it. Like this was an Ann Bright pattern. Well, I don't want to save it with these patterns because these are like good bought patterns. So I don't want it mixing in with those. So you want to save it in a folder where you can come back to, okay? So I created one that says working pantos. So you would tap on new and you would enter your folder name. I'm going to say cancel. And I had already created this and saved it here. But you would tap on, you would tap right in there on file name and you would say, I'm going to say clouds, and you would tap on enter and then tap on that word save. And and because I had already saved it, it's going to say, do you wish to overwrite? I'm going to say yes. And so now we're ready to sew in zones. So we're going to tap on there. And it asked me if I would like to save it. And I'm going to say yes. Okay. And I'm going to say clouds. And I'm going to say, and there's an autosave zone projects. Just don't touch that. Just leave that alone. Just go ahead. And when this keyboard comes up, enter your name and you can give it the same name as over there. This is what's called a zone file. When you create a zone file, you cannot make any more changes to it. When we save the pattern by tapping up there, that file we can make more changes to if we want to. This one we cannot. So I'm going to say enter and save. And now we're in the quilting interface screen. So before we do anything else, I want to go into Zone Manager. And it tells you that if you've already placed your zone, meaning you've moved your needle to where, if you have like center placement, that's going to be where the top stitches of your zone would hit in the center, that you're going to have to replace it. But we haven't done that yet, and you could redo it anyway. So we're going to say yes. And because we only have one zone, we can't change that around. So, and if I tap on show zones, it would show if I had more than one zone, but it just shows our red number 1 zone. So that's all we have. And then we kind of talked about the zone sizing, that 41.44, that's my safe area width, but this 15.98, that's 95% of the height of my safe area, okay? So that means the zone that I created to stitch, I can't stitch any more than 15.98 without getting out of, it's gonna not let me stitch there. So, so now we have 2 different choices for zone placement. There is the top left corner, and once you do the top left corner, then you can, if you want to, set the right corner. You could even set the lower left and then the lower right, but all you have to is the top left corner if that's the choice you want. We're going to tap center. This is grayed out. Every zone is going to start stitching on the left side, so you don't have a choice there. You have 3 choices down here as far as sewing direction. So this one says uniform, and that means every row is going to start on the left. So if I had 2 rows here and I have that selected, it's going to stitch that row. And if we were back in the quilting interface screen, you would see a blue line stretching across from where this row ended down to the beginning of the next row. So that can look scary if you don't realize what that is, but that's where it's coming from. If you've got uniform selected, every row is going to start stitching from the left side. So if you've got 2 rows and it stitches over here, you'll need to tie off. You'll need to pull your bobbin and cut so that you're not pulling a bunch of bobbin across the entire width of your quilt top. Okay, this next one says back and forth. So this one just has 1 row, so it's really not a factor here. But what back and forth is if we had 2 rows, it would stitch this row across, and then it would give a jump stitch, meaning it would not stitch, but when the machine ended with this row, it would take a stitch down to literally the end of the second row and then stitch back across. So if you're stitching within your quilt top, that's a nice choice. The next one is continuous. That means if you have 2 rows, once this first row stitches, it's going to stitch down. So that would be, you would want to be stitching out in the margin because you probably wouldn't want that stitching down within your quilt top. So it would stitch your 1 row across, it would stitch down, and then stitch back across. So that's what continuous is. And we're going to go ahead and just have that one selected. But because we have 1 row, really none of these choices matter. It would only come into play with 2 choices. So we're going to say, okay. And so this green represents that zone, okay? So this is our zone, okay? Not to be confused with safe area. This is what must fit within the safe area. And you'll see that there's a gap right there, and it's shifted to the top left corner. That's because we haven't placed our zone. And a zone is simply the name for what can stitch between each advance of our quilt. This red line that you see, that's actually the safe area, okay? So I'm going to move my needle up here to my green center mark there, and I'm moving it to wherever I want the top stitches to hit. And because this isn't nested, there's really no need at all for me to stitch up there into that margin, because where I have this is where those top stitches are. And without any nesting, I'm good to just go ahead and put my needle right there. And I'm going to tap inside that green area. So now I've placed my zone. And as you can see, I'm safe because it's within that red line. If I were to say, do something silly and place it, I'm going to do something really silly. If I were to have my needle way down here and place it here, then it can't stitch because I've got it placed way too low down here. So you can tell that I need to either advance my quilt more or move my needle up. So don't let that pink screen scare you. You just need to make some adjustments. So I'm going to come back up here and retap there. And now I'm nicely within my red lines. But it's nice having those red lines because that tells you, like, I'll do something else silly. If I were to not be in the center and tap there, then you can look over here and know that I've got my needle too far to the left because that's where it runs out of the safe area. So, so just be aware of that now it can sew. And it actually would stitch. When I had it with the pink area, it actually would stitch. But when it got to that red line, which would be over there at the edge, which would be bad, but it would start doing jump stitches. It would sew as far as it could and then do jump stitches. So you may want to do that on purpose at some point. You may want to trick it into having a cutoff there. But right now we're safe, and I know that the zone has been placed because these diamonds have now lit up in blue. I can go into options here, and there's a show grid over here if I want to see grid lines over here. And same as in the Panto Stacker screen, each block represents 1 square inch. So I can say okay there. And there's another screen to go into that we don't need to go into here, and that's optimize. If I just wanted to watch how is it going to stitch, then I could say animate stitching. And the yellow one tells me there's just one stitch path. It's going to start at the green and it's going to end at the red, and there's not going to be any stopping. If there were little blue dots, that would mean there were jump stitches. When you're wrapping from end to end, you'll see blue dots, and then you can tap on remove all, and then it'll ask you at the end if you want to connect the first and end. Well, no, you don't want to stitch connect in there, so you would say no to that question. But we'll visit this screen later. So right now we're just going to say okay, but I could tap on animate stitching to watch it stitch. And we definitely want to go into settings because once you start stitching, it's too late. But you're going to tell your machine what speed do I want my machine to stitch at. And if it's very intricate or a quilt that really matters, tap on slow. Get your very best stitch quality, or if it's intricate, tap on slow. I have never used fast. I use medium a lot, but with the Pro, I actually use slow a lot more than I used to because it just seems like it stitches faster. Your tie-off count, you can have from 0 to 5 there. You have a toggle here between do you want back and forth stitches to tie off when you start and end your stitching, or do you want it to take little micro stitches? Automatic bobbin pull, you can either have that selected or unselected. I personally don't like it selected, so I take it off. The stitches per inch, you can tap on the plus or the minus, or you can tap directly on the number and get a keypad. I think 7 is the lowest it will go, which you can tap and just see. I think that's the lowest it goes. But that would be a big stitch. So we're gonna just use 11. And now I'm gonna say okay. And there is a toolbox that has a lot of nice choices in. When you say move to start point, that's in there. Maybe you've moved your needle around checking things. You can always say move to start point. If you realize somehow you've made a mess with your safe area, then you could reset your safe area. It will take you back to the panto stacker screen. If you wanted to take a single stitch, that's where you can take it. If your machine is locked in place at some point, then you could say release carriage, and then you're back able to move your machine around. If you needed to measure something, there's your yellow ruler. And the yellow ruler is something I like to use when I get to the bottom of my quilt. And I will go in here and I will measure the height that I have left, so that next time I do a quilt that same size, I'll know how much height did I have at the end of that quilt. Release sewing machine, that takes the control back to your handle, so to speak, or back to your touch screen. It takes the control away from QCT so that your buttons will work. It may be that maybe you don't have the base feature in your version, but this is a nice base feature that you have in there. And we'll cover that later. But those are your choices in the red toolbox. So get familiar with those. And we'll tap on X for right now. Repair pattern. If you want to even just check where a stitch is going to hit, like I could move my machine and tap closest stitch, and it's going to go to wherever the closest stitch is. And I could just go ahead and see where am I at, and just know if I wanted to see on my quilt where it's going to hit. Now I can tap back, and I'm back. So and like right now, look, it's locked in place. So I'm going to tap on that. Well, you know what? I have release carriage right there. So I can say release carriage, and now I can move again. So don't panic if you find your machine locked in place. You have the release carriage there. If I wanted to trace, okay, I can tap on trace. And it always asks if your needle is up. And now it's just going to start tracing. So I could see exactly where I'm starting out. Now here's something unique. So when I tap on stop, I get more choices right here. It says resume forward, resume backwards, trace from start, trace from end. Maybe I want to see where it's going to end up. Well, right now, my machine is locked in place. I could tap on the red toolbox, say release carriage, and then I could just go ahead and move it over here and say trace from end. I could have said trace from end, but it's just quicker to release the carriage and just manually move it over toward the end. So now I see where it's going to end up at. So sometimes you want to know that before you start out. Okay, so now I'm going to say release carriage, and I'm going to come back over here. And at this point, I'm ready to pull bobbin. So I'm going to say pull bobbin. It's probably going to ask if the needle is up. So now I need to pull my bobbin. So it's asking for single stitch. So I'm going to tap that. I'm going to just run. I could have run the thread there or run my little thing there, but I want that bobbin thread to come up. I want both tails. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to give them a little tug, because if there is any looseness in my thread path, I'm going to get some kind of loopy loops under the bottom as it works out that looseness. So right now I'm ready to tap on sew, and it's going to take the micro stitches, and then it's going to start stitching. And so I'm going to let this stitch out, and then and now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start looking underneath and make sure that my bobbin side stitches look good, so I can hit stop if something goes wrong or looks bad. But I'll be back when we get to that end point and we're ready to pull the bobbin when we've ended. Okay, so we have reached the very end of quilting this zone, and we need to pull a bobbin. Now, it's very tempting. You see that finished zone, and it's real easy for your finger to go there. But if you were to do that, then without you breaking thread, it would go to the center of your quilt, and you would have thread pulled from the top and from your bobbin to right there. So be sure to pull your bobbin first. And actually, I could go into pull bobbin, and you're usually going to get that user interface timeout thing. I could tap on that. And I could do the single stitch, but I'm going to show you what I do because I think it's faster. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just push my machine back. Okay, and then because I'm in the batting, I don't have to be just exact over that spot. And I'm going to tap on that red toolbox and say take a single stitch, and it takes it really fast. And then it pulls that bobbin loop up. Okay, so I've got the top thread and the bobbin loop in my hand. I'm just going to cut it. So now I'm going to go ahead and move my machine roughly to the center, and I'm going to tap finish zone because I need to know the mark. It's going to ask me if the needle. I'm going to say okay, but I need to mark that spot. I have several choices up here as far as marking this spot. Okay. I can tap on that marking method. Right now it says single stitch. I could do a sew mark, or I could say pull bobbin sew mark. But I'm going to go ahead and say single stitch. And I'm taking a piece of tape, and I'm going to kind of slide. It's sticking. This is flannel, so it's wanting to stick to that flannel. Goodness gracious. There we go. And I'm going to say I'm going to tap on the word single stitch there. And now it's taking that single stitch and it flashes done. Okay. And this is kind of a picture of that right there. It's kind of a 1-inch reference around that spot. I'm going to tap on continue, and you start getting these messages. Are you sure? And I can tap on do not show again if I don't want to see it again. And because this is beginnings, the machine isn't going to move anywhere. It's going to stay right there. So now I need to tap release carriage, okay? And what I'm going to do, I could leave this there, but let's see. I'm going to stick my pen down in there. Sometimes you can see the hole in the stuff. And this is one of those blue markers. And I'm just going to put a little spot right there, okay? And because this is a non-nesting pattern, this represents where the lowest stitches are hitting, okay? And it's also going to be where the highest stitch of this next row, this next zone, where it's going to hit. So that's what making it so easy. So now all I have to do is just kind of push my machine back, and then I'm going to advance my quilt, and I have that spot ready to go. Okay, so I've advanced the quilt, and now I need to baste up the sides. So real quick, I just want to show you the 2 ways that you can do it. So you can go into the red toolbox, and if you have baste, you can choose it. You have a speed of up to 5. So I'm going to select that, and then the single stitch pulls it, and I've put my ribbon back up and made sure that my edges were lined up, and they're lined up at the top. And so what I can do is take that single stitch, and it takes it very quick, and then pull up my bobbin. And then when I tap on slow baste, it's kind of like a metronome. It's methodical. It's not driven by me moving the machine. It's just methodical. So if you have a wavy border, I'll hit stop now. So I hit stop, and then it hits stop. And I'm going to grab this thread and pull it back and take another single stitch. So now my bobbin is pulled. But if you have a wavy border, you could put it on that slow speed of 1, and then that gives you time to take your fingers and kind of work in that fullness. So that's one really nice thing about that basting tool. But I'm going to tap on exit if I wanted to, say, have a tighter stitch on the side. Then I could say release sewing machine. And now it says I now have manual control, and I can look on my screen here, and I'm just going to take it down to 4. And now my things work. So I can do that, and then pull up my bobbin thread, and then push over here and do sew. And so now that's done. So that's a speedy way. I'm going to move the machine back, grab the thread, move it back, take a stitch, and pull up the bobbin. Okay, so now the sides have been basted. And I'm going to say, okay, and that gives control back to QCT. Okay, so now if I were going to repeat stitching this, I would move my needle right over that blue dot that I marked. I would touch right there, and I would be ready to pull bobbin and sew. When I start getting close to the bottom, like within maybe 2 zones of the bottom, I don't want to wait till I get to the very bottom. I go ahead and advance my quilt because I want to make sure I'm going to end straight. And if I wait until I'm too close to the bottom, then I may end up with, I'm exaggerating, but I may end up with something like that, trying to make it straight on the bottom. So I want to just give myself some margin and breathing room to get it straight. If I need to spray it with starch or water and put a steam iron so I can take out some fullness, I want to be able to do that. So I'll come down here, and I'll as I advance this past my mark on the ribbon, then what I'll do is I'll make sure that this edge is even with that mark I had, and I'll go ahead and I'll give myself 2 pins. That's while this is still down here. And then what I'll do is I'll put my horizontal channel lock on, okay? And so then I'll put a pin, and I don't fasten them. It's faster not to. And then as I move my needle across, maybe I need to shift it up, or maybe I need to pull it down a little bit, but I'll do whatever it takes to force this line straight, and I'll keep doing the pins. And then once I get that done, then I'll also take my ruler, and I'll just make sure, have I really got it, straight? Do I have it straight? And I'll do that over on both corners, and just make sure it's that good, nice square. And then with my pins holding it, I'll run a basting stitch across the bottom and down the sides. And then if there is any fullness, then I'll get that starched and ironed out. Okay, so then I would unroll the quilt to go back to where I needed to resume, and then work my way back down. So now we would have finished quilting all this, and we're down to the bottom, and we are ready to do our last zone, and we would have our spot marked. So I'm just guesstimating a spot here, and we would place our zone. Okay, but we know that this, if we were to quilt that full zone, we would do a lot of stitching down here in the batting, and we don't want that. So because we have the center placement selected, you don't get these diamonds with the 4-point, but with the center placement, you do have these partial diamonds. So now I'm going to move my needle to wherever I want the lowest stitches to hit. If I know that my bottom line here, the bottom raw edge, is really straight, I really don't even need it to stitch into the batting, or I might want it to stitch just a little bit because it's got a little bit of curve. But wherever I want those lowest stitches to hit, that's where I need to move my needle. It can be anywhere up and down this edge. And I'm going to tap on those partial diamonds, and it turns pink and out of safe area, but that's just how this feature works. So you're good there. And at this point, I'm able to pull bobbin and sew. If there were blue dots on the sides, there wasn't with this particular one. But if you had blue dots on the side, you would need to go into optimize and say remove all. But when you're using the blue diamond feature for to cut off your pattern, there is no optimizing needed across that bottom. It just does a straight line stitch and pull bobbin and sew, and that's how easy it is. This is a toggle between getting your zone back if you wanted to, or that. And if you decided you wanted to, maybe you realized, oh, it's a little bit further down over here. I need to reset that. That's fine. Just tap it again. It kind of resets itself. So very, very, very easy feature to use. So I hope that that clarifies any questions you might have about using the parcel diamonds. Get a pattern that needs to be, let's see which one. We're going to pick, this is an Urban Elements one. And the continuous line, those are the patterns that come in QCT. I could be picking some of those, but these are ones that I've either purchased or this one may be a free one from Urban Elements. So I'm going to tap on Open. And so just like we did with the first, I'm going to tap on that bottom row of hearts, okay? And now I'm going to start tapping on patterns. And right now I have the total height set to 10. I'm just going to leave that on 10. And I'm going to start tapping the pattern number until they start going together. So right now there's 3. And now there's 4. So I either need 3 or 4. So now I'm going to tap on that top row of hearts now that I know I either need 3 or 4. And you can see that's where it's starting to wrap. And you know what? Let me go back here. This is where I was talking about that third selection of the top row. Sometimes they don't always connect. So this is an example of that. So when I tap on the top one, now they're connecting. And then I tap on that second choice. And now you're starting to get the wrap, okay? So we're going to leave it on that. So if we were going to use this pattern and we wanted the total height to be 10, then you're probably not going to be able to do 2 rows. You're probably only going to be able to do 1. So right off for the first row, you really don't want these gaps. So you've got to do something about that. So we're going to tap on Move, okay? And now I'm going to put this fit on the top because I need the blue arrows that point up. And I'm going to start tapping on the blue arrow, okay? And I'm waiting until that gap disappears, okay? So that gap has pretty much disappeared, and I could let this be my very first row, okay? So I'm going to tap on Sew in Zones. And I'm not going to save it this time. And you see the blue dot thing. So I'm going to tap on Optimize, and I'm going to say Remove All. And do you wish to connect the first and last points? No. And now you can see I have that line. And now I say, okay. So then I would move my needle over. If I were at the very top of my quilt, I would move my needle over that and tap there. And then I would be ready to pull bobbin and sew. Okay, when I get through with this, I don't want to restitch that because I don't want a partial row there at the top. But there's something very unique about when you do this. The mark that QCT is going to give you for the center, because it's, even though you shifted it up, it still considers this a full zone. The mark it's going to give you is down there on that green line. So you are going to have to measure up from that point that it gives you. You're going to have to measure up. And that can be a little tricky to figure out. This is the hardest thing about beginnings pantographs, is when you have nested designs, and especially when you're very first starting out with that first partial row, is you've got to figure from there to where is the highest stitch gonna hit when you do that second row, so, or second zone, is because you're going to have to move your needle over this mark, and it will be higher than this lowest point right here. It's going to be somewhere up in here. So That's just something to be aware of. We're going to X back out, and we would have saved this. Okay, we would have saved this pattern, and so that we could reopen it and it not be shifted up. I'm just going to hit reset for now, and I don't remember if we had 3 or 4, but so, you know, I don't want to take it back down to 3 just so it's easier to see. So how are we going to figure out where is this top stitch going to hit below? So I'm going to go ahead and change. I really don't want to change my height, but right now I'm going to go ahead and say 2 rows. And you can see it changed the pattern height to 5 because it's going to take half. So the problem here is if I try to change this total height to 20, it's not going to let me get past what the safe area height was. So that's not an option for me to do. I'm going to go ahead and tap on this, the little magnifying glass, and blow it up a little bit. Maybe I blew it up too much. And I'm going to go ahead and tap on size right here, and I'm going to start increasing. And I'm just looking for at what point does it look like where I want to see it nest. So I tap back down a little so we could see it a little better. Depending on how many of your pattern across and how intricate it is going to depend on that. And you can take your finger and move that around if you need to on your screen. But now what I'm looking at is, okay, when I get ready to stitch this second row, where do I need that highest stitch to hit? So I know that this right here is the lowest stitch right there. But where is the highest stitch of that next row going to hit? And it looks like it's not quite level with the points of that highest stitch, those lower. And you probably want to take your camera out and take a picture. You might want to just do the math. You can see that that this is a inch right there. It's a little over an inch because this line right here, where you see this darker gray and lighter gray, that represents the zone line. So when this first zone finishes, your mark a little over an inch. So the very first time you do it, it's going to be a little bit of a trial and error. And actually, once you've done that first partial row and you're doing your second row, that's the really tricky one because that one's going to be different than all the rest to follow. Once you get past that and do your third row, then you start getting into a rhythm. And don't let this scare you because you will get really, really fast at this. You may even get to where you don't even have to measure up and mark from the spot that QCT gives you. You may be able to just lay a ruler down across that and know where your center spot is and mark it. But this is the tricky part that I wanted to show you. So we're going to tap back on Fit and tap back on X, and we're back in our screen. And in fact, let's see here. When you get ready, I'm going to change it back to 1 row. Because if you were doing 2 rows, let's say we really did want this to be 5 rows, so we're going to do 2, then you want that fit selection on that lowest one, because as you start nesting these into each other, do you see how those tips, they're not going past the outer edges, they're staying on this screen. So that's what you want, because as you continue quilting down your quilt, you don't want any tips cut off. So when you're doing 2 rows on this screen that are nesting, make sure you have that fit on that lowest selection so that as you start nesting them into each other, let me just change that to 2. Oh, that didn't help. But you want your entire thing, because if I were to do one of these other selections, do you see how the tip went off? So you wouldn't want that. So make absolutely sure when you're doing 2 rows that are nesting, you have that lowest fit selected. So I decided that it would be a good thing to go ahead and show you what it looked like going from one nested row to another. So I've just quilted out those stars and I'm ready to pull the bobbin. It's just finished stitching. So I'm going to move the needle away, pull it back roughly over the spot. And I'm going to tap on that red toolbox and take a single stitch and pull that up. And so now we've pulled the bobbin. So now when I tap on finished zone, and the needle is up. So what it's doing right now, it's going to align even with where the lowest stitch is. So it's in the center, it's in the very center. And this is where those lowest stitches are, okay? But if we want these to nest, then I need to move the mark up. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, because right now I do know it's in the center, okay? And I want to be able to make my mark in the center. So I'm going to tell it to take a single stitch. Okay, and it's flashing done. I'm going to say continue. And yes, everything's been done. Okay, and it's kind of locked in place. I'm going to say release carriage. And now I'm going to move it. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make my little blue dot here. Okay. Get that pulled up. Okay, so there's my blue dot there. So now, when we were back in the Panto Stacker screen, it had looked to us like that somewhere along in here was where the top stitch of this next row should hit. It was just shy of that. So what I'm going to do is with my ruler here, and I want it to be straight. So I'm going to kind of get a line that's even with both of the bottoms of these stars. So now I've got that line even with that tip, and this is even. So I know I've got my ruler straight, and I've got this line right over the dot, and now it's just shy of the tips of that, and I'm going to put a dot right there. I may need to adjust this. See, I didn't pre-do this before doing this, so you're learning just like me. So certainly we want to trace before we do this. And normally I would be having to advance, but there's still room here, so I'm not having to take the time to do that. So this is where I've measured up, and this is my adjusted mark. So I'm going to tap on the zone. Okay, so there's blue dots, so I'm going to need to optimize. I'll need to do that every time I advance, and I'm going to say remove all. No, I don't want to connect the points, and say okay. So yeah, connecting the first and last would not be a good thing. So now I've placed it, but I need to know where is this going to hit. So I can start in with trace, but I can look, and if I start in with trace, it's going to go down and over there, and I'm in a hurry. I want to get to quilting. So because I have placed my zone, I am able to tap on repair pattern. So I'm going to tap on repair pattern. And now I'm going to say closest stitch, because I should be somewhere up in there. And that's where I'm at. So now I'm going to say the blue is showing where it's at so far as from the beginning. So I'm going to say trace forward, because I really want to see where that tip is going to go. So I'm going to say trace forward. And now I'm kind of watching to see where does it go? Where does it go? And it's got a lot of loop-de-loops. So I'm going to say stop. I want to do a little more checking. I'm going to tap on the red toolbox. I'm going to say release carriage. And I'm going to move it, I think, right here. And I'm going to say closest stitch. Okay, this is good. And I'm going to say trace forward. And I think that looks like it's nesting nicely. So I'm going to say stop. And I'm going to say back. and the machine is kind of locked in place. I'm going to say release carriage. And now I'm going to move it over here and I'm going to pull the bobbin. And so this time when it starts stitching, yes, the needle is up and single stitch. And I'm going to reach and get that bobbin loop there. There we go. And I'm holding these snug and I'm going to say sew. So what I was fixing to say is when it starts stitching this time, I'm actually going to hit stop. I'm going to let it quilt just a little bit into the star. We'll let it get past that point. And now I'm going to hit stop. And that would be what you would do if you saw that your bobbin had run out or something messed up with your thread, something got tangled. For whatever reason, you need to stop, okay? And so at this point, here's what I do. I have just a little set thing I do. I tap on the red toolbox and I say release sewing machine, okay? So now that's given me manual control back. And I'm gonna give myself a tail here. And because the bobbin didn't run out, I'm gonna go ahead and cut it. So what I do at this point, and if the bobbin had run out, usually there's this flannel wasn't the best choice, was it? But what I'm doing is I'm gonna kind of pull on that upper thread to kind of lift that bobbin loop up, and so now I've got the bobbin pulled up, and so like I said, if the bobbin had actually run out, it would take me a little while to develop a long enough tail. To save time, we're going to go ahead and go with it. So what I would do is I would just tie a little knot. Now I don't want to pull it really super tight because I'm going to take a self-threading needle and I'm going to pop it right there, and I'm going to go back into that hole and I'm just going to bury the tails and do this. Okay. And so now it's ended smoothly there. And if it were in a spot where I wasn't able to bury it right then, this is just something I do. Like if it were in the middle of a big quilt over on the side, I'll do something like that. Okay. And that lets me know when I take the quilt off the rails, I've got some thread tails to bury or something about that row. And then once I fix it, then I'll do a little green check mark on it. So that's just something I do. I just thought I'd throw that in. Okay, so now we need to get back started. So right now I still have manual control, but I'm through, and I would have set up a new bobbin, and over on the edge, like right over here, I would have a scrap piece. I would do some test stitches. So after I get all that done, I'm going to say, okay, I'm ready to give control back to QCT, and I need to tap on repair pattern, okay? And I have a choice of last stitch or closest stitch. You can just choose both of those and see which one you like best. I actually like last stitch. I feel like it just somehow lines up better. And when you're doing this, I want to tell you to be very careful that you do not lean on this front rail. If you are even leaning on it slightly, even the slightest leaning can shift it ever so much. And you want to be able to be very accurate. Oh, and another thing that I do, in fact, I'm gonna release the carriage for a second, is because that glide foot, if you're using one, it can be really hard to see when you're over. I'll make a little dot right there, okay? And sometimes I'll even track it down the stitching, and that just makes it easier. So I'm going to tap on last stitch again. QCT is probably thinking, you just did that. So I'm going to say, okay. And so now what I'm looking for is to make sure that my needle gets over that blue dot. Now, because of the way we did things, it went exactly back where we needed. But if it hadn't, okay, if it was way up here and there's really no thread because that's where the bobbin ran out, I would do trace back, okay? So I would say trace back, and I would be watching, is it lining up, especially if there's a point. That's where you really want. Then you hit stop up here, and then I would trace forward, okay? And then I'm really I would stop it like right at that point, maybe. And then when it's there at that point, I can do a +1 stitch. And looking really close, I can make sure, does it really turn right there on the point? Points are really helpful. And you would never want to start your repair right at a point. Let it be in a straightaway or a smooth curve or something like that. So, or there's even been times where I've taken out a whole lot of thread just so I could get back to another color on the quilt top so that it didn't look so obvious, just in case I didn't do a great job. Now, if I need to do fine tuning, I have these nudge keys, left and right and up and down, and they are so tiny. They are so tiny. But once you've used these nudge keys, go ahead and use the trace back and trace forward and that -1 and +1. And once I start getting really close to thinking, I think I've got it, then I'll do my +1 and I'll sneak up, so to speak, on that blue dot. And then I'll just keep on making, and every time I tap, I'm making sure I'm staying above the line so that by the time I get to that blue dot, I'm 100% or really close to knowing I'm back over where I need to start. And then once I get that, then I need to say pull bobbin and take a single stitch. And again, pull that bobbin loop up to the top. So I'm grabbing that loop and now I'm holding it nice and snug. And I'm going to say sew. So, and it backed up just a tiny little bit, but it's doing the little micro stitches and now it's taken back off. And so at this point, I would bury those thread tails, same as I did when where the stitching ended. I would bury those thread tails, and obviously take off the blue marking. Just one other little tip while we're here: if you are a person who pins your backing to your leader, use a safety pin on the ends. I've actually just started doing that, and that way that's not coming out. So just a little tip thrown in. So I hope that clarified what it takes to figure out adjusting up from that center mark that QCT gives you up. And I do want to say, if you had 4 point, you would be doing the same thing. It would just be over here. Like it would have given you, I don't know, a mark probably right there. And the same measuring up that you did in the center, you would measure up over here. So just same difference. Okay, I've just finished this second row, and you can see, I think it looks like it's nesting very nicely. I think when you glance at it, you don't see any kind of strange looking gutter, so to speak, between it. You just look and you just see a nice blend of stars. So I don't see any reason to adjust where I'm adjusting up from. So I've already pulled the bobbin and I'm going to say finished. And the needle's up. We're going to make this mark and single stitch and continue, and yes, and release carriage. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and make this mark. But now now that we know we are a little better situated with things, there's 2 ways I can adjust up. Okay, So when I look at this was the mark QCT gave me. That was what was even with the lowest stitches in the center. And then we measured up, okay? We moved up so that we would have a adjusted spot for this row. And we know it looks good. So I can measure this and look, it's like exactly 2 inches, exactly 2. So at this point right now, I could go ahead and measure up 2 inches and make sure that my line there is even with the 2 bottom stitches, so I don't have it twisted. I know it's even. Okay, so I could measure up the 2 inches and make a mark, or you know what? I could just literally eyeball it. So that's another option. You may want to just whip out your camera and take a picture of that right there so that you know exactly where that is. And what I was talking about, you get very adept at adjusting that mark. So see, right now, I could just by looking at that, I could make a mark right there and be really accurate, or I could be very precise about it and lay my ruler here and make that mark. So that's just your 2 options: is either measuring or eyeballing, because you'll get very good at it. You'll get very, very good at it. So that's why I said nothing to be scared of. There's a reason beginnings is cheaper. This is one of them. But see, it just gets really, really easy. So I hope that really helps you and clarifies for you figuring out that new spot. It's just a matter of when QCT gives you the spot of the lowest stitch, how far do you need to measure up for where the highest stitch is going to be for the row yet to be stitched. So so that's really all there is to it. It seems scary at first, but it's really pretty easy. Here. There is one other pattern that I want to show you. Let's see. It's a My Creative Stitches. Wayward Feathers. Okay, there's something unique about this one. Okay, let me get the total width. I'm just going to say 36. And so we're back down here and tap on reset there. I don't know that I would want the height to be 10 on this one. We're going to say 5. So so we'll say reset. So I'm going to tap on that lower row of hearts and I'm going to start increasing the patterns. So it looks like 3 patterns is good. So now I'm going to tap on the top row. But there's something unique about this one. If I were doing the second row, I wouldn't want this one to be directly under it. I would want it to be here, okay? So, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and add 2 rows, and I'm just going to go ahead and say 10. I'm going to make the pattern height be 5 there. So this doesn't look good. I need for that second row to be staggered halfway. But I need that second row selected, so I'm going to tap on alternate. So now it's highlighted in blue. So this would be a move feature. So I tapped on move. If I tap on stagger, I want you to watch what happens. It staggered it exactly halfway, okay? Okay, what if I didn't have enough space for 2 rows? What if I needed 1 row to be 10 inches? Well, then here's what I would have to do. I would need to, I'm just going to change that to 5, and that changed to 5. Okay, so I would need to save this as, I would say, odd rows, okay? Save that as odd rows. And then I would do, okay, then I would need to do a stagger and save that as my even rows. And I would need to go back and forth from the quilting interface screen to this screen, depending on whether I was doing an odd row or even row, so that it would quilt right. So I hope that made sense. But that's a way for when you have a staggered pattern like that, if you don't have enough for 2 rows, you will need to save it as 2 rows. So I hope that, I know this has been rushed and we've covered a whole lot of ground, but I hope that made sense. Again, be careful of that little star. Make sure it doesn't get selected, because when you start doing size, it can start wrapping your top and bottom, and you don't want that when you're limited with beginnings, just having to repeat rows going down. So take that little star off. So if you've made a mess, you can always hit reset. If you tap on the X, it takes your pattern away. So I hope that I've covered enough to make you dangerous, and that that you can start in with your pantograph. Play around in simulation mode. You will learn so much in simulation mode. If you get a runtime error and it throws it out, you have torn nothing up. Just go right back in, and if there's something on the screen you've never touched before, touch it. See what happens, and play around with all of these choices, because if you ever do upgrade to Pro, you're going to have all those same choices there. It's just you'll get to do the entire height of your quilt and however many rows you want. So it's been a pleasure helping you learn about QCT5 beginnings pantographs.
Thank you, Janet George. That's been a wonderful thing to be able to hear you and hear all that she has to do with teaching us. I was thinking about some of the comments that came through with just a wonderful bit of information, very informative, and that is, and again, she's talking about our beginning software and how you can be utilizing that in order to complete quilts. And so that is a fantastic software to have. It's very affordable right now at 25% off. The normal cost makes that an easy thing to be able to get into, and it's fully upgradable to the professional version. So I thought I'd just kind of bring this in here as we kind of conclude for today with all the streaming, bringing Janet back into this. It was great to have her and see everything that she had to teach us today. Right now, kind of looking at this, we would encourage you over the weekend to go look at the fantastic Fall Festival promotions and the specials we have. I wanted just to say thank you again and congratulations to the winner. That was really fun to be able to have Kathy Patterson as a winner of this, this wonderful, what I might call your studio giveaway with even the Master Cutter collection from True Cut. So with it, it's been very fun to be a part of this and to have everybody join us for this wonderful event. We're going to go ahead and call it an evening and an event. And again, wanted to thank everybody from the viewers, those international that have had a chance to dial in and come in and watch part of the live streaming, those who have watched the additional videos following this, and anybody else who's also been able to assist and help us behind the scenes. So thank you for all the Grace team and everybody else as well. That's been a great bit of the participation on this amazing, fantastic Fall Festival 2020 from the Grace Company. With that, we look forward to additional information. We're looking to continue streaming on Tuesdays, so please look forward to some emails talking about what those topics are, what the education is, what kind of products we're going to review. We're excited to do things as they go forward. We will have something again next Tuesday. They won't be quite as extensive or long. They'll be much shorter clips to help engage and keep you, providing you with content as needed. Again, with that, thank you very much. It's been wonderful. We wish you all the best of a weekend and wonderful holidays coming up. Thank you very much. And again, thanks.